created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you down. His heart beats you down. Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, morning star. How they wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Abominations, revelations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God will pay. God will pay. Fuck your gods. 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 Kneel and praise. You zombie slaves. Glorify and worship. Eat me, drink shit. Praise God. Praise. Praise. Zombie slaves. God loves demons. God loves. God loves demons. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake eye demons. Snake eye demons. You sneaky snake. Little bitches. Devil eyes. Devil minds. Liars. Liars. Death. The fire. Snake eye demons. Death in the fire. I see what you are, no matter if you are near or far. I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell realm, matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass, snake eye demons. This is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Ah! Snake eye demons, filthy matrix losers, losers, losers.
and painter. My people,
We build music halls, ornate cathedrals. We created symphonies of civilization.
we invented ballet and the printing press. We are builders of castles and magical palaces. My people, my people, blood and soul. We are heroic Vikings, Vikings strong, Vikings strong. We chant and pound the drums beyond the setting sun. We are generous and kind, warm-hearted spirits with brilliant minds.
Creative spirits, great architects. Let's we forget, never forget
Who we are, what we are, what we have made. I love my people. I love my people.
We built the modern world.
We built the modern world.
Behold,
Our resilience and beauty,
behold,
and cherish respect to our ancestors.
and soul. I love my people. I love.
I love my people.
can do anything.
The one.
The one true power. The one true power. The one true power. Raven King. I can do anything.
The one. The darkest dream.
The one true power.
I am the Raven King, your darkest dream.
The power.
I am
The one true power. The Raven King. The one true power. There is no other. Splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, higher. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, higher. Hey! Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. The choice is clear. Mad laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello, hello. Happy New Year's Day. Happy New Year's Day. It's good to have you here today. I hope everyone has a beautiful, gorgeous, glorious, and magnificent day today. I hope you have a beautiful day. A beautiful, beautiful day. My niggas, my tiggas, my niggas. I love my niggas. I sure do.
Hasty, what was life like in those early days?
As far as the colored people were concerned, I feel that they were a good bit happier than they are now. They had less in the way of material things. But I can remember back in the 20s, when I was a small boy, they were always singing at their work. They had a great sense of humor. And now today, they just don't seem to care much about that as they used to. And I think they've lost their sense somewhat, which I deplore.
What do you think are the differences between the races?
I think there's a refusal to accept responsibility. I think there's a lack of motivation. I've tried here to promote people to foremen, superintendents, but they just refuse to do it. They just don't want the responsibility. They don't worry like the white man. If they have troubles, they go to sleep and wake up the next morning, and that trouble is over.
Is it possible that white people have something to do with the lack of ability for blacks to assimilate into this culture?
Absolutely. The white man has certainly been prejudiced and to quite an extent unfair. But customs die awful hard. It takes a long time, and everyone knew years ago that the Negro would have to be given equality. But in the South, knowing Negroes as we think we do, we realize it would take time. It's been compared to straightening teeth. It takes a slow, steady pressure. You can't do it with a hammer. And white people's attitudes will change in time. I'm a lot more liberal than I was 5 years ago, and I know I'll be a lot more liberal 5 years from now, and I think almost everyone else is in that category.
What has tended to make you more liberal?
Well, realization that the Negro is a human being like anyone else.
Mr. Hasty, what did you think we were before you began to think of us as human beings?
Well, in a way, we thought of you almost as a very superior...
Mr. Hasty, what did you think we were before you began to think of us as human beings?
Well, in a way, we thought of you almost as a very superior pet. Something, or rather someone. We thought of you almost as a very superior pet. We thought of you almost as a very superior pet. Something, or rather someone, we had to take care of, because we had to do so much of their thinking for them. We had to do almost everything for them, that, except living their own lives. Anything outside, we had to do for them.
So Daisy was my little playmate, my maid, my friend, and the daughter of old Catherine, who was the cook that we adored. And so all those years, we played together, and everyone was happy. We never heard of all these things that we hear about today. And there were nearly 100 enormous rice plantation with many animals around and a beautiful old house and about 100 colored people there. But we loved them. They were our friends. And then it's no disgrace to say they're like children. When we say that, it's because they are like happy children, some of them. because they like to sit in the sun and rather than work hard. And they'd rather play than work.
If you could, would you paint a picture for us of what it was like on the plantation in your early days?
It was a lovely, happy time living in open spaces with many lovely colored people and animals and flowers and fields. My father had everything thoroughbred, from the pigs, horses, the dogs, and the people had to be thoroughbred. And we would get into a buggy with him and drive to the plantation from what we call the Pine Land where we lived. And we would spend, every Saturday this was, and we would spend a day in old Fortune, I can see him now, would give us dinner, and we would have a heavenly time. And old April, he was the dairyman. That's all he did. All he did was to skim the cream over these great big bowls of clabber and put them in the wooden churn and churn this marvelous fresh butter. That was April's job. He didn't do anything else but love us and skim the cream.
She was talking about the Negroes at the plantation, her father's plantation. Isn't that remarkable? I love watching these shows where they talk about the old Negroes, the old darkies, the colored people, the coloreds, as they used to call them in the old days. I love the Negroes. I love the old darkies. The darky days, the Negro days, with the old Negro songs that they'd sing the old darky songs.
Is he yours?
Might be mine. I think he's mine. My
Look
daddy.
at that. Now watch Jack agree with all his bullshit he's about to debunk.
Actually, I'm voting for uncles now because I'm gonna have Uncle Thorpe, and you guys can get out of the daddy stage.
The uncle thing is more gay and violating. Can you shut up while my AI slot plays?
Was this AI? This looks like real life.
No, I don't need AI, faggot.
If you ain't shit and you go to a room full of successful people, you ain't going to be tolerated there. Not only you ain't going to be celebrated, you ain't going to be tolerated. They ain't going to have you there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're ready to learn.
Oh, he's going to learn.
Well,
I have to go to work right now. I'm about to go earn a wage. So I have a few questions because I did some research.
Did you say something?
I said he's a slave. You see that little nod? You get, he's a slave.
Yeah.
Know a little bit more about bonded verified claims. Like if someone were to have a claim against me, does it have to be backed up with currency? And how do you determine how much currency is required to compensate someone in case you are wrongly filing a claim against them?
Say that again, sir.
So like, if you want to take someone to court and sue them, you have to have a verified bonded claim against them, saying that they've done you wrong, right? Now,
no, you have to be honorable. You have to be honorable. You have to say, what's the fucking loss and harm? What's the cost? Where's the bill?
Mm-hmm.
If I caused you loss and harm, you're going to say I hurt your feelings? Great. Show that. Because I'm going to laugh at you.
I think they swapped him out. They swapped Paul out.
What's that?
I think they swapped Paul out. Because
you showed
like, it's a different guy.
Daddy's
that voice
ass
is so different.
Or making your daddy whoop your daddy's ass.
Stop living in the past, Tommy. This is a new year.
Nigger.
Tom.
New year.
Show me some kind of irreparable harm or damage, and so is the court.
So
show me some kind of irreparable harm or damage that has compensation in it in order for you to fix it. What did I break? What did I destroy? Your mailbox or your arm? How much is it going to cost to fix it? If you can't show that bill, right? If you can't show that itemized bill, I don't want to know you. I'm gonna get 100,000, at least $1 million from every one of these people. I got a half a dozen cases on record with no statute limitation. I'm just waiting to sue these motherfuckers. So, listen, it's numbers. If I sue 10 people who've done me wrong, right, and show a pattern of behavior, it's only going to take me to hit one to come up. So I'll sue 10 of them that have already damaged my body, ripped my lungs through my hernia, whatever they call it, the lungs through my rib cage, constantly hurting me, right? They fucking did that, pulling my arms up behind my back. So they ripped my organs through my rib cage, and I don't want to go to the hospital because I don't trust them. So I've been living with it for over 10 years. I've had a hard life, okay? I had to focus on so many other things. I couldn't afford to go anywhere or do anything. I didn't know how. You have to be honorable. You have to say, what's the fucking loss and harm? What's the cost? Where's the bill? If I caused you loss and harm, you're going to say I hurt your feelings? Great, show that, because I'm going to laugh at you, and so is the court. And I don't want to go to the hospital because I don't trust them. So I've been living with it for over 10 years. So you show me some kind of irreparable harm or damage that has compensation in it in order for you to fix it. What did I break? What did I destroy? Your mailbox or your arm? How much is it going to cost to fix it? If you can't show that bill, right? If you can't show that itemized bill, I don't want to know you. Wouldn't surprise me.
When you say kangaroo court, are you talking about a court under military jurisdiction?
I'm talking about any group of people who act like they know something, but then just cast labels and judgments and make people pay. They do more loss, injury, and harm without any justification.
Your fucking dad, you have forsaken all of us over. You're a fucking moron. This is an example of what's coming for you. Now, your fat girlfriend, Trexty, she doesn't have to watch last night's stream, just the part you showed up. Fuck you. It's 2026. There was 589 bulbs in that thing, and the New Year's drop, and we are just getting
started.
That's right, Tom.
Understanding of the precepts of godly law, common law. What's fucking common sense?
All right.
Listen,
How's it going, man? I'm everyone's favorite. Everyone loves me. You're gonna get a lot, more viewers. Actually, I bring a lot of people here. I didn't get last place in the contest at NBC. That was actually just all a dream because it's the new year.
Now, Jack, you want to talk?
The dude's a character, man. But what he does is he's
somewhat. Listen, I appreciate Tom's fucking vitriol for the bullshit of the past. Somewhat.
His anger is misplaced, and it's unfortunate because he doesn't need to be as angry as he is.
Testing.
See the picture right there. Oh, wait, no, it's not in the picture. I just made that up. I've seen a couple of your videos. But how are you doing, Truthy Crap? How are you feeling?
I'm doing all right, Landry. Thanks for asking. I can tell that you're very sincere in the way that you asked.
I am sincere.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I'm asking because I don't really know what else to say, but that's what people do every day.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, "Oh, how are you, person at the store? I'm good. How are you?" It's it's just human nature.
That is what Landry does. Do that. I mean, he actually tries to connect to people, and people get. I've seen him get misunderstood often on these panels.
I expect most people to think I'm absolutely up to no good.
For one, he's hunching over just to be in his camera angle there. I don't know why he doesn't tilt the camera up a little bit so he doesn't have to hunch like a fucking.
Until you are on camera, TC, I'm not gonna listen to your advice. I'm gonna put more cords in my face. Thank you. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's wearing a little beanie. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I'll listen to you now. Thank you. I kind of like having my hairline out of the frame though, because it's it's not. I don't have my hat.
You look good. You look just fine.
So I wanted to get this thought right because AI is bad and all that, and also I think that you're not a provocateur, right? But we should get you in a shot with like some beautiful nature, kind of like you did for the contest with OTW, except where it's really far away, but we can still hear you, so it looks like you're really important. You know what I mean? Because it's so grand.
Yeah.
I've been playing around with a lot of these camera angles. I know you told me that, TC, but now it's my time, and I move slow.
You need a lot of help with your camera angles, man. It's crazy.
I mean, you're right.
It's like one of the first things. I don't know. I've tried. I went on your stream the other day and tried to tell you about my history and past.
I know, because let me ask you.
I wasn't though.
if I
really
just
like
sort of like we're trying to mend sort of whatever weird misunderstandings there were, and then I came to your stream and I was just like, all right, Jack, listen. You don't understand, Jack. Like 2 years ago, I did something really like similar to what you're doing, and it's like I have to tell you about it for 16 minutes, and that's all I'm gonna say. Would you be like a little annoyed?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, well, but Jack, you just like you just said, can you help me out with those angles and this and that? And I was walking him through, like he's trying to make money out in the streets, like filming live streams in the streets. I was trying to walk him through my background quite quickly, and I never really shared that information.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, you don't.
Special. I don't what?
The thought that came to mind is we have different ways of communicating, right? Some people explain things one way, other people are looking for the answers a different way, right? And I think that's why God created so many of us, because we're supposed to help work together to bring peace to the world.
Fuck yeah. I think it's true though. We do, and I really realize that now because just having a second person, man. This guy's a genius. He like figured out how to sell barbecue to like homeless people. I don't know how they pay for it, but they just go to his house and they buy barbecue and he just like makes it on the grill. I guess that's probably not legal, but but it's pretty cool. It sounds awesome.
What sounds cool to me, honestly, is a world without money. I mean, where prosperity is shared instead of the debts, right? America's so fucking backwards, dude. It's so backwards. And it makes sense, though, because the pyramid scheme puts the devil at the top. It's such a perfect story, man.
What do you mean at the top? Like, oh, because the number one thing is money?
Power, yeah, power. Like the top of control. The devil controls from the top of the pyramid, right? Through temptation and obedience. But God serves, God uplifts. The devil thinks it's here in hell since it's been banished from heaven. It thinks this is its domain for hell. And it's not as powerful as it thinks, or it's not. I don't know the right words to say, but God's doing some amazing things, guys, and we are what's happening for the future.
Just got to trust the process, right?
I tend to believe you, Jack. God is doing amazing things, and but then I see Landry on the camera. It's still too low. The lighting sucks. It's like the microphone
is this my stream, TC?
What the fuck?
Why do I have to look good? I was going to ask you about this one because obviously there's this thing in the corner, which we realized after the fact. But how do you feel this shot, TC?
Let's play it.
What do I need to fix?
Is it playing? Is it a video or a photo?
It's playing. It's unedited. I'm just curious with the angle, the distance. I'm obviously very far.
I would have come like downstream and gotten the water flowing downward rather than at the side. Like you could see it coming from a distance.
But how would I have gotten up there? Like from the road?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like this isn't. I'm talking about personal camera angles mostly. Like when you're on the street and you're filming, everybody wants to do like the phone angle. Right, but the traditional way of like filmography is like to do the landscape, to have your camera sideways, right, and actually get good shots. But regardless, if you're gonna have your phone in front of people's faces, like, and you were complaining about the Mexican taking shots, I'd like to see some of his footage because I bet it's better than what you were shooting recently.
Okay, I hold you to that. Let's show you. Why are you so angry, T? Is it jealousy? Like, do you get jealous because you think I'm going to take your friend away? We can all be friends.
Dude,
I'm not taking anybody away from anybody.
My anger has nothing to do with you. It has to do with all this bullshit. I get why it's bullshit. No, I'm angry at the bullshit. Like all the time.
Bullshit. All right. Well, I got you. I feel you. But I'll hold you to that. Let's see what you think about this next angle. Hold on, let me find it.
Let's see. I want to see it.
All right.
I like the angle actually.
I do too. I think it's nice.
I do too. Here, swap that out.
It's okay. It's just like an industrial landscape, though. This is nice. This is already good. This is already way better. What is this?
You dude, you can't say that yet without saying the shakiness and the fingers in the frame. Look at that dude's fingers.
Yep, that's good.
This is good. He's just talking shit then. He does not mean what he said. Look at the wobbling.
Dude, you need a fucking tripod. That's what, like,
The
it's
last
that
one was
simple.
on
You
a
don't need
tripod, you
camera,
dumb. The last video that we just had pulled up was on a tripod, and it was the first day we ever had one. So
I'm not the one hiring a cameraman on the street. You carry a tripod around so you can get the angle you need, and you use the tripod. You be an independent man, and you do your own shit.
any willingness here, Jack, from him to just like actually engage without any sort of disagreement? So he keeps making one up every time. Oh, get a tripod. Oh, you got a tripod? Well, you don't need somebody to have the tripod with you. You this and that. It's always something.
It is always something.
I actually got kicked out of that place. They told me I wasn't allowed to film there. But look at those, very shaky, and you won't even acknowledge that. So you're not an honest man, TC.
It started off very good. The camera angle started off really
Yeah, you
good.
know why?
If
Because
kept
I
it
fucking
steady.
stopped there and I said, "Here's where we're gonna film." He didn't say, "Let's go here, dude." Oh, andale. I said, "No. We're gonna stand here, so that's still my fucking spot." Silly TC, bring it on. I need.
Have
the
you
energy,
ever
right? I need
sold?
to
Have
warm
you
up.
ever sold footage to Russian propaganda artists?
Wait, hold on.
I have. So shut your fucking mouth, dweeb.
Propaganda artist. That makes me feel very, very distrusting of you.
Well, that's why I stopped doing it.
artist?
It is what it is. It's what people go out in the streets, and it's what they get paid to do. They say, go film this protest. They're overseas in a fucking office. Make America look bad. That's who gets paid.
Have you ever paid $250 worth of OTW memberships, Jack?
I'm sorry. What was that?
$250 for the ultimate. What's the tier called? You would know, TC, right? The
It's
Warlord.
$100 a month. It was $99.99 a month
So
for
it
3
wasn't
months.
$250. Okay, so it's $300. All right. It's not as bad as I thought. I was told it was
And then I gave
$750.
him $30 for shipping and handling on the painting as well.
Was
If
just for
that's what you're
painting?
doing.
No. I heard that you were actually the secret cabal because you work for the Russian media. I guess I can add to the story now that I know that part of it. What else we got here? The board of directors, right? The one in
Through a
charge.
German subsidiary. And by the way, you're talking to the organizing director of the panel versus Jack Talcott. So I don't know if you
I
know
did
where
see
you
that.
are right now, Jack.
I did, but
Landry.
you guys get so caught up in the lore, you never move in the forward. You're all caught up in the inward, so you never move forward.
Manny, that's true.
It's wild.
It's the stories, man. The
Like,
stories.
don't you know?
It's the stories. We are the stories. And we're here to create the greatest stories that we can. By the way, Landry, thanks for changing your name, but please change it back.
Oh, sorry. I try to put as many what's it called?
I know,
podcasts
you-
that in as possible.
You tried
Yeah,
making
Landry-
peace with Tommy. I saw that. Threw a peace offering for him, and he didn't
I
catch
beat him to the punch.
Yeah.
I filmed according to that, which is drug trafficking operations in real time.
Dude, she used to be your best supporter. You just miss her because you don't know what happened. You don't know what you did wrong. You told me that.
She still supports me.
Good. That which is
The wrong
TWI
way.
214.
I don't know.
She's a very,
That was
you know,
good.
I would love to see her up on panel one day and have a but I don't know. Never seen her talk.
I've heard her talk, dude. She got my number like somehow early on, and like, dude, she used to call me when I was muted. I was like, thank you, and then she'd call me about some crazy stuff too, like so and so blocked me in the chat. All right, dude, we got to tone it down and not reach people. I get it, you got blocked. I'm sorry. It's just OTW's house. We'll move on. All right, what do you think? We got to get some. There we go. That's nice.
Mr. Talcott, how was your day today? Like, you and Jeremy had your little field trip, I guess. I mean, basically to the museum yesterday.
That was yesterday, and then yeah, it was fun. I learned a lot. I enjoyed it. I thought our first meeting was I thought it was pretty smooth. And then who knows where the future's going to bring them. We did talk about doing more in-person stuff in DC again soon. And
Are you considering Midlife Bro Logic's offer to for the peace walk there with the monks.
What was his offer again?
To drive you down to where, because the monks are walking to DC, to drive you down at some point somewhere and get you on the street there with them.
Hey, I gotta say real quick, I gotta at least take a little time before this thing starts in an hour. So thank you for letting me show up, and thank you and TC can talk about some good stuff. Who's in the back? Oh, great. Yeah, you can do that too. Wait, you hold on. Rage quit.
Yeah. We've got Steven in the back.
Well, yeah. Well, I asked you a question, Jack. Midlife Pro Logic made the offer about taking you down there. You're not considering that?
Oh, actually, I looked into them a little more, and I tell you what, the more I've looked into them, that peace walk, the more inspired I am. They're supposed to make it here in DC by February 16th, so they still got a ways to go. And these men are walking every day, 30 miles a day, right? For the purpose of peace, and in every community, talking with the community about peace, mindfulness. And they've got some real inspiring messages. So to answer the question, my hope is to actually find a way to speak with Donald Trump before February 16th to maybe save those men some walking. Right? Because if we can get Donald Trump to do his job the way that, God would want maybe for him to do the job, bringing peace to the world. And I heard rumor allegedly that Trump is claiming ending wars and stuff. He's allegedly committed to it. Well, maybe the solution is possibly with me. So if I can get a hold of Donald Trump before February 16th, we can get started on that. And I'll go meet those monks and we will celebrate together.
You go meet those monker fuckers. It's a terrible joke. I'm sorry, Jack. Didn't land.
It's all right. Hey, I want to speak to I don't even need to speak with Trump, but I think I should. And somewhere along the line, I probably will if this path works out. But really, the idea is to get before Congress, because what Donald Trump is doing, all the signs and evidence are there. We've got a problem on our hand. And so it appears Congress is kind of lacking some organization. They don't know what to do, right? They just shut down the government for a while because they couldn't figure shit out. So let's get some people of the land in front of Congress to light a fire under their ass so that we can end wars and bring peace to this world. All we got to do is find a way to work together.
Well, that's like, it always kind of goes back to this. The war within ourselves as individuals is the first war that we need to find peace with. So,
and I feel as though I have and I continue to work on that myself. Pale Horse Rider, blessings to you. The contributions are truly appreciated and helpful. Real Lolo, you're welcome to join, and I'm happy to discuss your claims that I need education, your assumptions that I'm wrong. Why do I think
Zach, she wore a dinosaur costume to a protest? What have you done?
She's actually a very lovely lady, and I encourage folks to tune in. I mean, if you want respectful conversations, and she seems very positive and encouraging. I don't know why she's got a chip on her shoulder towards me, but let me answer this question. And why do you think Congress is the way it is? It's obvious and simple, Real Lolo, because the people have allowed it to get this way, right? The government is the way that it is because it was designed to be this way. People made choices to create it into what it is today. And all I'm suggesting is, hey, if we unite together, I'm sure we can put our heads together and come up with better fucking ways, rather than everyone paying the same bill to a utility company, to a phone company, to an energy company. All these different companies are getting our same bills every single month. Why? So that shareholders can make their profits. So why is Congress the way it is? Because selfishness and greed have been rewarded in a very cruel world that profits from trauma. And see, that's why I'd love to speak with Congress to let them know that we see how broken it is. And this people in Congress today, the legislators right now, have a chance to rewrite the rules. We just got to get them to do what's right. And they can. I got faith. I got faith, given the right encouragement, the right support, the right motivation, anything can be accomplished. And we can do this, brothers and sisters. We can do this. Ending wars is my purpose for living, honestly. Jack, what do you mean when you say people of the land recently? Is it a specific type of people? It means the average citizen. But since there's so much controversy over language and identifications, I try to use the words that are most accurate, that might find the least objection. I'm talking about the people. I'm not talking about the politicians. I'm talking about people of the land who know the rules of common law. We present it, and I became inspired by discovering other people who explain this world. I was talking with someone recently. I've mentioned the idea we could gather holy people, men and women, right? I've been on this path where just me, I've come across some incredibly gifted speakers and teachers, men and women alive today, who understand consciousness, who understand success, motivation, so all sorts of things. Why don't we give Congress and the administration the proper expectations that we have, right? They've lost sight of what their purpose is, as has the Supreme Court. Every branch has, but who's most responsible? Where do we go? The courts are broken. I don't trust that. You know, all you got to do is manipulate the timelines and the rules and exclude evidence, and you're fucked. The average person, I don't trust the courts. So if the courts can't be the answer, it seems to me that it's either the legislative branch or the executive branch. I'm open to both.
Do you have an administrative and executive branch of your brain? Like, is there like a branch of your brain that does that?
Oh, actually, that's amazing you asked that question, because our friend Margot Davey she brings up the concept and the value of executive function, I believe. She uses the term, and I might be misremembering what she says, but the executive function within our brain, it's within our mind and our ability. It's very important for us to develop that. But we give our power away often when we're young.
Well, it's all incentivized by convenience, like in my experience, and the first convenience being not to argue with your family, right? Because you're not going to argue but so many points. So when they like throw so much bullshit on you about how to see your life and how to destroy your imagination, your own direction, and how you're going to go about your own life as an individual, and how you need to collectivize into a system, like there's a Bible passage about that. At the appointed time, Like all men are born under the governors and tutors of this world, not the appointed time of the Father. They're brought under the law of God. Is something to that effect. Mitch Lovin.
Yeah. Sorry. On this, Mitch, I agree with this. I'm not sure if it is intentional, but the convoluting terms such as people and citizens, it is adding to the confusion. The solutions are simple. It may not be easy, but this is exactly what I was saying earlier. This thought I came through my head. Everything can be difficult until it's easy. And the solutions are simple for humanity, all of humanity, the entire world. We're all united by the truth. It's our denial of the truth which keeps us divided. It's that simple. Hey, Ben, Happy New Year to you. I don't know if I was a lot of help, but I appreciate your recognition. Wanted to thank you for the help in sorting out the issues between those two. Interesting.
Grace has her own independent issues. Jeremy has his own independent issues, and they just kind of collide at times. And it is what it is.
It is. That's well said. We all have our individual issues, but you know the reality is, when we get past the issues and the problems, between the connections and the similarities, we've got incredible potential here on Earth. Hey, Grace did end up jumping in the Atlantic Ocean, so it was success overall. Happy New Year, dude. So you guys made it. I bet it was cold as can be, a polar plunge. You know what? That is a kind of pretty cool tradition, I guess. Could be fun. Start the new year with a polar plunge. Might be healthier than alcohol poisoning. The future. Guys, yeah. Oh, this. Yes. The truth sets us free. It really does. From the worldly ego games, the ego games that need to fight and be right. When you flow with the truth and you allow the truth to reign supreme, and then you just walk with love because that's all that anything means. That's what I've learned. Hey, Stephen, it looks like you can't. You're not. Go away, dude. Seriously, you're just a waste of nonsense.
Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
in this case, what these guys are doing, it really is in some aspect for education. You might call it a publicity stunt, or you might call it an act of desperation. These guys leaving their monastery where they've still got, still have to have that maintained, and the bills got to be paid and whatever, but they're out there walking. So far they're on day 67, right? 67 days of walking all day, every day. Mostly camping outside, cold weather, rain, all this crap. They're not superhuman. They're just men devoted to raising awareness to peace. And in every community, they speak, they offer blessings, they share words of wisdom. I've been following more on Instagram than on YouTube, but the message from them, if we want peace on earth, guess where it's got to happen? With us. And guess what? That means that peace on earth can happen with us. That's actually pretty exciting, because if you can connect the dots to this conclusion, this very simple conclusion to follow, we are made to work together. And if we work together, we can help each other create the lives of our dreams. My dream is to find a way to be a voice for the voiceless, to help bring reason and compassion into the operations of our politics, our economics, and our religions. Seems that love has been lost, and compassion is the key. Leslie, hi. You are a fascinating... I've kept you out of my name, out of my mouth for a while, but I notice you. You're just a dastardly gnat, an insect that flies around me with all
Oh, God.
Huh?
Oh, God, I don't know this one much.
You're just a dastardly gnat, an insect that flies around me with all
Oh, God.
Huh?
Oh, God, I don't know this one much. Oh, gnat. Good Lord.
I'm going to stop there. I'm going to stop there.
Jack, what about the mission? We got to focus on the vision here, man. We can't be dragged down by these nets. We got to swat at, dude. What the heck?
Thank you. That is
they're trying to cloud our vision and shit and get in our face because they're desperate.
Fascinating. I've kept you out of my name, out of my mouth for a while, but I notice you. You're just a dastardly gnat, an insect that flies around me with all
Oh, God.
Huh?
Oh, God, I don't know this one much.
Jack, what I want to say to Stephen is, I know he's farting and all that. As he said, that's he cares about you, right? Yeah.
You're not
Do you care
eating.
about him? Do you care about him, King Stephen? You really care about Jack?
Oh, I care about idiots like you, pissants like you, Tarek.
Okay, the question was, do you care about
I really
Jack,
care.
though? You really care about Jack?
Are you going to let me answer?
Go ahead.
Are you going to keep interrupting? I care about the truth, and I care about entertainment, and I care about having fun, and
And you didn't answer the question. Are you serious? Can you be authentic and serious, Stephen, or are you a clown and a character who cannot be respected or trusted? Here's your chance.
Well, I can't
What are
respect
you
people
sharing?
that call me a clown and a fool.
The question before you, Stephen.
Go ahead.
Let me calm down.
Yeah,
Okay, Jack.
calm down. Calm down a bit.
Well,
Take a
King
few deep
Stephen,
breaths,
Jack, what I want to say to Stephen is, I know he's farting and all that. As he said, that's he cares
Now
about
we-
administrative and executive branch of your brain has her own independent issues. Jeremy has his own independent issues.
That's what I've learned.
Someone is like to think, oh, maybe they don't know what they're doing. Most of them do know what the fuck they're doing. And that is, it's hard to understand how that could be so, but like they do.
Everyone does. Everyone knows what they're doing. They just may not have a conscious awareness of the knowing because minds are confused. This is why there's so many levels and depths to this topic. Well, and the topic that's in my mind right now is the patterns of the human mind that are shared by all of us, and how the human mind responds and kind of interacts with trauma. We live in a world where it could be said the devil has been ruling. Who are we going to let win? I suggest if we have a choice between the devil and Christ, well, we let Christ be our king. And if Christ is our king, then what is there to do? There is nothing to do but love one another and allow God's love to be moved through you. And as each of us walk through life with the peace, I wonder where I saw that talk. The Buddhist monks I was thinking of, right? These are the guys I'm talking about. This Walk for Peace. And they are on YouTube as well. Walk for Peace. These monks are walking every day. And the message they offer is walk with a mind full of peace. Every one of us can do that.
Yeah, I could do it better if you just ban this guy from the fucking. I don't know why, like you ban him from the studio. Like this would have been my take. I do this with Snafu, and I love Snafu, but it's like just.
He's talking about banning me. He's telling Jack to ban me. Truther Cop with that fucking Kermit annoying voice. He's a real weirdo. You're going to be sealed in here, Truther Cop. Don't you worry. You little demonic bitch.
The constant derogatory shit in the back. And he's only admitting like what he comes up here to do anyhow when he does that shit. So like he just needs a boot for like a year. I wouldn't like. I hated to do it to Snafu. It's fucking hard, but Snafu's time's almost up, and he's really coming around to me again. In that time, he's got like 2 months left of his sentence there, and he can come back up on my pants for a moment. But I'll probably find a reason to ban him again if I have to.
You brought up some great suggestions, and I agree with you. It really is. It's fascinating to me as well about how many times, how much kindness, forgiveness, how much I've tried, right? I've genuinely tried. And I guess I keep failing because these idiots want to see me as a failure. Steven and Snafu and Tommy.
Well, even if you were perfect, Jack, some retard's going to see you as a failure. So the hate's irrelevant, really. I move through it and just like and just ignore it. Like at a certain point, like with Luma Tommy, like he's got good points and shit, but like Steven is just, I don't know what his deal is, Mom. I don't know. I don't care to even just.
Oh, I don't have good points. You got bias against me. You're a fucking loser. You're a coward.
Like, I have no projections to make there. I don't care. I'd rather just talk.
And I guess I keep failing because these idiots want to see me as a failure. Steven and Snafu and Tommy.
Well, even if you were perfect, Jack, some retards.
You are a failure at life. You failed at everything. Your marriage, a house, your job with your son. You're a failure at everything, Jack Talcott. You beg for shekels every day on the internet. You're a failure at everything. But who's funding you? Who's paying your bills? Because somebody is funding you behind the scenes to pay your rent. Who's funding you?
Going to see you as a failure. So the hate's irrelevant, really. I move through it and just like, because and just ignore it. Like at a certain point, like with Lumen.
So flustered by me being there backstage. You're a fucking wimp, Truther Cop. You're a wimp. You're both cowards.
With Tommy, like he's got good points and shit, but like Steven is just, I don't know what his deal is, Mom. I don't know. I don't care to even discuss. Like, I have no projections to make there. I don't care. I'd rather just talk about something else than him.
Mm-hmm. I got it. Sorry, I was looking for something. This question or this comment from Ben. Things like the Walk for Peace remind me of things like a 10K for breast cancer. Don't get how the two things are related. Really, my understanding of the breast cancer, and different ones were different things. Some of them were actual fundraisers to try and raise money to donate to the things that were allegedly working to find solutions. But a hunger walk where kids were supposed to not eat while walking a few miles, gum up traffic all day. Well, in this case, what these guys are doing, it really is in some aspect for education. You might call it a publicity stunt, or you might call it an act of desperation. These guys leaving their monastery where they've still got, still have to have that maintained, and the bills got to be paid and whatever, but they're out there walking. So far they're on day 67, right? 67 days of walking all day, every day. Mostly camping outside, cold weather, rain, all this crap. They're not superhuman. They're just men devoted to raising awareness to peace. And in every community, they speak, they offer blessings, they share words of wisdom. I've been following more on Instagram than on YouTube, but the message from them, if we want peace on earth, guess where it's got to happen? With us. And guess what? That means that peace on earth can happen with us. That's actually pretty exciting, because if you can connect the dots to this conclusion, this very simple conclusion to follow, we are made to work together. And if we work together, we can help each other create the lives of our dreams. My dream is to find a way to be a voice for the voiceless, to help bring reason and compassion into the operations of our politics, our economics, and our religions. Seems that love has been lost and compassion is the key. Leslie, hi. You are a fascinating... I've kept you out of my name, out of my mouth for a while, but I notice you. You're just a dastardly gnat, an insect that flies around me with all
Oh
your...
God.
Huh?
Oh God, I don't know this one much. Oh, Nat. Good Lord.
I'm going to stop there. I'm going to stop there.
Jack, what about the mission? We got to focus on the vision here, man. We can't.
He's such a man of kindness and peace and forgiveness. But he isn't. He calls people fools, insects, disgusting. He calls people clowns. Calls people useless. He calls people all sorts of things. But people accept it. That's what they do.
Can't be dragged down by these nets. We got to swat at, dude. What the heck?
Thank you. That is
They're trying to cloud our vision and shit and get in our face because they're desperate to be seen. But you want to be a voice for the voiceless too. So also, it's like that's a difficult boundary, but like.
Brothers and sisters, praise God. Praise God. Holy cows, man. Holy cows. This is my life. I am the life guru, life coach, life roach. Golly geez. Golly geez. God is so awesome, man. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. This is real life. I love Polly. I love Polly. Paulina the slave. Paulina the slave. Golly geez, man. King Stephen owns me. King Stephen owns me. I bow down to the king. The Raven King owns me. I'm a little pissant. Little Jack Twackcott. I'm a little pissant. Filthy, filthy asshole. Filthy asshole. Skid mark. Golly jeez. Holy cows, man. Golly jeez. Holy cows, man. Baby. 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 Praise God. I'm Jack Twackcott. I'm the son of God. It's happening now. I'll end all wars. Cockroach cut. Wee little angry Jack. Psycho Jack. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Please be generous. Give me your shekels.
Like, there's no need to pay attention to the gnats flying in your face, man. Like,
Well, I know, but it is a weakness in me. When I see people being stupid, I don't know what it is, but I really want to help them see how stupid they're being for no other reason for them to stop, right? because I feel bad with the world filled with so many stupid people. And if stupid people just keep going on and nobody tells them they're stupid, how are they going to change? So Leslie, you're being stupid, lady, and you're welcome to click the link and discuss your claims, because you keep making all these claims like some, holy cows, man, I don't even know what to compare you to. But you're a little bit nuts, lady. You really are. And I'm pretty sure you and I have actually had conversations like Messenger or phone or something. I'm pretty sure you and I have talked like a couple of years ago. But you're just still here making these accusations and no evidence. No evidence is being shown. You hear something and you think you own it. You're confused, lady.
Hold on, Jack. You got to pause it there. From here on out, Leslie.
You hear something and you think you own it. You're confused, lady.
Hold on, Jack. You got to pause it there. From here on out, Leslie, it's $50 an hour if you need Jack's advice about how to live life. You know, she really wants it, clearly.
She's been looking for my attention for a while too. Well, Pink George Floyd, she claims she's upset of my plagiarism, but she's never actually come to me and said, Jack, this is what I see, I heard, connect the dots. She just thinks that what I'm saying is hers, but Floyd, the reality is the truth is the truth. She recognizes the truth from me, but it doesn't mean it comes from her, because she doesn't get my attention, Pink George Floyd. She's lying. And if you believe her, you believe in liars. So you're being tested.
And if you look at her most recent comment, she says, "Oh, please." She's begging for your help, Jack. She won't.
I know. And something, if I remember, she might be the one and she might not be, but she's done something in the YouTube settings where I can't even reply to her nonsense comments. I might be remembering her as someone else, but Leslie, hi, please. You know what? You can, yeah, right. Leslie, it's perfectly fine. Make claims, lie about Jack, though. And, that Floyd guy, Pink George Floyd, you're a fool too. And that was the other one. I'm just calling people out now.
Oh my God, Jack. This is where we spiral down into the fucking old loops of fucking 2022. When did we 2022 to like now? It's getting ridiculous. I've seen where we all know where this road goes.
Thank you guys. I'm gonna stop there.
Ben, join the fucking panel. I can't I don't. Somebody join this panel. Mitch was down in chat. Actually, I'd love to have a conversation. Mitch is actually doing activism, vism and with courts and shit. Really, he really always has been. He's a fascinating. He's a dick and an asshole or whatever, but he's actually doing what he can do with his limited resources, and that's honorable to me, man.
Yeah, I don't need to keep explaining myself to ignorant fools who don't want to actually understand.
No, it's a waste of breath. It's that's the whole point. Is you're on your roll, you're going forward, and you're moving forward, and all of a sudden they start throwing mud, and you feel like the need to engage. You can just keep walking, and whatever, it'll roll off you.
Well, this is the reality. What people don't understand, I could be wrong, but I doubt I am. God is fulfilling prophecies with us. The new kingdom is here and waiting for mankind to realize, to discover, to create. All the answers are here for all of humanity to prosper, to reform. We can do anything we want, but if we don't want to believe, that's where we stop. But see, I'm literally every day suggesting, right? Veterans for Peace. I am a veteran. I live for peace. I follow the way of Jesus. I think that's the way the world could be and should be if we unite together and we insist that it's time to change, right? The great experiment, the great hope of America started out one way, and clearly it got twisted and turned. But we can learn from the past. We can learn from the errors and the mistakes of the past, but it's time for an intervention. What's happening with the Federal Reserve money printing system and the escalation of conflicts, you know, the extrajudicial murder of persons beyond America, let alone within America. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? I know what I'm doing, and I've been inviting people to join me for what I want to do. So let me ask a question. This is a question I asked someone else earlier. If we, right, you being part of it, just as far as the wanting to be it, right? There's a group of, including me, there's a group that wants to speak with Donald Trump and the men and women of Congress. Real life, seriously, wants to get the attention so that we could have some conversations. One way or another, one can lead to the other, whether it's Donald Trump or men and women of Congress. So if you, the viewer, the listener, now or later, if you thought that it could be helpful, right? If you thought it could be helpful to discuss with not just Donald Trump, but the entire men and women of Congress, right? The entire government and the other state leaders through the world and corporate leaders and banking executives, we can talk to them all at once as human beings. That's my goal. And if you feel like that could be helpful and you'd like to at least see what might happen if we could do that, who do you know? Who might you know? Who can you think of who might want to help be a part of?
I'm not worthy of this. I'm a crackhead. I'm a traumatized person who traumatizes other people. I'm an atheist. I'm an orphan to suicide. Why? Why am I being bestowed with this level of grace? I don't even believe in God. How is this happening to me? And then I heard them chanting back to me, and they said, but you're worthy of all the love in the universe. You're worthy of all the love in the universe. And then there was this bright white flash, and in that moment, I was instantaneously healed out of day 3 of heroin withdrawal. Hi, my name's Betty Guadagno. I'm dialing in from Brooklyn, New York. I had a near-death-like experience in 2019, totally transformed my life, and so I'm going to take you on that journey with me. I'll start with the origin story. My life before my spiritual experience was trash. It was not a great life. I was immersed in drug addiction and poverty and prostitution, and I grew up in this chaotic environment when I was a child. My parents were both drug addicts. They died from their addiction in 2007. They intentionally overdosed with one another, which was a just tremendous trauma in my life. I found them after their suicide, and it was truly the most insane experience that you could ever imagine happening to you. In some way, I kind of understood what they were thinking because I know the horrors of active drug addiction. It's insane. It's really brutal. And I know they just couldn't go through that pain of withdrawal and not having enough money to pay the rent or take care of themselves or feed themselves. And they just couldn't do it for another month. And so they made this really permanent decision to a temporary problem. And it shaped the rest of my life. It completely warped my view on everything. And I became a militant atheist because the only thing that I knew about God, really, from growing up in a house full of addicts, where like the whole theme around life is it's all transactional love. Like, if you do this, I'll love you. If you clean your room, if you get good grades, if you whatever. So I didn't know anything about unconditional love. I definitely didn't know anything about God. And so the only thing I knew about God and suicide was that in the Bible, it says that you go to this place called the pit if you kill yourself. And so that sounded really bad. And so I thought that if I believed in God, then I would have to believe in this thing called the pit, and that I would have to believe that my parents suffered their whole human lives, and then they were also condemned to suffer for all of eternity, because this is what the Bible says about suicide. So I just stayed hidden from God, not only because of my parents' suicide, but also because my life sucked. And if I believed in God, maybe I have to stop living my life the way that I was, which was like medicating and sedating myself and causing tons of harm to other people. So before my experience, I was a ruthless abuser. After my parents' suicide, I was a traumatized person who wanted to traumatize other people. I wanted everyone to hurt as deeply and badly as I hurt. So that's what I did. I caused so much harm to other people. I really, truly did. I got all of my partners strung out on drugs. Any man that I could get to be with me, I would get them strung out on drugs because I thought that they would need me. And one of my boyfriends ended up dying. He overdosed. And after his death, I was so racked in guilt and shame that I made a deal with myself that I was going to do this insane amount of drugs. And if I didn't die, I would go get help. But I woke up and I did try to get help, but it didn't stick. And those last couple years of my active addiction, my life evaporated. I mean, I was a shell of a human being. And that's when I experienced my near-death-like experience. I overdosed in March of 2019 on March 23rd, which is actually the beginning of the season of Aries, which is the symbol of rebirth. So there's definitely some kind of profound symbolism in that for me, because it was a rebirth. And the first part of my experience was a life review. And like I shared, I caused a lot of harm in my life as a drug-addicted prostitute. I wouldn't just prostitute myself. I would manipulate other women. I would get them strung out on drugs, and I would prostitute them. And so all of their faces and their feelings and the ways that I made them feel came into my awareness in my life review. And it was like I was being tortured because I was actually experiencing the way that I made other people feel, and I did not make people feel good. And there wasn't really anything kind inside my life review. It was just a lot of harm that I had caused. And so I felt like I was drowning in an ocean of anguish, like maybe I was in hell. I thought I was dead because I was seeing dead people around me. I saw my parents. I knew that they were dead. It felt like there was this reel of my life going around, and I think I had heard something about a life review at some point in my life. So I thought, okay, I died. I did too many drugs and I died. And then I started to hear my father's voice. So then I really thought that I was dead because I was hearing my dead dad. And he was chanting, "You are worthy of all the love in the universe. You are worthy of all the love in the universe." And I didn't believe him, but I trusted his voice. And so I followed it. And that's when I landed in the light of my experience, which was very welcome and very different. Before I landed in the light, it felt like every cell in my body was being shredded apart. And then I landed in the light, and it felt like reunion and bliss and love and joy and home. Not home like where all your stuff is. A spiritual home that I don't have any adequate human words to explain to you what I mean when I say that. but it was just this intense sense of connection and safety and security. And my experience came across looking a lot like a video game. And I don't know if that's because of the generation that I'm born in or because we're living in a simulation or some combination of both of those things. But the first part of my light experience, I found myself on the deck of a spaceship. That's what it felt like anyway. It actually looked like the Gravitron ride from Carnivals, that big metal spinning disc that goes really fast and you slap yourself on the wall like a bad sticker and you can flip upside down. It felt like I came out of the side of one of those walls. And in the center of this huge ship was this beautiful column of white light. And you can call that light Christ consciousness or Krishna consciousness or Buddha. I think it's all the same thing, but it was definitely a higher consciousness, higher source of energy. And there was thousands of other souls all around me. And this beam of light was telling us that we were the most special volunteers. We were the bravest souls in all of the galaxy because we had volunteered to come to Earth for the Great Awakening. And I have no idea what the Great Awakening is, but I know that I'm a part of it. I don't have any idea what's going on around me, but I just have a deep, innate knowing that this is truth that I am receiving. I don't question it. I don't contemplate about it. I just know. This light is telling me I'm the bravest, most special volunteer. I'm here for the Great Awakening. I believe it. I'm on board. My awareness quickly shifts over to another scene after this download. Idea what's going on around me, but I just have a deep, innate knowing that this is truth that I am receiving. I don't question it. I don't contemplate about it. I just know. This light is telling me I'm the bravest, most special volunteer. I'm here for the Great Awakening. I believe it. I'm on board. My awareness quickly shifts over to another scene after this download, and I find myself in front of a table of beings. And it was like this really crappy plastic banquet hall folding table. It was nothing beautiful, nothing ornate, but there was this beautiful ornate book on top of this really crappy plastic table. And this book was the book of my life. And there were these 4 beings of light, and they were thumbing through the book, and they said, "It's really good to see you. This says that you're not meant to stay. You're just here for information. And so we're here to give you that information." And I'm like looking all around me. I'm like, you guys aren't talking to me, are you? Because I don't know where I am, but I am definitely staying. This place is like the Ritz. I'm loving it. And they just said, no, you're not meant to stay. You're only here for information. And then my awareness shifted over to another scene. And I found myself with a man. He was wearing a plaid blazer and a fedora. And he had this big empty grocery cart in front of him. And he said, "Let's pick your life." And he took me down the aisles of a spiritual supermarket, and lining the walls of the grocery store aisles were these gigantic cereal boxes. And every cereal box had a life experience on it. And I know that I'm coming to Earth for the Great Awakening as this little orb of light, this little soul. And so I'm like, well, let's do it. Great Awakening, here we come. And I start grabbing every cereal box that I can get my metaphorical hands on. There's no physical hands there, but like figurative hands. And I just start grabbing everything. And I mean, I grabbed really dense stuff. My family line had already been picked because there were certain things that I needed to experience. And so the family line had already been chosen. My parents were chosen. And so there were certain life experiences that were going to be demanded to be experienced because of the family that I was being born into, like childhood sexual trauma. That was one of the life experiences. It's an ancestral experience in this family line. And I was coming here to be the one to break all the generational curses. Yes, it's a very intense job. I don't know what I was thinking when I signed up for it, but I do know that I signed up for it. In this scene, it became so clear to me that every situation in my life that I had ever felt victimized by, and I had a long laundry list of things that I had felt victimized by in my life, every single one of them I had chosen for the evolvement of my soul. Now, my human mind cannot comprehend what the heck that means. Evolvement of my soul. Evolvement of my soul. Evolvement of my soul. Every situation in my life that I had ever felt victimized by, and I had a long laundry list of things that I had felt victimized by in my life, every single one of them I had chosen for the evolvement of my soul. My life that I had ever felt victimized by, and I had a long laundry list of things that I had felt victimized by in my life. Every single one of them I had chosen for the evolvement of my soul. Now, my human mind cannot comprehend what the heck that means. How could picking a life experience like getting molested as a kid evolve me as a soul? I don't have some great one-liner answer for it. I just know that it's truth. I know that I picked these things. I have autonomy in my experience. I'm not a victim to the world around me. I am a divine co-creator of my reality. So I'm downloaded with this understanding. Victim mentality, the shackles of shame and guilt have been cracked off of me. I go back in front of the table of beings, and I'm so thankful. I'm down on my knees. This is the information I've been looking for my whole life. Thank you so much for this. I've been waiting for this. Everything makes so much sense now. I'm still not going to go back to Earth because that place is a total dumpster fire, but I am like so thrilled to know that I am in charge of my destiny. I'm going to stay here. I'll watch this great awakening show right here from the comfort of my own home. I'm going to go grab my PJs and a bowl of popcorn. I'll just like stream it. What's your streaming service? Is it like Earth TV or something? Can I borrow somebody's password? And I'm just like ready to stay put in this space. I'm really very resistant to the idea of leaving. And again, they tell me that I am leaving. I am not allowed to stay there. And I transformed into a small child and I said, but you guys don't tell us what Earth is actually like. It is so hard. It's so much harder than you told me it was going to be, and I can't do it. And they told me that I say that every time I go back there, and that I've been coming back and forth from hard. It's so much harder. And I transformed into a small child, and I said, but you guys don't tell us what Earth is actually like. It is so hard. It's so much harder than you told me it was going to be, and I can't do it. And they told me that I say that every time I go back there, and that I've been coming back and forth from Earth and reincarnating and going over and over again to play this game that we call life here thousands of times. I've been doing this ever since Earth has existed. I'm leaving. I am not allowed to stay there. And I transformed into a small child and I said, but you guys don't tell us what Earth is actually like. It is so hard. It's so much harder than you told me it was going to be, and I can't do it. And they told me that I say that every time I go back there, and that I've been coming back and forth from Earth and reincarnating and going over and over again to play this game that we call life here thousands of times. I've been doing this ever since Earth has existed. And that every time I forget, and they told me that the first part of my life was boot camp. And nobody likes boot camp, right? What's happening in boot camp? You're like doing 1,000 push-ups in the mud. There's a bald guy screaming in your face. It's raining sideways. It's cold. You're homesick. It's the worst. But they told me that the second part of my life was going to be carrying out my divine mission. That I was going to have soulmates and mentors and teachers and communities. And that it was going to be so much different. And all I had to do was trust them. And I was like, but I do not trust you guys. You have given me 0 reasons to trust you. I will not trust you. Anyway, I just thought that this whole thing was drug-induced psychosis. After this experience, I started to have my awareness sift back into my body. They told me that it was either get reborn as a baby or go back into the body that I came from. And so I decided that I was going to go back into the body that I came from because I could not imagine doing it from 0. There was no way that I was going to be able to do that. And so when I woke up on my bathroom floor, I sat up, I shook my head, and I was like, whoa, that was crazy. I was so high that I thought I was talking to God. I was so high that I thought I designed my life. What a joke. That's crazy. And I just went about my life doing the same thing that I had always done. I went right back to prostituting myself, right back to using drugs, right back to the same ritual and routine that I had been doing, which is like lying, stealing, cheating, conniving, getting money, buying drugs, using drugs, and then again, rinse and repeat. And that was my whole life. And so I went right back to it until the universe stepped in this very loud way and said that that was not going to be my path anymore, that my path had been chosen in a different direction now. And all of these crazy, strange synchronicities started to happen in my life. Like all my drug dealers decided on the very same day to change their lives and stop selling drugs. I'm talking about like 10 different guys who did not know each other. Like I had this list of guys that I would call when I needed drugs. And I call up my main dealer, a man that I had been dealing with every day for 10 years, a whole decade of my life. I talked to this guy every single day. And I call him and he's like, listen, lose my number. I'm out of the game. I found Jesus and I want to be a good dad. Click, hangs up on me, blocks me. 10-year relationship with this man. And I'm blocked. Just like that. So I'm like, okay, that's so weird. Let me call up the next guy. Next guy, mirrored story. Same exact words, but these guys don't know each other. It was divine intervention. So then I had no way to get what I needed. And I had a physical dependency to heroin. So like I really needed to get what I needed to get. And I found myself going through withdrawal because even if I tried to buy drugs on the street, they wouldn't work, or they'd be like a hole in my pocket and they'd fall out on my way home, or it would start raining and they would get wet. Like everything that could happen to make me not able to keep going down that path was happening. And I was going through withdrawal and I was just welcoming death. I mean, withdrawal is an agony that no one should ever have to experience. It is pain on top of pain on top of pain. It is emotional, physical, spiritual pain. It is so much. And I had this experience where I was instantaneously healed out of heroin withdrawal. I had this moment where I heard this voice and it told me that I could request what I wanted fixed. And I was in the throes of desperation. So I was like, okay, strange voice, I want to no longer be addicted to heroin. Help. And they told me to count backwards from 10. And as I did, these two little men appeared in my mind's eye. And they had these white lab coats and they had these little lawnmowers. And I watched these men take off in separate directions. And they walked through every crevice of my mind. And as they did, all of these intense hot tingles started to take over the crown of my head. And then there was this bright white flash. And in that moment, I was instantaneously healed out of day 3 of heroin withdrawal. It was that was divine intervention at its fullest. And I just kept screaming out loud as this healing had taken place. I said, I'm not worthy of this. I'm not worthy of this. I'm a crackhead. I'm a prostitute. I'm a traumatized person who traumatizes other people. I'm an atheist. I'm an orphan to suicide. Why? Why am I being bestowed with this level of grace? I don't even believe in God. How is this happening to me? And I just kept saying, I'm not worthy of this. I'm not worthy of this. And then I heard them chanting back to me and they said, but you're worthy of all the love in the universe. You're worthy of all the love in the universe. And after that happened, I literally thought that I was Jesus reincarnated because I just had no grounding in what all of this meant. So I thought, well, I've been healed, so I can heal other people. And I was going out on the streets of New York City where I live, and I was laying my hands on homeless drug addicts, telling them that I had the power to heal them. I was preaching and proselytizing, and I didn't know anything about God. So all I was screaming at people was, don't use drugs, don't eat McDonald's, it's all poison. And I mean, I was just a total cuckoo banana bird. I was really out of my mind. I had no foundation, no integration, no idea what was going on with me. And I found myself sitting on a train one day trying to preach to the masses. But there was nobody in the train car, which was crazy because it was the middle of the day in New York City, and there's 9 million people that live here. So it was very strange that there was nobody in the train. And then all of a sudden, the train doors opened and a man stepped inside and he sat directly across from me, even though the whole train car was empty. And around his neck was this big blinged out emblem for a 12-step fellowship. And I heard this voice in my head and it said, "That's your path. Follow him to a meeting." And so I asked this strange man on the train if he happened to be going to a meeting. And guess what? He was on his way to one and he took me with him. And so in the meeting, they told me that I had to make meetings every day, that I use drugs every day. And so now I got to make meetings every day. And so I just listened to what they said. I took every word that I was hearing as a word directly from source to my ears. So the next day I went to another meeting. It was a women's meeting. And I looked destroyed when all of this was happening. I did not look the way that I look now. At this point in time, I was missing most of my teeth. These are paid for. Thank you, Spiritual Awakening. I had these huge holes all over my face and my arms because every time that I got high, I thought that bugs lived inside of me. And so I would rip my skin open with razor blades and I would burn myself with lighters and torches trying to get the bugs out of my skin. And so when I walked into this women's meeting, it was painfully obvious that I was new. And as I walked through, this woman came up to me and she grabbed me and she hugged me so tight. And I hadn't been touched in a loving way in a really long time. So it kind of grossed me out. It made me recoil a little. And then she leaned in and she whispered in my ear and she said, "You are worthy of all the love in the universe. You are worthy of all the love in the universe." It was like the same message that I had been hearing all throughout this journey, but now it was coming out of an actual human being's mouth. It wasn't some voice inside my head. It wasn't some drug-induced psychosis, some hallucination. This was a real person. And I didn't think that I was worthy of all the love in the universe, but I thought for 1 second, maybe I'm worth more than drug addiction and poverty and prostitution and degradation and dereliction. Maybe I am. And so that was really my deepest moment of surrender. I surrendered to the flow of awakening. I surrendered to the flow of recovery, and I learned how to be a new person. I went into an inpatient facility. I stayed there for 1.5 years. I had no idea how to do anything without being high first. I didn't even know how to wake up and brush my one good tooth without being high first. I had to learn how to be a person all over again. And I had to learn how to be a person in spiritual awareness. And my integration process was messy. Like this story sounds really cool and beautiful, but it was psychotic when it was happening. It was not, it didn't feel like it flowed at all. It felt very clunky. And during my integration, I found A Course in Miracles, which is a metaphysical text. It's a channeled message from Jesus. And it's a mind training program. It's a reprogramming book. It's not like a novel that you sit down and read for fun. This is a book that has completely transformed my being. And thanks to A Course in Miracles and all of the other spiritual texts that I read and devoured in this process, I've been able to construct a really beautiful foundation in spirituality for myself. I don't think that there's any one right thing. I think that there's truth in everything. And so I get to cherry pick all of these things that I like and design my own sense of spirituality around it. A big part of my integration has also been community. I love community, okay? I realized that I came here in a tribe of souls, and I really wanted to find my soul family throughout this process. But then I thought about the fact that when Earth first was a thing, we lived in these tribes of people. And now all of a sudden in reality, we're all very separated from each other and we don't really depend on each other very much. But I've learned in my process that I need other people. If I'm by myself, I'm in bad company. I'm the person who got me into the mess to begin with. So I need other people. I can't see dirt behind my own ear. I need other people to help me to grow and evolve and to trigger me and to lift me up and to empower me and to congratulate me and to affirm me and all the things. And so I'm a really big proponent for community, and I've created one of my own. because I couldn't find exactly what I was looking for. So I just said, let me just build it instead of continuing to search for it. And I love it. You know, we like have meetups in person, we meet online, we do retreats, and my life is so profoundly different. And it's not because I had this really spiritually transformative experience. It's because every day I make a conscious decision to live righteously. I spent my whole life living as, just this little earth-dwelling caterpillar rolling around in the mud. I had no idea that one day I was going to bloom into this beautiful butterfly. And you are worthy of all the love in the universe. You really, really, truly are. I don't think that anybody understands what that actually means. I don't even really understand what it means, but I keep hearing it over and over and over again. But you truly are so worthy. I wish everyone knew how big and bold and brave we're supposed to be. And I'll just leave you with this. You used to be a sperm inside of a testicle. And now you are a living, breathing, walking human being, experiencing emotions, other people, and the world around you. Okay, dream bigger. You used to be a sperm inside of a testicle. And now you used to be a sperm inside of a testicle. And now you are a living, breathing, walking human being, experiencing emotions, other people, and the world around you. Okay, dream bigger. The universe is not on a budget. You are a fucking miracle. It's a miracle that we exist, a real, true miracle. You're not supposed to play it small. You're not meant to live in fear. We're meant to live in faith and in love. And so whatever you need to do to empower yourself to get there, please do it. You are so worthy.
And the surgeon comes in and he gives us the rundown for the surgery. And then he says to me, in 1 year, you're going to be back on the mound throwing harder than ever. And he says, in 2 years, you're going to be a first-round draft pick. And in 3 years, you're going to be playing in the big leagues. You know, I watched my heartbeat monitor go from beep, beep, beep to beep. I'm in this place that is just the most magical place I could ever have described. And he said, you have a great purpose to serve, Bubba. And if I grant you this second chance, you need to make sure you serve that purpose and give everything you have to that purpose. From that moment on, nothing's ever been the same. My name is Bubba Herrick. I am a resident of Florida, and that's where my story starts, in Jacksonville, Florida. I was 19 years old playing baseball at Jacksonville University. It was my freshman year, and I went in with really high expectations. I was a pretty good pitcher, on track to kind of play the game for a long time. I was just starting to make a name for myself in the game of baseball, and got on campus my freshman year, had this nagging injury that I just didn't think would affect me for some reason. For whatever reason, I thought I was, because I was the guy who did everything the right way. I went to class on time. I treated people well. I didn't drink. I didn't party. I was just, kind of a straight-nosed, hard-nosed guy. And maybe it was naive of me to think that nothing bad could ever happen to me, but that injury ended up worsening and turning into what's called torn UCL. I tore the most infamous ligament in all of baseball. UCL, ulnar collateral ligament, basically just a tear right here in the elbow. You can maybe even see the scar there. But yeah, so it led me to going into the operating under the knife. I was getting an operation for the torn UCL. It's called Tommy John surgery. It's kind of the most infamous surgery in all of sports. Every pitcher gets it. It's kind of like a rite of passage almost. And the narrative around the surgery was that of almost like folklore. It was, you go in, you get the surgery, it's a black and white process, and then you come back throwing harder than ever. So I was devastated that I got injured, but at the same time, I was excited because I got to be a part of this cool club that everybody else was involved in baseball, and I expected to come back really strong. So the day before my surgery comes, and the nurse is asking me all these questions to make sure that I'm, able to be operated on. And it was a pretty, straightforward process. It's supposed to be in and out 10 minutes. And she got to she started asking me the questions, weight, height, are you on medications, all that stuff. And then she got to this question where she asked me, are you allergic to anything that could potentially complicate the surgery? Are you allergic to anesthesia? Anything that, might actually make this complicated? And for whatever reason, when she asked that question, I just got this pit in my stomach. And it was just like, whoa, what? I feel like we should know the answer to that question. I'd never had surgery up until that point, so I didn't know the answer. And I wanted to express, I don't know, but for whatever reason, that caused a pit in my stomach. Instead, I replied, no, I don't think so. I don't think I'm allergic to anything that could complicate the surgery. So I was already a little bit spooked going into the surgery, but the next day comes, and it's about 5 a.m. And, my mom's standing to my left. I'm on my hospital bed, hooked up to all these IV machines. I got the heartbeat monitor to my left too. And the surgeon comes in, and he gives us the rundown for the surgery. He says, Mom, Bubba, here's how this is going to work. We're going to put the anesthesia through your IV. By the time we wheel you from where we are now in the operating room, or the pre-operating room rather, to the operating room, you're going to be unconscious and under anesthesia. You're not going to feel anything. And then he says to me, in 1 year, you're going to be back on the mound throwing harder than ever. And he says, in 2 years, you're going to be a first-round draft pick. And in 3 years, you're going to be playing in the big leagues. And I was like, well, I feel a little bit better about this surgery now that you're kind of giving me this reassurance. So he looks to my mom and dismisses her out of the room. But before he does so, I look to my left, right here like I'm doing, and I say, Mom, I love you. Be strong. My mom was so nervous about the surgery because I was her baby, and I am her baby. And I was going under the knife. And I said, Mom, I love you. I'll see you in an hour. She says, I love you, baby. And then she dismisses herself from the room. So the doctor does what he says. He puts the anesthesia in my IV. He wheels me to the operating room just like he said. And I have my eyes closed, and I'm just waiting for this anesthesia to hit me. And he said that when we got to the operating room, it was going to. But when we got there, I was still fully conscious and fully awake. And I was like, well, should I say something? Like maybe the anesthesia hasn't hit me yet. Like they've done this thousands of times by now. I'm sure it's fine. And I'm laying there, and it's kind of like where what's going on around you. Even when your eyes are closed, you can just kind of feel it. So I'm in this operating room. I'm on the operating table now, and I feel these doctors. I hear them, and I feel them, getting ready for the surgery. And then I hear them confirm, like with one another, are you ready to operate? I'm ready to operate. Let's operate on this kid. And I'm getting nervous at this point because I'm like, well, I'm not under this anesthesia. What's about to happen? Either they're going to cut into me or I've got to say something. But at the same time, I didn't want to say anything. It felt like I almost couldn't, like this was happening exactly how it was supposed to happen. It was the strangest thing. So as they're inching closer to my elbow with the scalpel, they start to pull back. And I let this, deep exhale of relief, like, oh my gosh, okay, they must know I need more anesthesia. But that wasn't the case. The doctors in the room, their breath sped up, and I felt this energetic shift in the room from, that of let's operate on this kid and get him back on the field to, oh my gosh, like something's seriously wrong here. So it felt like time just stopped. I don't really recall a lot of what happened from them pulling back and me feeling like, oh my gosh, they know I need more anesthesia, to then the feeling of something's wrong. And then the next thing I remember, I heard them say, hurry, we got to save this kid. And then I was just floating above the scene, and I watched from above as if there were like a glass panel separating me from my body on the operating table. And I watched my body turn, like a bruise like purple and then a corpse like white. And, I watched my heartbeat monitor go from beep, beep, beep to beep, just one complete flat line from above. And, I ended up having an allergic reaction to the anesthesia. Going back to that nurse that asked me the question, I got that pit in my stomach. I was allergic to a component of the anesthesia called Ancef. And my heart stopped on the table. I went into anaphylactic shock. And all of a sudden, I'm in this place. I just watched myself die on the operating table. And I'm in this place that is just the most magical place I could ever have described. But at first, I didn't get a lot of time to spend in this place because immediately I was shuttled into this life review. It was like there was a 360-degree panoramic screen where I was the observer of the movie that was playing my life review. It kind of like showed like a movie a little bit. But at the same time, I was in the movie. So I was watching it, but I was also experiencing it at the same time. And, not only was I experiencing it from my own perspective, but I was also experiencing it from the perspective of the others involved in every scene that showed. And, I got to see every moment of my life and experience every moment of my life from the time that I was, my earliest memory playing baseball with myself in the backyard, pretending like I was pitching in, the big leagues against Albert Pujols and, just imagining and dreaming. I got to re-experience those types of memories, but, the theme of my life review was not exactly positive, and it wasn't exactly distressing either. It was just kind of a neutral, all-knowing truth of this is the objective view of your life. So I got to see, moments of my life that I wasn't exactly proud of. I battled addiction as a young kid, and I battled having to view my life like I was a part of the first generation that got to experience social media. So I got to see all the time I spent on social media instead of interacting with the people that I cared about and loved. And, I got to re-experience the kind of traumatic things that I had gone through as a kid that I never exactly forgave myself or the others that were involved in. And I got to just see all the time that I wasted and all the kind of potential that I left untapped as a young athlete, where I maybe could have applied myself more. At the end of my life review, it felt like it lasted forever, but at the end of it, I felt this overwhelming regret and this longing for a second chance. I had watched my life from a bird's eye view, and it left me with the question, like, is that it? Like, is that all you did with your life? You wasted all that time, and you have all of these wounds left unhealed, and all of these I love yous and I'm sorry's left unsaid, and you never forgave your family. You never forgave the people that you love and care about. And most importantly, you never forgave yourself. And, at the end of my life review, I was just so angry and just longing for this second chance, but there was no time left to fix any of it. So, after my life review ended, I was just begging God. I was like, God, please give me a second chance. God, please give me a second chance. Like, I'll do anything for the second chance. And, I didn't hear any response from God. So eventually I just let go. And I was like, you know what? All right. That's the reality of how my life ended. So, I surrendered. Just take me into whatever's next. And as soon as I said the words, I surrender, I was shuttled into this different place, but it was a part of the same thing. And it was the most beautiful, overwhelming, unconditional love I had ever experienced in my life. It was as if I was looking at the outside world from the perspective of the inside of the purest diamond in the universe. It was just this most magnificent place. Time didn't exist in this place. In fact, it felt like me and time were the same thing. It was so overwhelmingly fascinating. And what stood out about this place was that I was supposed to be dead, but I felt more alive than I had ever felt in my entire life. And it felt like my true home. Like when I was shuttled into this place, immediately I just felt like I was home, like I belonged for the first time in my life. And I'm in this place for what feels like an eternity. Time doesn't exist, so I don't exactly know how long I was there. But all of a sudden this strange figure appears, and it appears in the distance at first, and it appears like a silhouette, and I see this glossy, shiny, bald head, and then I see this beautiful, radiant smile, and I knew that this person was familiar, and suddenly this person approaches me and passes me a basketball. And as soon as this person passes me the basketball, I recognize the person. It was my stepdad, who had passed away a couple years prior to my near-death experience. And what's interesting about this is the basketball game that we had, played in this place was a recreation of an exact moment that I had just witnessed in my life review moments ago, or eternity ago. I'm not sure, but I had seen this beautiful basketball game in my life review, and I got to replay this basketball game. And it was a special basketball game because my father and mother's relationship ended when I was 8 years old, and it was my relationship with father figures in general was pretty rocky. Mike, my stepdad, was his name. He came into the picture when I was a kid, around 12 years old, and he just seemed to be the saving grace of our family. And this basketball game that he had played with me in real life when I was 12 years old, it always stuck with me. It stuck with me throughout the rest of my life because I had never been shown that type of love from a father figure. He was a nurturer and just a caring and genuine person. So now in my near-death experience, I got to replay the same game with him, the game that just meant so much to me. So we play the same game back and forth for what feels like forever. And then all of a sudden after the game, Mike kind of takes a step back and his tone changes. The game was full of loving, competitive, but like not overly egotistical competitive. It was just like a fun competitive environment where it was a bond. But after the game, when he stepped back, his tone changed from that loving kind of energy to more fatherly, like stern, firm. And he was like, all right, he wasn't talking, by the way, like neither of us were talking. We were communicating almost telepathically. We both knew what one another was kind of saying. But if he were able to talk, he would have said something like, all right, let's cut the crap. Like, you're here for a reason. I'm here for a reason. Let's talk about it. And he said, I've been sent here to offer you something. He said, I know how badly after your life review, you wanted a second chance. He said, I know the regret that you felt and the anger and the disappointment. And I know the longing that you had to do right by yourself, to go make the wrongs right. And then he says to me, I've been sent here to offer you that second chance. But if I do so, the next time you die, you need to make sure you're ready for it. And he said, you have a great purpose to serve, Bubba. And if I grant you this second chance, you need to make sure you serve that purpose and give everything you have to that purpose. And, I didn't want to go back to the life. Like I was past that at this point. I had surrendered. I was in this beautiful place. I didn't want to go back, but, for whatever reason, it just felt like I had to. It just felt like I had to. So, eventually Mike and I went our separate ways. I thanked him and I said, I love you. And I said, I'll see you soon. And, he vanished and I was back in this almost like purgatory type place where it felt like I was on the second story of a house and the floor was made of glass and I could see what was happening on the first story. And this was my, body on the operating table. And this is where I was on the other side. And I watched as they shot me with the shot that saved my life. And I woke up on the operating table and immediately I was just in shambles and I was like throwing punches at the doctors because I had no idea what had happened and I wanted to go back to this place. It all happened so fast. And then I woke up on the table and from that moment on, nothing's ever been the same. It completely changed me. My mom eventually came, and by my bedside while I was staying overnight in the hospital. And I told her the story and immediately she laughed it off. She attributed it to the drugs, like any logical, reasonable person would. It's like, no way. So she recalled the whole thing to the nurse. And my mom told it in a joking fashion, like, nah, haha, he told me this, my son's just being silly. And the nurse actually kind of checked her a little bit and said, "Ma'am, I've seen this before. These are called near-death experiences. Like, I don't believe your son is making any of this up. I don't believe it's the drugs talking. I've heard this a lot. You should look into them." So I overheard that, and I was fully conscious and aware, even though I was on all those drugs. I was like, near-death experiences, I should look into them. So eventually, they sent me back home. I went through all this allergy testing to find out what I was allergic to, and I got my surgery and went back to life as normal. And I kind of just left this experience in the past, because when I heard my mom kind of downplay the experience, I did so too. Naturally, I was like, no, you know what? She's right. Like, that didn't happen to me. No way. Part of that was just because if I were to accept the reality of that experience, I would actually have to change everything about my life. And that was completely overwhelming at 19 years old. So I brushed it off, and I went back to playing baseball, and I tried to just live life normally. But while I tried to go back to playing baseball, I ended up actually hurting myself, the same ligament that I tore 10 months into my rehabilitation process. So I had to start my rehab process back from the beginning. And when I did that, I started journaling, because I missed playing so much, and there was just something off about me. I didn't want to play baseball anymore. I didn't have fun going to the field anymore. I wanted to journal. I wanted to figure out what was happening to me. Eventually, I came to the conclusion a couple years after my near-death experience that, oh my gosh, this actually happened to me, and I will never, ever be the same after this experience. So I kind of embraced that and accepted it. But it wasn't easy at all, because accepting that I had the near-death experience was also accepting the fact that Mike, my stepdad, had told me I had a great purpose I had to serve, and that the next time I died, I had to be ready for it. I went on this search for my soul. I was just like, okay, well, the old me is no longer functioning. Like, the old system of how I was living, it no longer works. So I need something new. But in order to do that, like, I had to let go of everything that didn't work anymore. So I eventually retired from baseball. I needed space. I was also experiencing at the same time, it was changing my relationships as well, because I was changing. You know, I was the typical egotistical athlete, and I was always kind of like puffing my chest out and measuring my quote success against other people's. And my relationships were built around that version of me, you know? And after I'd come to all these realizations, I realized, like, oh my gosh, these relationships were built upon something that's no longer real. So it had a really, really strong effect on my personal relationships with my family, which eventually led to me having a small falling out with my family, which everything's okay now. But as a result of that small falling out, I ended up selling everything I had, moving across the country. I had to, and moving into my car, just to like give myself the time and space to feel what I was feeling, and to grieve, and to come to grips with the fact that I could never look back after this experience. I would talk to my friends and family about the experience. I talked to a therapist about the experience, and no one could relate. But I had seen it take me a couple years, but eventually I looked into NVEs on YouTube. It was just like a light bulb went off. It was like, oh my gosh, I'm not alone in this experience, and other people have felt this way before, and other people have had falling outs with their families, and you know, their lives have changed and all of that. So I saw, by looking into near-death experiences on the internet, that there was a conference called the IONS Conference. All of these people who had the same experiences as me, and I was so fascinated by that. A friend of mine, my best friend, knew that I was struggling so bad, and he knew that the conference was coming up, and he said, hey man, how much do you really want to heal from this experience and grieve this experience? And I was like, it means everything to me. Like, I have to. So he said, well, the conference is in Arizona. You won't be able to afford your rent at the same time as going to the conference, because the conference was at a hotel and it was expensive and all that. And he was like, well, I'll help you build a bed in your car. You'll move into your car and you'll drive out to Arizona to meet these people. I ended up getting to the IONS conference, and I had a moment with this gentleman named Chase DeMaio. And at the end of his talk, he opened the floor for questions. And I was not intending to talk to anyone or speak at all, but something just took over me, and I went up to the podium And I was the last person to speak, and he made time for me to speak. And I asked him, I said, hey, I've experienced all of these after effects. Like, I've had a falling out with my family. I don't know who I am anymore, all this stuff. And I asked him, have you experienced that? And you could feel that in the room, other people were also wanting to ask that same question. So it was almost like I had asked our question, not just my question, you know? And his answer was, yes, I would look up to the sky and I would ask God, why did you bring me back? Why did you give me the second chance? But, and then he said, you know, you're not alone in that. And everybody else in this room, you're not alone in that. And from that moment, I just felt so much closure with that experience. And I finally felt like I was able to move past it. So while I was in my car out in Arizona, I was planning to just keep traveling, but I kept getting these calls from, you know, these former teammates and players and young men like myself. You could call them Generation Z men. And I kept getting these calls from them, and they're like, hey, I'm dealing with performance anxiety, and I'm really struggling to balance my schoolwork, and I'm struggling with this addiction, and social media has me crippled, and, you know, everything that I had gone through. And in my head, I'm like, well, why are you guys calling me? Like, I'm living in my car. Surely there's someone more qualified to kind of do this work and help you guys. But the calls kept coming, and I felt compelled to help. So I ended up calling a friend of mine who was back in Florida, and I said, hey man, I'm getting all these calls. I need to do something about this. He was like, yeah, me too. So let's do something. So he's the owner of this baseball training facility called Martin Pitching Performance, where he helps people pitch better, helps athletes pitch better. And he suggested that my role would be perfect for these athletes because it would be like a mental performance type of role where I'd help them not only achieve success on the field, but more importantly, become in tune with who they are and not identify with their, you know, identity as just an athlete. And there's more to them than just the athlete. So it was just a perfect storm. The story ended so perfectly that I ended up coming back to Florida, and that's where I'm at now, is in our baseball facility that we have opened. And it's just been the craziest journey, Mo. I wish that me sharing the story with you here right now could do the feeling justice of just how impactful it's been for me.
Told her I saw Penny, and I played with Penny, and I said, Penny told me to tell you that she loved you. And her mom absolutely flipped out. And it was later that she told me that the nurse quit. She quit right on the spot, that freaked her out so much. But her daughter's name was Penny. She had the little chip on her tooth, and she had drowned ice skating sometime long before, and I described her perfectly. And hopefully that it's infinite wisdom knew that the message, which may have come at a shock at the time, was the healing grace that she needed to know that her daughter was okay. Hello, my name is David Parker. I'm a registered nurse. I'm 71 years old, and I'm still working as a hospice nurse. I've been a registered nurse for 45 years. And I've been a nurse because that's just who I am. I give credit to being a nurse, and especially being a hospice nurse, probably due to a near-death experience I had as a child that had a big impact on me back then when I was 5, 6 years old, and still has a big impact on my life all these years. When I was a child, we lived on a farm. I was around a lot of farm animals. Then I had developed a lung infection, and I was in and out of a hospital frequently. And as the lung infection developed, I was in the hospital longer and longer periods of time. It finally came down to it. I was almost in the hospital as long as I was out of the hospital. And I would stay in there sometimes several weeks at a time, come home for a week or two, and then go back into the hospital. And finally, my lungs were just covered with scar tissue, and I could barely breathe. And the physicians were very concerned that as I grew up, scar tissue didn't grow. And they were concerned that as I grew, and actually normal healthy cells grow, scar tissue wouldn't grow. Would I live to grow up? So my mom was a school teacher, and she quit work and stayed home and tutored me at home. And when I'd go to the hospital, she would come and stay with me. She became friends with many of the nurses that cared for me. So one day, something again went very, very wrong. And I remember being in the hospital bed. Back then, when you needed oxygen, now they just have little nasal cannulas that pump the oxygen into your nose. Back then, they would cover the beds, put the side rails up, and cover the beds with plastic, and they would just pump oxygen completely into the whole bed, and make a tent, an oxygen tent. And all the nurses and doctors and everything were coming up. Something went wrong with me. And they were working on me and needles and stuff. Something happened. I remember the panic and all the hands and the faces coming into the bed working on me, pumping and compressions. It was very painful. And then just suddenly the pain stopped. And I just got up out of the bed. And I walked right through everybody. It was just simple. I just got up and walked right through their bodies, walked right through the room, walked right out the door and right into the hallway. I knew the hospital totally. I had been there, 3 years, half of 3 years over all that time. And I walked down the hallway, and it was an older hospital. And it had very wide hallways and very tall ceilings. And, there would be patients walking by and nurses pushing patients in wheelchairs. Just, I would just see it normally. But, as you would normally see people just walking in the hallways. But in the hallway, something I had never seen before, it was like this massive ball of people. And they weren't clothed. There wasn't anything sexual going on. But it was probably a couple hundred people. And they looked kind of off-whitish. Kind of like if you saw a drawing of a ghost. It looked kind of like that. It was men and women. They looked almost like pen and ink drawings. And solid and three-dimensional. But they were swirling in and out of each other, tight arms and legs and faces and heads and mouths and like, where someone's arm would be here, someone else's leg or their thigh or their head would be coming through, just swirling in and out and tight. And when a head would come out, the head would just like stretch back and the mouth would just stretch ungodly open. It was like it was people with no bones. with just writhing and stretching. And I didn't feel fear from them. I didn't feel pain, but they certainly did look miserable. And, on the farm sometimes we would see a ball of snakes. I don't know what the snakes were doing, but they would just be a massive snake swirling around. That's exactly what these things look like. These beings look like humans. And just tightly woven together, hundreds and hundreds of them. And it was as tall as the floor to ceiling of the hospital and as wide as from one wall to another. And the people, the physical people that were walking there, the visitors and the nurses, were walking right through them. They didn't see them at all. And I could see it clear as day. And I just stood there staring at it. And it's interesting, this is the first time I ever saw it. But later on in my career, my 45 years as a nurse, I saw it 6 more times while I was at work. And I'll bring that up later on. So, as I was standing there just staring at it, I was in awe. Of course, I'm a kid. And it's like, well, this is like really cool. To a kid, it was like, wow, wonder what this is. And pretty soon, this little girl comes up to me from my left. And this little dark hair, cute little kid, comes up and says, hey, you want to go play with me? I'm thinking, well, sure. Yeah, let's go play. So we go off to the left and we go out a door and there's no door there. And you go out the door, and then there was like this pasture, beautiful pasture. It was a sunny day. There was like this, field and a playground. And there's no playground there when you go out that part of the physical hospital. But when with her, we went out there, and there was a playground. There was jungle gym, and there were swings, and there was a maypole. I had never seen a maypole before, but later on when I described it to my mom, she told me what it was. I'd never seen one. And there was big bouncy balls, and some kids were bouncing the balls, and I could hear them, when they bounced them, the sound of bouncy balls. And we started playing. We started bouncing balls, and we got our teeter-totters, and we played with the teeter-totters, and you could feel the physical sensation, when you bounce and you hit on the ground and you bounce. And it had all the physical sensations of playing on those toys. And, you hit the ground and you giggle, and she would giggle, and then it was my turn to hit the ground. I would giggle. We had a blast. And we did the maypole, which, wasn't a whole lot of fun, but we had a good time. And we bounced the balls, and we were playing, and it was bright, but there was no heat. It was a very comfortable temperature. I had a really good time. And then she came up to me and she says, we can play a little bit longer, but you can't stay here. And I thought, well, darn it, I'm having a good time. I'd love to stay here. It beats being sick back in that bed. But, I thought, okay. And she says, my name's Penny. And, I want you to do something for me. And I said, well, sure, what? She says, I want you to tell. She says, I want you to tell my mom I love her. And I thought, well, sure, can't you tell her you love her? But, you tell her. I thought, okay. And, we went ahead and played for a while, and pretty soon, it was just like this feeling of going back, and that I was back in my bed, I was back in my body, and whatever the emergency was, it was over. There was a few people over me, and everybody else was gone, and they put the plastic back over me, and they were pumping the oxygen in, and pretty soon my mom came in and sat with me, and the emergency was done. So that evening at shift change, the night nurse came in, and it was this nurse, and I just instinctively knew that was this little girl's mom. And she had told me her name was Penny. and she had worn this little pinafore, little striped pinafore, a cute little outfit. She had chip in her tooth, and her hair she had the thickest hair, and it was pulled back and it was braided it has a huge braid, clear down the back, down her back, and she had these little black shoes on with a little strap, one little single strap. And, when her mom was taking care of me, I told her I saw Penny, and I played with Penny, and I said, Penny told me to tell you that she loved you. And I described her, and I described the chip in her tooth. I described what she was wearing. And her mom absolutely flipped out. Just looked at me like I grew horns. Had just her face contorted in fear, and she freaked out and she backed away as she walked out of the room, and she never came back. And, I was a kid, I didn't know what was going on. Well, my mom had become friends with all these nurses over, the years of taking care of me. And it was later that she told me that the nurse quit. She quit right on the spot, that freaked her out so much. But her daughter's name was Penny. I described her perfectly. They were Catholic, and the little pinafore that she was wearing was part of her Catholic uniform she had to wear in school. She had the little chip on her tooth, and she had drowned ice skating, and sometime long before, and I described her perfectly. And hopefully, I didn't freak her out too much. Hopefully, and I trust spirit, I trust the universe, I trust God, whatever you want to call it, that it's a infinite wisdom knew that the message, which may have come at a shock at the time, was the healing grace. Spirit, I trust the universe. I didn't freak her out too much. Hopefully, and I trust spirit, I trust the universe, I trust God, whatever you want to call it, that it's a infinite wisdom knew that the message, which may have come at a shock at the time, was the healing grace that she needed to know that her daughter was okay. And that she got the healing and the message and the blessing and the grace that she could let go and know that her daughter was happy and healthy and playing and having fun, and was in a joyous, wonderful, beautiful place. And that maybe the mom could let go and move on. My experience was to help somebody else. My experience wasn't so much, for David Parker. It was to help this little girl and her mother. And as simple as that was, it has paved the way for me in my life to later on to become a nurse. And as a nurse, I'm continuing to do that, to help my patients and help their families. It has opened up a channel in my life to continue to do that work. My partner was dying of cancer, and as a nurse, I was able to work 3 12-hour shifts, so I had 4 days a week off. So I could take care of her. Also had my very best friend I ever had in my life was dying of a terminal disease. So I moved him in the house, and I took care of him. I had people that on my days that I worked that would take care of them, and then I took care of them 4 days a week. And I had 2 wonderful little boys. They were 7 and 9. It came to the point my best friend died, and the boy's mother died. And we all knew this was going to happen. And I became a single dad to 2 lovely boys. And 3 months after their mother died, they were playing in the front yard. And a drunk driver came in the yard, and they were both killed in our front yard. And I heard the screaming that the neighbors saw what happened. And I had absolutely wonderful neighbors. They ran over. And I'm in the front yard and I'm seeing what happened. And I just absolutely froze. I was absolutely useless. And the neighbors, they knew exactly what to do. It didn't hit me what happened. I looked at the wonderful neighbors. They ran over. And I'm in the front yard and I'm seeing what happened. And I just absolutely froze. I was absolutely useless. And the neighbors, they knew exactly what to do. It didn't hit me what happened. The situation. I had no idea. I couldn't do anything. The neighbors called the police. 911 came. I had the best support system I could possibly ever had with them coming in. And with all my experience in spirit and trusting spirit, and my parents saw spirits, my grandmother saw spirits, I grew up seeing spirits. I had my near-death experience. I had so many wonderful experiences throughout my life. This just knocked me for a loop, and I just froze up. And I learned a valuable lesson with freezing up, and I'll touch him with that in a bit. But I just sat in the house, and I never left the house, and I just ordered food, and my friends would come over, and instead of trying to tell me to snap out of it or anything, they just came over and sat with me, and we watched TV. Or, they just brought me food, and, didn't eat anything. They just let me vegetate, and I just sat there. And finally one day, I'm watching this terrible TV show. Back then we didn't have cable. You got 3 channels. So, that's it. That's your options. And in the corner of the room, it looked like flashes of light. It looked like diamonds appearing in the corner of the room. And I thought, oh my God, it's an electrical fire. Now what am I going to do? And I just sat there and kind of watched him. It's just like little sparks of diamonds. More and more and more and more and more. And finally it got to about 1 foot by about 4 feet. Sparks and sparks and sparks and sparks on the ceiling. And I'm thinking, should I get out of the house? What should I do? And all at once I started hearing voices, and I don't know if I heard them audibly or if it was just in my mind. And it was like 2 young executives, like in their 30s or the early 20s. Maybe one was 26 and one about 28, and very well educated. And they just started yelling at me, "Who do you think you are? We have work to do. We have stuff that we have to do. We have important tasks, and you are holding us back." And then the next voice says, you. It's all about you. We have things to do. We have
Jesus, Jesus, sweet Jesus on a pogo stick. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Jesus in a tiny tree house, Jesus on roller skates. Black Jesus, my tears, purple and gold, purple and gold. Dolphin Jesus.
Mexican Jesus,
yo home.
Mexican Jesus,
yo home.
Jesus loves tacos. Jesus loves tacos, not putos.
No, puto.
Jesus loves you.
salty and sweet. Taste Jesus at church. Swallow Jesus down nice and deep. Swallow Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Sweet Jesus, the morning star. Jesus loves you drunks at the bar. Jesus loves the homeless bums. Jesus loves vodka, gin, coke, and rum. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and even tells you so. Jesus loves floods, earthquakes, and tornadoes. He loves you lying hoes. Jesus loves prayers and wishes. He loves to be praised by you dumb bitches. Off in Jesus. Jesus loves you inside out. Jesus hates when you doubt that he's good and perfect. Don't you dare question dum dum dums. Love the Lord, love the Lord, love your hippie Jesus. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Jesus on the cross cried tears of joy. Jesus is coming back, bitches, to make you his fuck toys and rock your world. Shh. Shut the fuck up. Bitches and hoes. 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 Jesus loves murder. Jesus loves genocide and gay pride. Wee. Yippee. Jesus loves to see you all suffer and we praise Jesus. Amen. Praise Jesus. Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you, zombies.
Yelling at me. Who do you think you are? We have work to do. We have stuff that we have to do. We have important tasks and you are holding us back. And then the next voice says, you. It's all about you. We have things to do. We have work to do. And we can't get one thing done because of you. You. After the other ones started talking, we have important work. There is so much business that has to be done here. There's so many people who have tasks that need to be done, and we can't get anything done because of you. You just have to be, everything has to be about you. You know, we thank you for what you did, but it has to stop right now, and you gotta let go, and you gotta let go right now. And they just took turns, one after the other, letting me have it. And it was like, I'm holding them back with my grief. I'm holding them back with my mourning. And I had to let go because they can't progress and do what the work that they need to do where they are, because my mourning is stagnating not only me, but I'm stagnating them. And it was like, oh my God. I'm like, yes, sir. You know, I'm so sorry. And it was right then that I was able to let go. And it was like, I had no idea. I love you. I'm your dad. I miss you. I had no idea that my grief and my freezing up, you know, has held you back all this time. I will definitely let you go. Thank you so much. And they were like, well, it's about time. Yeah, I'm glad you got your message. You know, let's not do this again. Let's not have to go through this again. And then, you know, this sparkly, it was like 1,000 diamonds just started shrinking, and disappeared. But I was back in the dark room. The voices stopped, and I felt like 1,000 pounds just lifted right off my shoulders. And it was that moment that I realize missing someone is okay, but mourning someone is lethal. It's okay to miss someone. It's okay to be sad, but mourning someone is absolutely lethal. And from that moment, I realized I had become a living headstone to the loss of my sons, and I turned that headstone into stepping stones. It was amazing to be able to turn my life around so quickly because of spirit. And my lesson in that is you can sit in darkness. You can shut your eyes. You can turn your back against the light. You can ignore the light. You can pretend it's not there. But it's always there. The light is always on. The only thing you have to do is just finally just accept that it's there. All you have to do is just open your eyes and you're ready to see it. When people think that the light's not there for them, that we close the light off by taking our baggage, taking our preconceived ideas, taking our baggage that maybe we have carried throughout our lives. Someone maybe said something to us and we have past hurts that we kind of stack up like blocks in front of the light. And it's all illusions. None of it's true. And if you just want to see the light, just remove what you have placed there that blocks the light from you. The light didn't put it there. We have put it there ourselves. No one can block the light except you yourself. And you know what? And I don't mean to just say that because it's a nice thought, a nice thing to think with our brain. I call it our meaty brain because, eventually when we die, our brain goes in the ground. And having my near-death experience, that's not a brain thing. That's a spirit experience. And eventually we drop our brain and we go into that soul consciousness, that soul's state of being. And you no longer have those thoughts, but you have a spiritual experience. And having my out-of-the-body experience, it's no longer thinking. It's a knowing and a spiritual state of being. And that's a totally different thing. Paul Twitchell said something. I heard this when I was a kid, and it has stuck with me all these years, 50, 60 years. And he said, God is caught, not taught. And no words are more wise than that. Spirit, you can study spirit. You can read all these books about spirit. You can chant prayers. You can sing songs. But until you have experienced it, you don't know it. God needs to be experienced, not studied. Religion is the study of a spiritual experience. Have a spiritual experience and you know it. It's not a belief, it's an experience to have. And that's why I tell people, learn to meditate, learn to have your own spiritual experiences, and you will know it's no longer belief. I see so many people studying near-death experiences, wanting to believe. What if you put a fraction of that time to learn how to focus on having your own inner experience, to have your own out-of-body experience and become a part of that light? What would it feel like for you to have one out-of-the-body experience and feel what it's like to be in spirit, away from the physical body?
My name's Kevin Mohat, and I'm in Gilbert, Arizona. In 2021, my wife was on the tail end of a very bad breast cancer. So I was, we were kind of contacted. We had COVID going on over here, pretty serious. So I had been encouraged to take the vaccine, and I did, and I didn't do well with it. I immediately got COVID, and that would have been in January of 2022. So I got a pretty good case of it, and it lasted a couple weeks. And in general, I'm a real healthy man. I don't drink, I don't smoke. And I have a 5th degree black belt, so I retired from a martial arts career. So I'm very healthy, active at 63 years old today. Then I was 60. And I'd been playing ice hockey my whole life. And so fast forward to February 14th, Valentine's Day, I had pretty much recovered from COVID, and I was playing ice hockey. I started at noon, and they called me Moses because I played with a bunch of 24 and 5-year-olds. I'm 60, so I'm the old guy on the ice, but I can still hustle. And I did real well. I've been playing all my life, and I don't get tired. I don't get gassed. I know how to pace myself. And so I started playing at noon and doing really well. But about an hour and 10 minutes into the game, we were almost finished. Out of nowhere, I just felt like I weighed 800 pounds. And I thought, oh, what is this? And I almost immediately jumped to COVID again, thinking it's got to be maybe a residual or just a lingering effect of having it. I had a pretty good. So I thought, geez, I got to get off the ice. And the guys, they chirped me off the ice. They said, oh, see you later, Moses. Park the waters on the way out the door. So I made it to the locker room and begged my skates off my feet. I was really starting to struggle. And I thought, I got to go home and just take a shower and get a nap and just sleep this off. So I put all my stuff in my car. We live about 1.5 miles from the ice skating rink. And so I left the parking lot and was driving north about 0.5 mile, and I turned right, and I was heading east for the remaining mile home. And that road was called Warner, and we lived just across the intersection of Warner and Higley. So I pulled up to the traffic light at Warner and Higley. I was 2 cars in. Actually, I was behind an old pickup truck at a yellow light, and I stopped there with my foot on the brake, and I died in my car. Right there with my foot on the brake. I had this widowmaker heart attack. And for those that don't know what a widowmaker is, it's called a STEMI. I wish I could tell you the abbreviation for it, but really what happens is the left anterior descending artery becomes occluded or blocked. And mine was 100% blocked. And so it's instant, shut off everything, and you die. And that's why they call it a widowmaker. It's instant. And so here I was in my car, had my foot on the brake, and I expired. And in doing so, I slumped, kind of bent my knees underneath the wheel, and laid across the console of my car, of my vehicle there. And by the grace of God, I put my car in a park with my body. And so I was lying there with what is called a VFib heartbeat, which means it's not really a heartbeat. It's just that your heart is just sort of wiggling. It's all it's doing. The ultimate of the VFib is that your heart's not going to start again. It's going to stay there until somebody restarts it for you. And so my heart was in this unsustainable VFib rhythm the entire time. And so, the difficulty for me was I don't remember any of this, but what I had done at the time was I had researched everybody. I wanted to thank everybody that had come into me and helped. And so I didn't know really what happened. So I found this young lady. Her name was Angel, and she was behind me in her car. She had pulled up behind me, and she is my only witness to how long I was in my car. Everything else was outside the car. But I asked her, I said, how long was I in there? She says, well, when she pulled up behind me, a friend had texted her a video on her social media or whatnot. She said she sat there and watched the entire video. And I said, well, how long was the video? She said, no, 3 or 4 minutes. So by that account, I was likely in my car between the 3 to 4 minutes, which would have been likely about 3 to 4 traffic lights here in Arizona. So she said that after a while watching that video, people started honking at her, and then she looked up and she realized it was just me and her. And everybody else had left the intersection, and there were people honking at her and going around her and things like that. So she said that something or somebody tapped her on the shoulder and said, go check it out. And she walked up and she saw that my seatbelt was across, but nobody in it. And she looked in, my windows were tinted, so it's kind of hard to see in, but she opened the door and my doors were unlocked. And that's how we realized that I had put my car in the park. And so she's found me there purple and not breathing. My heart wasn't beating and I had froth all over myself. And so she realized I was in trouble. I was stuck underneath the wheel, so to speak, and tangled in my seatbelt. So I was too big for her to get out of the car. And so she waved a fellow named David down, and he happened to be on the wrong end of Higley Road that day.
This guy's taken forever to tell his NDE, it seems like. I'm gonna jump ahead.
Window, and his eyes got as big as Coke bottles. Looking to the south, and I see this Santan Mountain. And in Arizona, we have a phenomenon, the weather called
I'm gonna skip this one. This guy just rambles and rambles. He's just too annoying. But I do want to say that I think it's a trap to believe that most or all of these NDE accounts on YouTube are fake and by actors. I don't think so at all. I think that I think it's very common for people to have a near-death experience in this realm. There's millions that have them as children, teenagers, full-grown adults, old people. Millions and millions and millions of them. And a lot of them aren't reported. And then some are reported to groups. Some are reported to family, to medical people. And then there's tons on YouTube. I don't think they're all paid actors. I think that's ridiculous. And I'm not saying anyone here is saying that, but I've encountered people saying that in the past, that it's all fake, it's all paid actors. I think that's the laziest baby truther way of looking at things. I don't think that's helpful at all. You might, if there is anyone tuned in that views them as all actors, I don't even want to deal with that. I don't. I wouldn't have wanted to deal with that 10 or 12 years ago. I'm done with that level of stuff. Just done with it. Because you're never going to see it if you just think it's all fake. It's all fake. There's people that think that and they've never experienced one themselves. And then they just think everybody's an actor. It has to be all fake. No, it doesn't. People in this realm are fooled every day. Thousands of things. Many are fooled every day. Okay? Not just with NDEs, but with everything in this realm. They're not all acting. They're not all paid actors. It's a realm of deceptions. It's a realm of lies. It's a realm of trickery. It's a very, very tricky place. Very tricky. And most, if not all, get fooled on the way out. They don't have to use actors. That's unnecessary in this realm, okay? It's like saying that they need to pay people to vote and be duped by elections. They don't. Almost every Canadian believes elections are real. Almost every American believes that. Only a small percentage don't and can see through that. And that's where some of you get fooled. You either think everybody knows or nobody knows, or you got to get away from these extremes and start looking at the reality of things. Now, if you observe elections, people do go and line up to vote. They're not paid to do that. They believe that this system is real. You're in a realm full of believers. They believe most of what they're told on earth, and that continues once their spirit pops out of their body. They continue to believe entities. That's the way most people are. And some of you that are in denial make excuses, and that's where you go off track. And then you're not seeing reality because you're making all these weird excuses like, oh, people could see, but it's just actors, it's just this. And that's the paranoid baby truther level. It's not accurate. Most in this realm are deceived. And you're going to have to come to terms with that if you want to get out of here. If you don't want to get out of this realm, then you don't have to face the truth of what's going on at all. You can pretend that your family secretly know and that they're all actors and go down the paranoid path of baby truthers if you want to. That's on you. You can do that if you want to. It's pretty easy. Lots of baby truthers do that. They don't want to believe that people are deceived, but most are deceived in this realm. You could take me outside with you somewhere in your city or wherever and point in the direction of people. I could walk over to them. I'd have no trouble finding a group of deceived people. I guarantee you. And some of you don't even know that yet. You need that to happen in front of you. Unfortunately, you're at the level of you just can't see it yourself. And I'm aware of that. That does frustrate me. That there are people that have sat on my channel for months or years and they can't tell they're surrounded by deceived beings. Completely deceived. And it isn't just by one thing. It isn't just by the media or government or elections, fake elections, or by false religions. They're deceived by almost everything in this realm. It isn't just one thing. All right. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. You're in a realm of deceptions. They're not just deceived or pretending to be duped when they die. The vast, vast majority, if not potentially everyone that's died, potentially, has been fooled. I think this is my first lifetime here. I don't have any proof that I've been here before at all. All right. But it seems like most have been here over and over again and deceived, just like they're deceived here. They don't just start getting deceived at death, and deceptions don't end when your body dies. This should be obvious to people if you study anything at all. Why would you assume the lies, tricks, and evil ends the moment your spirit pops out of your meat suit? Why would you? You're in a realm full of lies, deceptions, tricks, evil. Why would you assume it ends? You haven't gone anywhere when your spirit pops out of your body. In fact, a lot of times you can look right at your body, which is showing you you're in the same place. Your spirit, seeing with your spiritual eyes, you're on a different frequency. But you can look at your body laying on the bed or laying on the floor, laying in the shower if you died in the shower, crumpled up in a car wreck, and you can look at your body. Do you understand? You're still in the same place. The deceptions don't end. You haven't even gone anywhere. You've left your body. That's it. You're still in the same realm. You're still in the same matrix. I hope this helps you. I hope so. I don't know if it will, though. Because part of it is up to you. You have to take in what's said and think about it. If I popped out of my body right now and was in this room, hovering, floating on the ceiling, looking down at my body, I haven't gone anywhere. That's what you need to understand. I'm still in the same realm full of lies and deception, still in the same matrix. Now, would I assume the lies would end? No, I don't. I don't. Because I know as long as I'm in this matrix, there's going to be lies, deceivers, tricks, evil. That's what this place is. A lot of you, humans, I'll say, seem to believe that once you pop out of your body, you're just going to heaven and it's home free. Well, that's naive and ridiculous. You're going to get fooled if that's your belief. You're setting yourself up for that. And you have no one to blame at this point except for you, yourself because you're lazy and you're choosing to believe idiocy. That as soon as you leave your body, you're in a good place. Not so. The evidence shows otherwise. Some of you don't like the evidence, and some of you don't like the truth supported by evidence. You want what feels good. You just want to hear shit that makes you feel good. Then you're on the wrong channel. There's tons of channels that will feed you feel-good lies and set you up for getting recycled that you can go to. I'm not upset at all. You can go there. I'll share links to these fucking channels. That's what people want to do. So be it. I can't make anybody choose to want the truth. That's up to you. That's not up to me. That's up to you. If you want feel-good lies, there's millions of channels that will tell you, don't worry, as soon as you die, you're going to heaven. According to any evidence I've ever seen, that isn't the case. All of the evidence I've seen says otherwise. All of it, if you examine it. That's why I make memes like this, trying to get people to realize that's one of the most foolish things you can do is assume that you pop out of your body and it's all good. That there's no more lies, tricks, evil, deceptions. You're still in the matrix. Until you leave this matrix, that's what you're going to be dealing with. So that's what you should prepare for. That's how I look at it. I don't get hysterical over it. I don't get screaming my head off, angry over it. I stay calm and rational, and I think about it. I do what seems to hurt humans, and I've experienced this and seen firsthand and heard them say it hurts their brain to think. I think that's most humans. It seems to hurt your species, if you're a human, to think. It hurts you, causes you physical pain, because you express it all the time. So I don't assume that you can do what I do. Stay calm, rational, and think about these things, ponder and think about it. I don't assume that you can do that because I observe your realm, and so many of you don't. In fact, you avoid thinking at all costs, and you prefer you prefer blind faith and beliefs. Most humans on earth do. And if it's in the billions, then billions of you do. You show that with religion, your religious beliefs. You show it with voting for governments. You show it with your belief in media, your belief in lying family members. You show it en masse in thousands of ways. It isn't just one way that you show me. Humanity is what I'm speaking about, not anyone here individually. Humanity shows me in thousands and thousands of ways that you don't want to think. You want to follow. You want blind faith and belief and shit. Or you wouldn't be following along. And you also wouldn't be making excuses for the ones that do. And I hear constant excuses, online and offline. By the way, it's both places. All the time. They're brainwashed, Stephen. It's because of this. They're in a cult. They're this. They need this. They need this. They need this. You know, if I had trillions of dollars, I could put trillions of dollars into deprogramming you humans, and you'd still be making excuses why you're brainwashed. How come I don't require trillions of dollars or even hundreds of thousands to deprogram me? Why is that? Why am I different? Maybe there are differences, real differences, real measurable, observable differences in spirits that almost none of you humans have ever looked at in any serious way. You'll get out your microscopes and you'll look at blood cells on slides, and you'll look at this and you'll look at that, but you'll never say, hey, we're spiritually different. Let's study and examine the spiritual differences. That's what I do. But I don't see humans doing that. You definitely don't in your religions, and that encompasses the majority of you. And even you atheists, the ones that have rejected all religions and rejected anything spiritual, still don't study this because you just assume there is no spirit. A lot of you atheists just think, well, there is no spirit. We're just meat suits. And when we die, we're just worm food. This is a realm of fucking idiots and lazy-minded zombies. A lot of you don't want to see it that way. You resist it. You think some of you, I would bet, think that it's bad to view it that way. Just like you'd view it. Well, is it bad to walk into a public restroom and it stinks like shit? To say it stinks and be honest and not pretend it doesn't? You pretend, a lot of you, that you're not in a realm full of zombies. But you are. And I see that you are. And I see that you're denying it. You're pretending, a lot of you. A lot of you humans just go through life pretending. And you think it makes you good and virtuous to pretend, to virtue signal and pretend and say, well, Stephen's bad. He calls them zombies and cockroaches, and he calls them demons. He calls them things I don't want to call them. They're just people. You can stay that simple. That's not going to help you get out of here, though. You can't even notice the differences, and you're not honest enough and courageous enough to face it. So I know some of you want out of here, but you're not as strong as me. You're not strong enough to admit you're in a realm full of zombies and demons. That's too much for you to even do that. Yet you expect me to believe that you're going to be fighting demons on the way out of here or after you get out. Like, you can't even face what they are here. In reality, you can't be honest here. Honesty is a strength. You humans, you weaklings, have been taught otherwise, to believe it's bad. Oh, it's bad to view them that way. If this isn't a zombie world, it wouldn't be like this. It's almost impossible to reach a being in this realm with one single truth. They resist and fight the truth. And what most of you want to do, you think it's loving, is to make excuses for them. It's not their fault, Stephen. They were indoctrinated in school. They were programmed. They faced all these things. Well, I faced all of that too. And that just takes your theory and destroys it because you don't want to admit that I was in a Catholic school. I had programmed parents. I had family that tried to program me with Christianity, with Catholicism. I had TVs in every fucking room in my home. There was a TV set everywhere. Starting off when I was young in those big cabinet TVs in the 70s, and then eventually it was by 1980 something, there was a TV everywhere in every room. Family room, living room, bedrooms. So I was exposed to indoctrination in school, religious indoctrination, media, all of it, politics, pop culture, Hollywood movies, TV shows. I was subjected to all that you were, and that you make excuses for others, saying it's not their fault. Well, when does it become someone's responsibility? When the fuck does it? I'm wondering what's wrong with some of you because you just want to make excuses. I don't care if your family goes to goddamn church every week or 3 times a week or 7 days a week. They're choosing that. And some of you want to make excuses and say, well, it's not their fault. They're programmed. They're brainwashed. When does it become an adult spirit's fault for what they're following? Does it ever? If they murdered somebody, would you still making excuses for your family members saying it's not their fault? When is it their fault? Because at a certain point, it sounds like you start to sound to me like Hillary Clinton, a compulsive liar. I use her as an example because she just lies and lies and lies, and it's just automatic with her. Or you could say Obama, he's like her, very much alike. One supposedly male and black or half black, and one is supposedly female. And they lie and lie and lie and lie. When are you going to get out of that habit? Because some of you, I think, are in that habit of lying, making empty, stupid excuses for your families, your coworkers, your friends, your neighbors, for literally almost any human on earth. You're quick with the excuses, but you're not quick to look at things and say, wait a second. We've all been subjected to that. Oh, but Stephen, what's what they're doing to the air and the water and the food. Do you think I have some special clean air that I'm breathing and special food and water? Like, what are you talking about? When will your excuses end? When will you start facing the truth of this realm instead of trying to excuse everything away? When are you going to get out of excuses mode? Yeah, different species of spirits. If we're the same species, if anyone believes that I'm the same species as these retarded YouTubers, then I think you're retarded at best, or demonic and retarded, a demon-tard. These differences should be easily noticed and very readily apparent. We're different. We're not the same. We're not the same.
I am what is known as a skinny fruit boy bitch. I don't have heat emanating from my fingers. I can't lift heavy things for you. I don't...
He puts it in quotes above his head. No, you can't lift heavy things. I know you can't. I know that.
Fit in with your family. I get it. I'm cold all the time. Fingers. I can't lift heavy things for you. I don't fit in with your family. I get it. I'm cold all the time. I am what is known as a skinny fruit boy bitch. I don't have heat emanating from my fingers. I can't lift heavy things for you. I don't fit in with your family. I get it. I'm cold all the time. For some reason, our flat earth sun chooses to remain in a region where the people do not appreciate you. Southeastern Asians, they're hiding at noon. Oh, it's too hot outside. Why don't you come back to where you're appreciated up north? So I went to Ottawa recently. I felt the cold, and I just want to talk about the heaven that awaits me in Kingsville and why I didn't choose a...
All right, so a lot of vegans are cold all the time, and they can't figure it out. They can't figure out why they're cold all the time. They just can't figure it out. You know, it changes you. So this guy went from carnivore to vegan. He calls his channel Vegetable Police. He doesn't even eat vegetables anymore. He basically lives on fruit. He's a fruitarian. He's going to get colder. It's going to change his metabolism. He's going to get more and more unhealthy. His teeth will start to get loose. He'll start to get vitamin deficiencies. But they believe that they know it all. They believe that they understand nutrition, and they just don't. And this is very common in this realm. It isn't just fruitarians. There's many like this. I know more about diet than these creatures that think they know everything. He doesn't have a clue. And there's many like this in this place. You're going to be cold all the time. Some of them will wear sweatshirts and hoodies on summer days that are not super hot and they're cold. They go to the grocery store, and in the cooler section, they're shivering. You can spot these fucking little scrawny vegans, all right? Anyway, and they can't lift anything heavy. They're not men.
Another place that you keep suggesting to me, rudely. So happy holiday blessings to you, whatever you choose to celebrate, whether it's Satan or Santa, it's not the same word, whatever you do on your own time. I just got back from my Christmas vacation in Ottawa, and I gotta tell you, I was gonna make this video there outside, but it was -17 and the wind hit my bones, and I was like, I'm never leaving the attic of your house.
Look at him. He has to be all bundled up like this. and you can just see the life draining out of them. But they're so smart, they can't notice and just admit that they can't live that way. You can't live on fruit alone. Almost no one has been able to do it in this realm. But they don't want to face that, of course.
So like this video is here now, we're back. So basically I've lived in Toronto my whole life other than the 1.5 years I spent in Thailand, but for the most part it's been cold hell. We're looking to escape it. And I'm thinking, I'm Canadian. I have to be here. Like if you want to go somewhere else, you can technically, but there's a lot of hurdles to jump through. If you want a US visa, it's like, okay, how hard is that? Like, can I stay? It's just a headache. I lived it in Thailand. I had to leave the country every 60 to 90 days, come back. All this worry, no matter where you suggest, oh, you should move to Spain. I can't legally do that yet. Maybe that's coming soon, but right now we're segmented. Like the Tower of Babel people, get away from each other, never talk. So if you're Canadian and you want the best weather possible, you have basically 2 options. There's Ontario in the south, which gets somewhat warm, and then there's BC, which has several regions, but as we'll see today, you're lying to yourself. So on this recent trip to Ottawa, you have to picture this. We're at roughly +2 degrees in Toronto. Cloudy, partial sun breaks. In Kingsville, it was +6 with mostly sun. So I'm like, okay, that's cool. So we start heading to Ottawa on a train, and we're looking out the window. Oh, this is nice. Look at all that farmland. That's cool. It's snowing now. That's weird. It wasn't snowing before. Okay, now it's hell storming. It just got worse and worse the closer we got to Ottawa, to the point where once we got to Ottawa, it was a hellstorm winter blizzard hell bath. And it was just so much colder. You have to understand this. I was prepared. I had a wool t-shirt, this wool sweater, a thicker wool sweater, wrapped around a sheepskin coat from my carnivore days, a thick sheepskin hat with fur, sheep fur, it's called wool, and gloves, thick sheep gloves. And we get there and I'm just like, this is not sustainable. I need to be inside immediately. I'm gonna die. I had long johns on, wool socks, 2 pairs of pants. Just a side rant before we get to the weather comparisons. I got a bunch of cities. I'm a raw vegan. I went to Ottawa. I eat fruit. I think it's healthy. It's our species-specific diet, but you know what it doesn't do? Warm up your body.
Yeah, no kidding. Vegans are always cold, especially fruitarians. Yeah, this is well known. There's lots of, I've never been a fruitarian, but I've studied what you are and the effects of it. Can you imagine that? I've studied your diet and the effects, the side effects. And yet you're on that diet and it seems to surprise you. What are the odds, right? Shocker that you're cold.
Our species-specific diet, but you know what it doesn't do? Warm up your body. I'm skinny as shit. I'm about 126 pounds. It's not a lot. It's not my heaviest, not the most intimidating I've ever been, but I'm skinny. And there's at times, I'm like warm and hot. Usually, like right now, my hands are cold. Not a lot of figure. If I touched you, you'd be like, what, are you an alien? I'm not. But sometimes, my fiance is always making fun of me for my meals. Like, you're eating cucumbers in the winter. What the hell are you doing? It's a cooling food. She's all into Chinese medicine. But there's times on the train home, I'm eating frozen blueberries, followed by frozen cherries. They were thawed, but still cold as hell, followed by bananas, which are all cooling foods. And then my hands are hot. I'm just like laughing. She's cold by the window. I'm like, do you want some cucumbers? I have some in the back. So sometimes like it just works where I'm quite warm, but other times it's not consistent. and I'm cold now. But one of my least favorite feelings is being cold, and it's just so annoying. And then going to the washroom, I'm sitting on a cold ass seat knowing I'm about to spray my ass with cold water and my bum hose. It's hell. So that's why I look for these warmer destinations, and God bless you, Kingsville. Let me just show you something here. So right now we're in Toronto for my last month. We're riding out the hellstorms here. It is currently -8, feels like -14. We're having a high of -4 tonight at 2 p.m. -8 feels like. So that's not great, but it's sure as hell better than the Ottawa I just came from. If you see side by side with Ottawa, -13 feels like 18. Ouch. And then like doesn't warm up much, like, but it feels much colder when you're there. So like that's the difference between northern Ontario, and that's not even northern Ontario. It gets colder than that. But I tell you, like I'm going to Kingsville, it's flat, it's farmland, it's very basic, it's weird. I would prefer to live north with forests and old moose everywhere and just lakes and the freshness and a better lake. Lake Huron maybe? Superior if you could get way up there? Of course. Kingsville's weird, man. It's all farms and pesticides. But it's also very different temperature-wise. Comparing to Ottawa, at least, it's like -1. We're going up to plus something in December, late December, and we're up above freezing. This is why the snow doesn't seem to ever stick in Kingsville. People shovel like twice a year. It's like it just melts. It snows, it's still cold, but a couple days before Christmas when I was traveling to Ottawa, I looked and saw that Kingsville was +6 and Ottawa was -10. And it's just such a noticeable difference. Like coming back to Toronto from Ottawa, I was like, wow, it's noticeably warmer, even though it's not even close to Kingsville. Now let me address my BC homies that keep chiming in with their hippie fingers. Osoyoos, BC is the ideal BC. It's interior of the mountains. You don't get as much rain. If you're saying, oh, you should move to Vancouver, it's warmer year round. It's also raining every day forever. And it's gray, it's depressing. Like who wants to be in the rain all the time? Is there a worse feeling than being wet and slightly cold as well? It's like, I film a lot outside. Oh, I can't go out today. Camera's not weatherproof. Maybe next year. But apparently that whole Okanagan Valley, Osoyoos, Kelowna, Penticton, Salmon Arm, it's all, there's a mountain that blocks the rain. But every time I look on the weather network, it's raining in Osoyoos even. So I'm like, what the hell's going on? There's a lot of rain happening all the time. So like you can see the temperature. A little side rant here. Getaway temperatures. Google, you're not right ever. You can Google something. Oh, what's the weather like year round? Oh, it doesn't rain much in Osoyoos. Instead, do what I've been doing for the past several years. Highlight a bunch of cities you're thinking of moving to or you're interested in on the actual weather network. And then every morning when you check your own city, also check the other ones. And then you get a pattern. And it's like, wow, Kingsville's always pretty much warmer. There's the odd day that it's actually colder than Toronto, but they're rare. But you can see it. It's like, oh, wow, like just a couple weeks ago, Osoyoos was still like +10. But now it's colder, much colder than Kingsville, and it rains all the time. And I'm not really seeing the benefits. Add to that, there's all these forest fires in that Okanagan Valley because it's like, it's a desert climate and it gets so hot in the summer that just everything sets fire. Or we're looking at you, freaks underground, controlling our world with your HARP weapons and your, oh, another natural forest fire. Yeah, your lasers. Oh, there's a whole line of houses that got burned somehow in a straight line. Oh, fire is so predictable nowadays. We know you modify the clouds. We know you can make it rain or cry. So back to the weather. Osoyoos, not the best. Sometimes it is. I don't know about that. You're trading off some terrible lung pollution with the burning clouds versus like not a ton warmer. Kingsville's your better option. When you're thinking, oh, move to Vancouver Island, that's where there's like not as much rain. It still rains way more than any other city I've ever heard of. And it's gray often. There's some sun, but you're also on an island where food doesn't really travel to unless for lots of money. So like, how are you gonna eat? And you're hippie, like Vancouver in general, very like woke people out there from what I've heard, like carny people voting. But from what I've seen, Vancouver leans a little that way. Not very conservative and common sense, working man, family people type of stuff. We can afford a house type of people, like that's the place we're going. So when it comes to weather, I think we've seen. The only other option I was thinking was Collingwood. It's a very conservative town, a lot of awake people out there, probably like the best community ever. And I was like, okay, that's not too much further north, and it's near a different lake, St. Clair, I think, don't quote me on that. Beautiful town, a little pricey, but okay, but -9. That's 8 degrees worse in the wrong direction. Not loving that. So it's always slightly colder than Toronto. That's not great. Like when we were debating St. Catharines, it was basically always the same exact temperature as Toronto. It's south, but it's in a different growing zone too, but not according to the Weather Network. It's barely ever different. If anything, rains more. So it's like, ow, my cold fingers. Kingsville, man, that's your place. So these are the kind of bullshit decisions I have to go through being a skinny ass fruitarian, eating against all seasons and just like, oh, we're fruit based. And I did that in Ottawa. I was 99% raw the whole time, just eating persimmons and bananas and frozen berries. And the last night I had a salad and I had some of their turnip put aside before they added butter and salt to it. And I was like, cheap meal, anyone? That went in my salad. That was a good time. So it worked, but it's not like I was warm. We're in an attic with a space heater and costing them thousands of dollars an hour. And I don't regret a second of it. Why is my battery flashing? Oh, is that gonna last? Probably not. So like, it's cold. Send me your sweaters and just sum up the video. Thanks. You could thumb this video down, but it's because you shower in a winter coat. The coat becomes wet and therefore doesn't keep you warm. The wetter you are, the colder you are. Ironically, Ottawa is very less humid in the winter. You could feel the dryness. It was kind of nice. Drier snow, less slush.
So that raw vegan has a big channel. For a while he was saying he's a fruitarian. He was saying he just eats fruit. I guess now he's raw vegan again. He eats some vegetables now, some cucumbers. Shaking my head. I don't know what to say sometimes. That's not what a Canadian should be. That's for sure. Let's check out this chick here. Glute workout girl in purple. In purple? What is this? Looks like she's in a leopard print top. And this got millions of views, I think. I think this 31,000 likes on this.
If you want to grow your glutes, stop doing this, stop doing this, and stop doing this. Start doing a lot of these, and do all of these, and get stronger every week. If you want to grow your glutes, stop doing this, stop doing this, and stop doing this. Start doing a lot of these.
So this is what people in this, I know I'm being a little bit silly and cheeky with this. You might say cheeky, I don't mean butt cheeks. But this is what people would rather watch. They'd rather watch some chick trying to get her ass grow her ass and make her glutes stronger and more defined. She's working on her ass. They'd rather watch this than they'd watch something to develop their spirit and try to get freedom from this realm. It's no contest. Way more people are interested in watching some chick show her ass in tight shorts. Way more. It's not even close.
A lot of these and do all of these and get stronger every week. If you want to grow your glutes, stop doing this, stop doing this, and stop doing this. Start doing a lot of these, and do all of these and get stronger.
And do what of those? I can't even tell what she's saying there. Do all or more? It was a weird, whatever that word was, but anyway, this is what interests people in this realm. They're way more interested in that. And in things like this little creature here with all the pins on his jacket, including one that says Black history is American history.
Audience.
What did black people build in America? They claim to have built America. They picked cotton, but they didn't build bridges and the Empire State Building out of cotton. They picked cotton. That's it. That's it. Okay? Think about it. That doesn't build a country. That just puts some money in a few plantation owners' pockets.
All right, we're back, everybody. Lost connection there. Sorry about that. I think you guys might have missed the ceremony.
Look at this little hobbit. Look at this.
It was fun. It was a fun little speech with the lighting of the candles, right?
It was.
It was cool.
Very good.
We're outside now. We're right next to the Washington Monument. I think we're just going to do an open panel.
For a little bit.
And see if you guys got any questions for us and maybe what you guys saw today on.
Why does Talcott look like a hobo of a hobbit? Look at him. Look at this thing.
Stream into something new. Very fun. And thanks again to Jack Talcott for coming out and joining me. Always appreciate that. So yeah, we got to.
There he is at his little. There he is in front of his little hobbit house. Look at him. Just look at him.
Crosswalk right up here. And actually, I was going to say, we can just do it right here.
Set it up. See how that works.
Yeah, let me go and drop the link. Do you have Discord or any way of contacting your audience? I know you got a much larger audience than I do.
Not really. I can post your stream. I think that's what.
All right, I'm going to switch over to this. I was watching a bit of this earlier. I almost forgot about it. But I'm going to play some of this here.
This is just the beginning. This is going to get worse. Their target is set on Nick Shirley.
We showed you guys what was happening.
Oh, by the way, please let me know if the stream gets taken down or paused or interrupted by YouTube, because I can't tell. I'm not viewing it from YouTube. I'm viewing it from Restream. So I'm looking at a different screen than what you're looking at. And when I'm playing something, it'll keep showing that it's playing. So let me know immediately in the chat if you notice the stream going down, because I don't know what I'm sharing, if it's copyrighted or not. Now this guy here, Nick Shirley, I think that might be another YouTuber that I've mentioned before. Hold on a second. I'll see if I can find their channel. Okay. Now you tell me if this Nick Shirley guy looks like this chick here, Aphrodite Rose Starfire Kim, I think her name is.
Hey,
there she is.
Ah, okay.
How are you?
All
Everybody,
right.
how are you, dear?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. How are you? What are you doing today?
Oh, just chillaxing at my family's house.
Nice.
I heard Convertible Rabbit and I just had to call
Oh.
in.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it was. I bought it for $600. Somebody was just trying to give it away.
I thought you were just like stealing my life story or something because that's my first car.
No, yeah, 19.
But baby, it's cold outside.
Is that Nick Shirley with boobs? Tiny boobs. Is this Nick Shirley? Let's see here.
I've gotta go away. Baby, it's cold outside.
Can I take a picture with you? I'm Kimberly. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Is that Nick Shirley? Look at, she's running up like a starstruck loser with this infected Charlie Sheen. This gross ghoul of a creature, Charlie Sheen. And look at her. She's just happy as can be. She's starstruck.
Thank you. Let's not do this, I promise.
Thank you. Her voice. Thank you. You. Tiny Charlie Sheen. Look at how tiny he is. Look at her saying, he's so nice. Look at this. This is what truthers do when they meet a celebrity. This is what they do. Look at this.
But baby, it's cold outside.
She's rushing out of her job to see him in the parking lot. Talk about pathetic and desperate. How gross. Now, there are some versions of her, we'll say, where she looks a lot like Nick Shirley. I got to find the ones with her hair is different, where she really looks like him. Is okay, the chin, the face. Is this Nick Shirley here? I'll switch back. This is Nick Shirley. This is Nick Shirley. this is Nick Shirley. He's supposed to be some independent reporter, Nick Shirley. He's got a female last name, Shirley. And then we'll switch over here to Aphrodite Kimberly. There's a huge resemblance.
And then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
I don't even know what that means. Are you 100% sure you are true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Now suddenly we have CNN putting in all this energy just to try and shut down Nick Shirley.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Here's the first tactic, MAGA content creator. How is Nick Shirley a MAGA content creator?
A MAGA content creator
He claims that he uncovered widespread fraud by Somali-run child care centers in the state.
Under your definition, would I be a MAGA content creator?
Back at a day.
And here she is, depressed old man lusts on Aphrodite. Look at this. Nobody's lusting after you, Aphrodite. You look like Nick Shirley. You look like Nick Shirley. Look at this. Look at her here with her head shaved. She looks like that fake AI robot. Look at this. This is what post-trauma MK looks like, root canal. She shaved her head completely. She's so bizarre. Nick Shirley, aka Aphrodite. So she got a root canal. She has real issues with fixing her camera. She had a root canal, so obviously that must be, she must have gotten MK Ultra from a root canal, of course, right? She recorded all of this from one of my live streams. She'll let on that she doesn't watch my channel, but she does. She's very bizarre, very bizarre.
Hi, KO Spur. What's up? Hanging out in my my dad's backyard. See if I can prop this somewhere. Sitting in the sun. See if I can get. Ooh, okay, there.
No chemo. She shaved it herself. She had hair and she shaved it all off. I wasn't surprised at all when somebody said about chemo. They always want to make excuses. They never want to face that there's creepy creatures in this realm. They always want to hand out excuses. That's what people do. That's what humans do. They'll see someone with a bald head like this. Maybe she had chemo. Yeah, maybe she's not insane. Maybe she just had chemo. Hand her some excuses. That's what people do. So be it. Back to Nick Shirley. Is Aphrodite Nick Shirley in disguise?
Daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
By a creator who has shared anti-immigrant and anti-Muslim videos in the past, put a major national spotlight.
However, the so-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past.
This is going to be the tactic. I mean, can you point to an example? Where is the evidence that Nick Shirley is anti-legal immigration or anti-Muslim?
CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
So it's already so clear what they're trying to do here.
This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. Over here. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
He's alleging that when he shows up, he does not see any kids and that no one will provide him any information on how to utilize those services.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day, later in the day.
This is going to be the biggest line of attack. Well, Nick, you did not come during their normal business operating hours, which they are now claiming is from, 2 or 3 o'clock until 10 p.m., which is strange for daycare. It could be possible.
Oh, why are they coming at 2? That's not when elementary school ends and then you go into.
I don't know. Kids' schedules are so weird now. It's like sometimes they get out of. They have half days on random
comes
days.
At 2?
People like Caleb Hammer are coming at this in a pretty balanced way.
the fact that I see people on Twitter right now defending this fraud because it's against a left-wing governor, that shows how just fucking locked in we are with ideologies. I don't give a fuck who it is. If there's fraud and my tax money is going there, being funneled from the federal government to their state for those assistance programs, it is going to fraud. Fuck you.
Looking at this from the outside, there are indicators that something is very strange here.
The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside, and there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a daycare.
But that's not what he's claiming. He's not claiming you should just be able to walk into a daycare. He's pointing out that he's not able to get any information.
I wasn't trying to go inside.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a
There
daycare.
should be a reception.
It is.
No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
So they're claiming there is reception. When you look at the original video, we get a shocking moment. This is the response he got.
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here. Because there's...
So why are you asking us about
the fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to a legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a Joey spot.
What do you mean by that?
This
is not a Joey spot?
Ooh, buddy.
This is not a Joey spot?
That is not what you wanted to say.
Don't act like this is unreasonable to find this suspicious. They're forced to concede the fact that there is fraud occurring there and it has been being investigated.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, for years.
I can't believe this is CNN's strategy. They've already been. They're forced to concede the investigated.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on.
It's not a Joey spot?
What do you mean by What do you What do you mean by that?
This is not a Joey spot?
Ooh, buddy.
This is not a Joey spot?
That is not what you wanted to say.
Don't act like this is unreasonable to find this suspicious. They're forced to concede the fact that there is fraud occurring there and it has been being investigated.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, for years.
I can't believe this is CNN's strategy. They've already been doing indictments, Nick. Why would you show up with a camera? This has been going on for so long. Why are you paying attention to it? That's essentially the logic here.
Why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children, they're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
If you've been feeling run down lately, low energy, low stamina, it's time to support the systems that actually keep you strong. Juvenon just released something.
Jack, what I want to say to Steven is, I know he's farting and all that. As he said, that's he cares about you, right? Yeah. Do you care about him? Do you care about him, King Steven? You really care about Jack?
Oh, I care about idiots like you, pissants like you, Tarek.
Okay, the question was, do you care about Jack, though? You really care about Jack?
Are you going to let me answer?
Go ahead.
Are you going to keep interrupting? I care about the truth. And I care about entertainment, and I care about having fun, and
you didn't answer the question. Are you serious? Can you be authentic and serious, Stephen, or are you a clown and a character who cannot be respected or trusted? Here's your chance.
Well, I can't
what
respect
are you sharing?
To call me a clown and a fool.
The question before you, Stephen.
Go ahead.
Let me calm down.
Okay, Jack.
Calm down a bit.
Well, King Steven, Jack, what I want to say to Steven is, I know he's farting and all that. As he said, that's he cares about you, right? Yeah. You care about him? Do you care about him, King Steven? You really care about Jack?
Oh, I care about idiots like you, pissants like you, Tarek.
Okay, the question was, do you care about Jack, though? You really care about Jack?
Are you going to let me answer?
Go ahead.
Are you going to keep interrupting? I care about the truth, and I care about entertainment, and I care about having fun, and
you didn't answer the question. Are you serious? Can you be authentic and serious, Stephen, or are you a clown and a character who cannot be respected or trusted? Here's your chance.
Well, I can't
What are
respect
you
people
sharing?
that call me a clown and a fool.
The question before you, Stephen.
Go ahead.
Let me calm down.
Thank you. Calm down. Calm down a bit.
Well,
Take a
King
few
Stephen.
Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Praise God! Praise God! Holy cows, man! Holy cows! This is my life. I am the life guru. Life coach, life roach, golly geez, golly geez. God is so awesome, man. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. This is real life. I love Polly. I love Polly. Paulina the slave. Paulina the slave. Golly geez, man. King Stephen owns me. King Stephen owns me. I bow down to the king. The Raven King owns me. I'm a little pissant. Little Jack Twackcott. I'm a little pissant. Filthy, filthy asshole. Filthy asshole. Skid mark. Golly jeez. Holy cows, man. Golly jeez. Holy cows, man. Baby. Praise God. I'm Jack Twackcott. I'm the son of God. It's happening now. I'll end all wars. Cockroach cut. Wee little angry Jack. Psycho Jack. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Please be generous. Give me your shekels. face judgment. A reckoning is coming. A reckoning of spirits. An eternal reckoning!
North Carolina, Virginia line. I'm in North Carolina, Virginia line.
Go. Perfect.
Virginia. How much money did the tooth fairy give you?
Including me?
1 cent.
Wow.
Here, tooth fairy. I think you got $2.
Hey, what happened here? Going tubing.
That's a bow rider they're in. We used to have one when I was growing up. Had multiple boats growing up when I was into boating. My parents were into boating, the neighbors at our cottage. The Great Lakes region. She's a real weirdo, Aphrodite.
She posted one the other day. She said I had prophetic dream. She said, I like in the real world, not even in the dream, in the real world, her doctor's name was Dr. Pope or Dennis or something. And then she went to a different doctor. To fix her crown named Dr. Lamb. So she dreamed about him. So somehow this is a prophetic dream. She didn't say what the fuck a prophecy was. She said demons collect teeth. This bitch believes in the tooth fairy, dude, for real.
Yeah, no, like, isn't that the joke? Isn't that the joke that's being played on these people?
And then she said Satan is a...
This creature's always strung out, this toilet bowl. Isn't that the joke that's been put on these people? The joke, slurring his words, and he sounds like a fucking drug-addicted demon. Isn't that the joke? Isn't that the joke that pulled on these people? These fucking creatures are all drug addicts and felons and losers. That's what they are. All of them. It's not just this one.
Aphrodite being the anti.
She's always wearing a fucking stupid bikini top and always looking boyish and weird. Like, I still think that that's Nick Shirley. I think it's the same being. I don't think there's a difference. I think that's who it is. Here he is, right here. Aphrodite is this guy. That's Aphrodite. It looks just like Nick Shirley. That's what it looks like. Looks like Nick Shirley. Take a look. There's almost no difference. He's got bad skin. She's got acne, and I don't know if it's acne or if it's herpes on her face. What do you think? Look at her face. She's got terrible skin. Why don't you take care of your skin? Try taking care of your skin. Got terrible goddamn skin. Don't you? I'll take a screenshot. You tell me if this is acne or if it's herpes on her face. I don't know what it is. It's just gross. She's gross all the way around. Everything about her is gross. She needs some defenders here. And that's what she needs. She needs somebody to defend her. She looks like Nick Shirley. Here's Nick Shirley. I thought that was Aphrodite. There she is. Look at the skin. Is that herpes on her face? What is that? What is that? Is that acne or is that herpes? What is it? My goodness, she's nasty. Nasty, nasty. I think it's Nick Shirley. Here he is in Minnesota. He looks just like her. Same facial features, chin, mouth, nose. It's all the same. Those bushy eyebrows. And this young CNN reporter. This is just Nick Shirley.
11 a.m., I believe, and it also came the following day, later in the day.
This is going to be the biggest line of attack. Well, Nick, you did not come during their normal business operating hours, which they
Bring up a fair point. Then
So there's Nick Shirley. I'll try to get a side view of Aphrodite. I think they're the same. I think that might be Nick Shirley. That's him, isn't it? Would you say that's him? I'd say that's him. I'd say that's the same. Here he is. That's Nick Shirley. The resemblance is uncanny. Nick Shirley and then Aphrodite. I mean, what's the difference? What's the difference between Nick Shirley here and Aphrodite? God damn. There's so much of a resemblance. It's unbelievable. Who would want to date her? Wouldn't it be like, how does her boyfriend not feel like he's having sex with a guy? That's what I want to know. How is that possible? Even if she has some fake vagina carved out, some gash between her between his legs, I'm sorry. Like, look at this. That's Nick Shirley. Same hairstyle, basically. Same face. The same mouth, the same chin, same nose, same eyes. Look at this thing. There you go. I mean, Jesus Christ. Unbelievable, isn't it? How they play different characters.
1982 Rabbit.
Mine was in 87. Filled with his disciples, and they were hungry, so they decided they were like going to harvest some wheat and like have a picnic in this field.
That voice doesn't sound like a real woman. It sounds like a transformer, we'll say. Sounds very strange.
On a Saturday, and they accused him of
Aphrodite.
What
This
do you
is
do,
my,
bro?
my sleep schedule.
What do you do?
and I don't have to eat the flesh of Jesus. I can just claim that I am.
They're bad copycats, and this
How is it a copy if it's before?
This is zeitgeist fucking garbage propaganda that you believe wholesale. They're not the same. Mithra is
I'm
not
asking
the same
you a question.
Jesus.
I didn't even say what I believe.
Well,
I said, how do
Tyrus
you
is not the
explain it?
same as Jesus. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you asking me?
How can these stories exist before Jesus?
What story exactly in particular?
These resurrection stories. It's the same story.
I think that's sort of common in mythological mythology. It's very common that gods resurrect and this.
Oh, so
they have these
Jesus
sort
is
of
just one
special
in
powers.
a million. It's just So then Jesus isn't special. You just admitted Jesus isn't special. It's not the only.
No, Jesus
Christ.
is very special because
but
actually
in the
Jesus.
past, all they did do it. Like it was just a common thing.
Okay.
That the prince died and then resurrected, went up to heaven, and then came back.
Yeah,
Special
Jesus
powers.
is special because unlike all these other characters like Zeus or the Roman gods or all the pantheon and stuff like that, Jesus is man
not those.
and God. That's
Yeah, so
the
is
special
Krishna.
part about Jesus. He's man and God.
So
He's
was
not
Krishna.
just this lofty character. He's actually a person that walked among us and lived among us, serving and teaching in the flesh.
And so
Not
am
just some
I.
not just some lofty
I'm in the
concept.
flesh too. And I don't have to eat the flesh of Jesus. I can just claim that I am.
Well, I'm
the
not
blood
going
of
to follow
Christ.
you, Aphrodite. I'm sorry.
You don't have
You're-
to. You can
you're
follow this
confusing-
globe here. You can follow
Aphrodite,
this
you're
globe
confused and you live in a
with
bread
big
truck.
G. You can
You live in a
follow
truck.
the big
No.
G since you worship it, you Mason.
Big G. You know who the Masons worship?
What? Why don't you tell
You
me?
know what Jobulon is?
Gobula?
Jobulon. That's who the Masons worship. The more
that with a
spiritual,
J or a
theistic
G?
Masons. It's a weird chimera, this homogenation of different gods together. Jobulon. It's satanic as fuck and retarded. So no, we're not Masons.
That's the first time
Hey, is
I've
my
heard
mic
that
okay?
term.
Yeah,
My mic
Lou.
okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
Lou.
you. How's it going, buddy?
How are you, Lou?
Are you still up? Like you haven't slept yet? I caught a little bit of your live stream last night. I don't know. I woke up around 3 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah.
And caught you guys, you and what's his name?
My work day starts at about 2 o'clock every day, so this isn't like weird. So
You go to work drunk?
no, I don't go to work drunk, Aphrodite.
What
This
do you
is
do,
my,
bro?
my sleep schedule.
What do you do,
You're
bro?
gonna start work at 2.
I'm a truck driver. I'm a distributor.
Holy shit.
Well, you definitely can't work
And I'm
drunk,
the one
for
that's
sure.
delusional. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you claim to be a surgeon. I don't claim to be anything else than what I am. You're not. Why are you on food stamps, Aphrodite?
Hey, why are you guys like butting heads and arguing? Why can't you guys just have a decent discussion of exchange of
Because
ideas?
he's a Mason and he's like been put out.
Well,
to,
you're not
come
helping.
after
You're not helping. You're not helping. I don't know you,
I'm a
lady.
Mason
Sorry,
now.
but you're not helping by accusing him of anything or whatever you feel. Just have an honest discussion. Like, let me
I
put
got my
out a
Dale
question.
Earnhardt shirt on today. You know, I'm in a good mood, man.
Can I put out a question to both of you, if you don't mind?
Demonic.
Can I put out a
What's
question?
demonic about my shirt?
Oh boy, you guys are
No,
wow.
it's demonic that you're drinking scotch in the middle of the day before noon. It's called spirits for a reason. You're like channeling
Wowie,
spirits,
wowie.
literally. Literally.
Come on, children, let's get together now. Let's be adults.
Well,
Come on
it's
now.
amazing. It's amazing that I can dumpster you drinking scotch at 11 in
I
the
don't
morning.
think you've proven anything other than you're just like unintelligent.
I've dumpstered you.
Okay.
I've dumpstered every fucking point you've had. It's retarded. What
Dumpstered?
you're talking about.
You live in a dumpster.
Okay, that's real.
Are
real
you
creative.
guys-
Dumpstered every fucking point you've had. It's retarded. What
Dumpstered?
you're talking about.
You live in a dumpster.
Okay, that's real.
Are,
real
are you
creative.
guys done? Like, are you guys done?
Real creative. Aphrodite.
Come on.
Real creative. He is going to sort this all out. I have full faith
Come on.
in you guys, right?
I'm not a creature. You want to label yourself a creature while you're drinking scotch. I get it.
Well, you are a creature.
No, I'm not.
Were you created?
I'm a woman.
Were you created, Aphrodite? If you weren't created, what are you?
Divine.
Okay. So you weren't created, you're just divine. Okay. How does that make any fucking sense?
I think I've always existed.
Oh wow, so you've just been around forever, like a vampire?
In different incarnations, I have past memories.
Oh, so you're God. So God has to reincarnate. Is that what you're telling me?
I think God is in most people. I think God is not in a singular. Can you still hear me?
Most people? Hold on, most people? Didn't you say that we all look like God?
Most people denounce God. I mean, there's a lot of people who denounce.
But even
God
if they
inside of
denounce
them.
him, don't they still look like him? Aren't they made in his image? Even though they don't accept him
Not
in
if
their
they
heart,
don't
in their
believe it.
hearts? Oh, so if you only to be made like God, you have to believe in God. To be in his image.
I don't think I necessarily agree with that. I think you're made in God's image, whether or not you believe in him or not. That's up to you to accept or deny. That really has no bearing on it. But clearly, Aphrodite denies that because she's skipping a step and she's saying she is God. I don't know how she's justifying it because God made you. You think you're part of God?
So you're not. You don't see yourself as God.
Are you part of your mother? Aren't you related to your mother? Didn't she make you?
No, I'm not. I'm my own individual person separate from my mother.
Really? Because I think the same mitochondria.
I'm not my
that
mother.
your
I
mom
don't.
are in you. Exactly.
How does that make any sense? Do you think that doesn't make any sense, Aphrodite?
It doesn't. I know you don't understand biology, but there's called maternal
Are we not?
mitochondrial DNA.
Are we not different, unique individuals with our own DNA?
Not your mitochondria.
Are you fucking serious?
Testing. One,
Yeah, your
two.
mitochondria has different DNA, and it doesn't.
No, exactly. We are different. Different, unique. There's nobody else
Testing.
like me in the DNA code.
Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing.
They classify that different kind of
Audio
species.
check.
Or different sets.
species.
One,
two.
Dinosaurs are have about as much variety as mammals do.
I would
Check
agree. And
one,
David, you agree that
two.
dinosaurs existed as well?
Check 1.
Do
Check
you?
2.
Yeah, I agree they existed. When I was a flat earther, I thought it was like during the days of Noah, Enoch age, and they were just like genetic mutated animals, stuff like that. When I was a flat earther.
Wait, you believe in dinosaurs?
My next question was, do you think it happened millions of years ago?
I would say probably. I'm not an expert on the on the topic, but probably.
Wait, you guys believe in Jurassic Park style dinosaurs? Is that what you're saying?
The
Not
T-Rex?
as the movies portray.
Yeah, I'm not even sure they assembled the bones correctly, but I do believe that they probably found really old bones that are to species that we don't have here today that might have been giant species.
So they're not plaster of Paris in these museums. They're real bones.
So do you think they get smaller for a reason?
Well, I mean, even before the extinction, we have small dinosaurs. Just
Like hamsters? Are you saying hamsters are dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
Oh, man. What about snails?
What about them?
Yeah,
Are
come
they
on,
dinosaurs?
Steven, this guy's he wants you to calculate
No,
something. Look
I'm
at this
being
guy.
serious. Like I'm trying to establish a baseline of his beliefs. Are snails dinosaurs, and what about possums? Opossums.
Yeah, definitely neither of them are dinosaurs.
They
Dinosaur
look
has
like
a
it,
very
though.
specific diagnostic criteria for deciding.
Crocodiles. You'd say crocodiles?
I would
No.
say a crocodile is a dinosaur because
Wow.
it just looks cool.
It looks like an old species. It looks
Yes,
like a
but
dinosaur.
dinosaur doesn't mean old reptile-looking species. There are things you look at to determine if something was a dinosaur.
Meaning crocodiles could have been around long as dinosaurs, and they still would not have been classified as dinosaurs. Is what he's saying.
Exactly.
I think the big point, though, is was there some species that ruled the earth before humanity? That's the whole big thing about it. That
mean,
for
Absolutely.
65 million years, there's no humanity, but there's this other species that's the apex.
No, the
That, I
hobbits. It
think
wasn't dinosaurs. It was hobbits.
I just want to know if any of you guys can counter this claim.
counter what claim?
What a collection of beta boys. He's talking about me too. I have a lot of really big fans that they love. They come out. The biggest fans are
Dude,
the
beta
haters.
boys, I can probably bench more than you, squat more than you, and deadlift more than you. Probably run a 40-yard dash faster than you too. Probably throw a football
What's your
further
bench
than you.
press?
Slick
How much
Rick,
do you
get up here.
How much do you bench press, David?
Y'all just
bro?
just proved him right. He put a comment like that. I'm talking bench press 400 pounds. I think you just proved the guy's point.
No, I can't bench press 400 because I'm a trucker now. But I was just in the gym 2 days ago. I'm still hitting 225.
Are you in your truck right now? Is that where you're at?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so you get
I
to
can
sleep.
curl
Okay, tell me about that.
225, dude.
No, dude, can
Is
you
your
name
name
him?
David
He,
Hatch?
he actually is that small. He's a little creature that's like a little stuffed animal.
I'm not a stuffed animal. I'm a king.
Sorry, a stuffed doll.
Landry, do you got
Not a
something to
doll.
say?
About what, Steven?
No. I was just thinking you say something to say or be funny. I'm assuming you don't feel like you have something to say and you must be funny then. Is that true?
It's true. It's true.
Okay.
All right, you know what, Steve or JC, you're
Joe Cool is anti-white. Did you guys know that, David and Fits of Rage?
Well, let me ask him first because you've said a lot of nonsense. Dude. So I can't accept your word.
I'm not
I can't
saying
accept your word.
dude.
Joe's cool. Are you anti-white?
He is.
I don't even believe white and black exists. I think it's a hang up motherfuckers have. And I'm impressed with how quick you discerned that with dude.
You call
I'm
people
impressed.
white. You call people white crackers, and you talk about you use the N word. I'm not going to say it on here. You do, Joe. You do. You're obsessed with race. Just admit it.
You don't think because I call so and so that's my
Playing
nigga
on this
that
panel. He's playing dumb.
I have anything to do with race. You don't
He's
think
playing
that.
dumb here. He's obsessed with race. He is.
Well, he said that race doesn't exist.
I know,
And
but
I can
on other
prove with
panels,
logic.
he's the
I
opposite,
think my
man.
shit is
Playing a
logically
game
that
here.
it doesn't. I can prove it doesn't.
It does exist, though.
Well, since that
Biology
proved,
exists.
there will be small
Fitz,
would
biological
you agree
shit
biology
that
exists,
that
biological
we could
differences?
argue about, but certainly not in the sense that we use it. That's not even a
Fits of
thing.
Rage, would you agree biological differences exist that are measurable?
Yes, but race as a actually
Damn, I
scientific
can't hear,
concept does not
dude.
exist.
Race does exist. I mean, there's all the signs that it exists.
There are more differences between the African populations than there are in just about any other populations.
So
Or
what?
differences? What do you
There's
mean?
hundreds of differences, biological differences measurable between a European and an African. Hundreds of
Yeah.
biological differences.
So so race exists.
It's beyond skin color. Race exists, obviously, just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
dog breeds exist, and dogs aren't the same as cats.
Have you guys heard about there's like 3 races? Have you heard this concept? I heard it from No Fugazi. He said that only 3.
Only 3? What are you talking
Asian, white, and black?
He used words I've never heard. It's like Negroni and
Negroni. That
I'm
sounds
serious.
like macaroni. Is that
That's a shot.
pasta?
Negroni is a
Negroni?
shot in Japan.
No way. He said Negroid. Maybe he said Negroid.
No, that might have been it.
Negroni? I never heard of Negroni. That sounds like something you order in an Italian restaurant.
Oh,
You order
he
at a
just typed
Japanese
them, but
restaurant. It's
it
a
won't let
shot.
him- It won't let him say it because YouTube blocks it. Oh,
Rigatoni?
Mongoloid, Caucasoid.
Yeah, I can't hear a couple of you. I gotta leave.
Mongoloid.
Come back, JC.
Joe, are you a
Sorry.
Mongoloid?
Which one is he? Is he? No, I don't think he'd be a Mongoloid. I think he'd be he's definitely not a Caucasoid.
You come across as a Caucasoid sometimes, Landry.
I am one all the time.
No, your attitude is like a Caucasoid at times. You're
No,
kinda-
that's my species, dude. I can't change it. I was born this way.
That's your species.
Yes.
I thought you acted like a Caucasoid.
Ha 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 ha. See, okay. I'm trying to remember what the hell you were talking about before I came up and interrupted.
Is there one Twatazoid or Dickazoid?
That's you, Steven.
No, that's you, dude. Look at the mustache on this guy.
You got any evidence for that claim about my mustache?
Your mustache, you come across like a
What do you guys
dickazoid.
think? What do you guys think? Do you think we keep him or drop him? I'll give you guys imagine
He always
this is
does
your
this.
channel.
He has
No,
to
no,
He
no,
talks a
no.
little shit, but it hasn't been too bad yet. I've
Alright, cool.
seen King
Let's keep him then.
Steven on other streams, and he's
All right,
been
no,
a lot worse
I
on
want, I
other
just want to,
streams.
I want to
A
leave
lot
the room.
worse.
It's a glitch when people go up and down. It makes it where
It's just
I
you.
can't hear certain people.
I'm the best co-host ever. David, are
All
you a Dirty Sanchez? Because your name is Sanch. It makes me think of Dirty
Damn, you're so original. Like I didn't hear that when I was 8 years old. Damn.
I'm not trying to be original here. I'm trying to be
Oh.
entertaining. That's all.
Well, I mean, you could bring up something when I was 8.
I'm
It's not
the king of
entertaining to me.
entertainment, king of kings. David Sanchez, Dirty Sanchez.
Damn straight.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, brother.
Oh, here's
What
the
do you think-
jester. Here's the.
What do you think about
court
this panel right here? This is a new.
Well, I mean, we got like the autistic Down syndrome.
Don't talk
Fitzgerald,
about me like that, dude.
And then we've
looks
got a dude
autistic.
who seems like he's in bed. David Sanchez.
He's in the truck.
Okay, so he's in the bed of a truck. They're taking him to the train station.
He's sleeping
No,
in his
well,
grandmother's
they're not
house.
taking me anywhere. I'm stationary. See out the window.
What are you doing?
He's working.
What are you
He's
doing?
working.
He's fucking working. Yeah.
He's working.
Yeah, dude. What the hell? You can't
He's
respect
just
the man.
laying there. What are you working at?
I've already arrived at my destination. I deliver in the morning.
I
What
want
do you want me to
What are you
do?
delivering?
Yeah, tell me more about that.
Delivering
Depends.
product.
What kind of
Okay.
product? Uh-oh.
It's like plastic product.
It's nothing important because if it was important, they wouldn't wait till morning.
But yeah, it's not AR-15s and bullets or any military equipment. Nothing like that.
We have the honorary Ahimsa, aka I'm not gonna say it now. I'm gonna keep it.
That David guy looks a bit like Jay Dyer. Have you ever seen that YouTuber Jay Dyer?
You know what? I
Yeah,
want to
the
bring it back to
Christian.
this because I came up because you threw Joe Cool in the back, and I was like, "Why are you being racist, Landry? Like, we can't do that together. Like, we don't treat Joe like that."
Yeah, I threw him in the back. Did I really
Did you
throw
make
him in the back?
Joe
though?
go in a
I
different back
don't
door
remember.
to come in here? And-
He doesn't even remember, dude. You could have convinced him. Like, no, his mic started messing up, and he had to
I
lower
don't-
his audio.
I don't have the keys, otherwise I'd throw him in the back. and
I don't have
Okay,
the keys
I
either. I
can't give
could
you the
have the
keys
keys.
either because I don't pay for the damn StreamYard because I'm a you know.
No, I don't think he did.
sucker.
Whoever go in the back, my mic can go out up and down. Sometimes it's like playing a lottery. Sometimes I won't be able to hear someone when they pop back up or I pop back up. It's just a thing.
You know what? Next time I play a bit non-bit, I'll go with King Steven because he's a little bit brighter.
Is
Do you
Joe
guys
allowed
want to
to
talk
drink
about
from the
race
white-
though? Did you want to have the race
Of
conversation?
course, that's
or-
what all the people want to hear
If we
about.
talk about race, I'm the fastest one here. So
Can Joe drink from the
Show
white
off your
water
intellect.
fountain?
We're listening.
Or is this a racist place here? Do you let
What
Joe
is it?
drink
From
from
the what fountain?
the white water fountain? Is Joe allowed?
Hey Joe,
Or
let me
do you-
ask you this: do you
Yeah,
think that
Joe's
that,
definitely allowed. Yeah,
that
that'd be
we
crazy.
do too much with
But
the
I
black
do
and white?
agree with you though, Stephen, that I think races do have differences, especially with IQ. I would admit that I think Asians have higher IQ than white people. Would that make me racist to white people? I don't think so.
it's just
So
'cause
if
you
I
like
were
to
to
fuck
say
Asians.
white people,
We're
have
talking
higher
race. I mean,
IQ
I had to show up if it's race talk. I mean, come on.
Hold on, I gotta change
look.
the name of the stream real quick to Hot Garbage Explosion Trash Can Fest.
yeah,
Well,
it's
Joe's
about to go
laughter
down
shows
the hill.
a lower
Well, I
IQ.
would still be here to see you eat it, so that I will still be here to see it, Landry.
Real quick, Imperious, the only race you're winning is in the bedroom, bro. So
Yeah,
let's
race to
let's
get
just keep
inside
that
the
real.
woman, sure. Now can I look, guys? Look, we're talking race here. We're talking. Landry's not even a race; he's a subhuman with that stash. I mean,
I
look
look
at
good,
him.
man.
You're
I mean,
just
Subhuman.
jealous because women would fuck
That
him
was
over
You
harsh.
look like
Jazz.
you look like Captain Hook got fucked in the ass, dude. That's what you
Oh,
look
damn.
like, dude.
So what would that change about Captain Hook? But the way he looks.
No, but the first thing he thinks about is you getting fucked in the ass. I think that's a little gay.
I
brother.
mean, it's like he exudes getting fucked in the ass. I mean, it's like,
Dude, listen,
look,
dude,
if
listen,
you were,
okay,
if,
listen.
sir, look, if you
We
were
have to
walking,
explain this to the top right panelist. He's not heard of this act before.
I say
it's
we
not
throw
an
him
act.
out.
What act?
The act of the anal.
Of being fucked in the ass?
Yes.
I say we throw
Oh
him
my
out. This is
God.
terrible. This
He's
is
saying you
who,
look like
Paris?
AIDS. That's
All
what
right,
he's saying.
Moose is in charge. There he goes. Moose gets the keys. Who do we keep?
Crazy
Who was
guy.
that guy?
You don't know that guy?
No. Who was it?
Dude, how does that, what world does Steven not know Imperious?
What do you mean?
One world where you probably trolling your ass might be
Yeah.
one. Maybe
I don't
one.
hang out
I
where
don't
you guys
know.
do.
You
Who
don't
is
have
it?
to.
Who is it?
All right. Hold on. I think I might be insane. That was the Great Imperious, folks. We might have
You
to bring
could
him
be
back
insane.
up. Let's give him 5 seconds to.
He said
tell
Landry
us
looks
why.
like
Look,
AIDS.
let me say one thing before I go. Look it. From coke to smoke, from planes to boats, Big Papa Imperious is your hookup. Holla if you hear me. I'm out of here, suckers.
Bro, that's not even fucking D grade YouTube
Yeah, that
panelist
wasn't good.
material.
I think
I-
that was
Fuck
an
outta here.
advertisement for a service, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it.
don't
He's
know.
offering
Way
to
to
be
go
the new
out.
fluffer of the group.
Coast to coast, nigga, coast to coast. I'm your
Hey
new
Landry,
host.
look up Jay Dyer.
Peace
The guy
about
beside you is a spitting
deuces.
clone.
I fucking hate people like
Is
him.
that a compliment?
He's a good looking
Kind
guy.
of sounds
yeah.
like a compliment.
It is a compliment. The guy's famous
Jay's
on
a
you.
Thank
good
you.
looking
How
guy.
old are
Thank
you,
you, sir.
David?
34.
Could be worse. Could be
I'm
like me.
88.
36.
Hey, whoa, hold on. We have a money making opportunity right here. We got Andy right here. He says, "I would pay money to never hear Imperious's voice again." Now,
Andy
I
Candy.
am
Hey, I
willing.
would follow through with that though, because I freaking can't believe that Jack didn't follow through with. You paid $50 for him to never keep Snafu as a moderator, dude, and then he made him moderator the next week.
He paid $20 to bring me on the panel and for 10 minutes, 2 days in a row, and Jack kicked me off in like 10 seconds.
Listen, Andy,
He screwed Andy.
I'll work something out. Obviously, I can convince Talcott. He doesn't go to Talcott, so I don't know who else you listen to. Whoever else you listen to, I can make it happen, dude. Let's talk price. Let's talk dollar amount. We can make it work because you're not the only one. Even some of the people who I thought put some stake into having him around, I was mistaken about. I was mistaken about the stake in the game.
Fuck you. Do you will not sell me out, motherfucker. You will not sell me.
You think I'm talking about you?
Yes.
I'm barely listening, and that's funny.
Why would I? Dude, you think I'm? If it's about you, I would say your name, and then you'd be
Talcott.
like, "Damn, dude, you fucking sold me out."
You screwed
Damn.
Andy. Talcott screwed Andy out of at least $70 in
Hold
the
on,
past
I'll talk to
few
you about
days.
it. Where's it?
I mean, I'm willing to throw in against Imperious, even though I'm a co-host slash.
You don't like that guy?
Well, he just wastes our time, Steven. I would much rather have you as a co-host than ever have to listen. to
Hey,
Imperious.
this
I'm
is
the
the guy.
best
This is a
co-host
perfect opportunity. Freedom Grower. I bet you to hell and back, you disagree with these two people who don't come here often. This is a flat earther right here, down in the dumps, Mr. Freedom Grower. But I
I'm
don't
the
think he
king of the
actually stays out these days.
castle. Dick's the dirty rascal.
Wait. Dix can't be a flat earther, Devin. I called him brilliant and smart.
You didn't know that he's a flat earther?
Ugh.
But then he'll make
Joe,
a joke
what-
out of it, like he doesn't really believe in it. Like, I just think it could be possibly like the donut Earth, and like, you know.
I'm
Joe,
not
what
messing
shape
up,
do you
Zach.
think the Earth is? Joe Cool.
Oh, stop it.
Hey, I tell you what. You know what is really fucked up? If Imperious fucking died right now, I wouldn't give a shit. But my dog died yesterday, and I care more about my dog than I do most people. Like, if you guys got blown up, everybody on here got blown up. Like, I care more about my dog.
You'd cry
You got
you'd
blown
cry if
fuck.
you never heard my voice again.
That's possible. That's
That's the
possible.
truth.
You are
Let's be
you
honest.
are
here.
King Steven. You've got that siren-like voice. It's deep. It's deep.
I am sorry to hear about your dog. That's never fun.
Me too. If
Wait,
it's
I
true,
didn't hear him
if
say
you're
his
not
dog
pulling our
died.
leg, you could be making
Yeah,
it
I
up.
did.
You might,
Joe, you're
you
not a
might
good
not have
listener.
even had a dog.
But that's why I'm being a douche tonight. I needed it. I needed it.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's
So wait, are we having the race conversation, or are we
Yeah,
just
let's bring it.
fucking around?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you for
I
asking
told
me
you,
that. Bring it
I'm
around,
the
bring it around.
fastest one here, dude. My
Shut the
name
fuck
was
up, Moose.
literally
We're having the
Michael
race
Johnson.
competition. They're not
My
competition.
birth
Fuck.
name-
Yeah, he's fast, Landry.
He
Yes,
screwed
he's
up.
fast.
I am the
All right.
fastest.
So, okay, Joel, how many bring it in? What's the conversation? I don't even remember. I gotta
Well,
put that
there
on.
will be two conversations. There will be the analytical one that we like to I have, and then it will be disrupted by the guy who just thinks that racism is me. It's time for me to spew hatred. We'll see how it goes.
Steven? You hate Steven?
I'm not naming no
What are you
names. I'm
talking
just
about? I
saying
don't
I
do hatred.
expected either to be
I don't
two
hate
fights out
anyone.
here.
I don't hate
So wait,
anyone.
Joe Cool has something against Black Jesus or Dolphin.
Jesus is black. Nigga, what is you talking about? What other Jesus is
Well, then
there?
why would you be against me? I created a Black Jesus character.
God, Black Jesus character. You're not first.
Hold on, dude.
Jesus is dog, man. What are we talking about here? And a Black Jesus, like it's a weird thing.
Purple and gold.
White Jesus is a
My
real
brother?
weird thing.
Black Jesus is amazing.
Isn't Seth Rogen white? And isn't he a Jew?
Jews
All
are
Jews are
white
white.
people.
You're not white if you're a Jew.
Jews are
I
white
know, but
people.
he looks pretty white.
Jews
So
are
if
white
Jesus was that
people.
same complexion, you would say he's white.
Black
We have
Jesus.
Black Jesus in the back. I
Yeah.
only want to see Dolphin Jesus.
Bring him on, just to show Joe. Here's Joe. Joe, look at the purple and gold, and there's Jim
I'm
Crow.
on the phone, but
What the fuck? Fucking watermelon? What the
That's hilarious.
There you go. I love Black Jesus. He's part
But
of
you
my
know, okay,
show.
let me ask you this, David Sanchez, and like not even just you. I'll ask everyone here. What do y'all think? Right, the that I did that. Is this a normal thing that will people will be like, oh, no big deal, or will it sort of cause a controversy? Oh, how dare he do that?
I
This
think
is a big
you'll
deal,
be
'cause that's
fine,
for me,
Landry.
I think so too. But
It's
I
not
think that's
Biden in
another-
America
You should hear the rest
anymore.
of that.
I think with
It's
the
not Biden in
28 people.
Because this is the most racist fucking time I've ever seen in the history of my life. So you'll
What?
be fine.
Okay.
I've never seen so many racists jump out the closet at the same time in the history
I've
of my
never
life.
met a racist
The
in my
world
life.
has changed.
I've
You'll
never
be
met
fine.
one. Never met one.
You've never met a racist?
Never in my life. Never met a single racist.
I'm not
88
sure I have
years
either.
old.
I'm not sure I have either.
I definitely have.
I don't know how you could
met
call it
people
such a
that-
racist time, Joe.
But I
You just
I
hate
don't know
He's
everybody.
talking about Nick Fuentes, probably.
Joe hates everybody. That's what it is. Dolphin
You know
Joe.
what? I
Texting,
love
he
Michael
can't hear
Smith.
again. He's texting, just so you know.
Who is?
Joe.
Okay, thank you. Talking about
Joe's
yourself
a
in the
fucking
third person.
terrible listener, and then he interrupts the whole panel to tell you, "Hey, I'm not listening, guys."
Yeah.
Like a low
Yeah.
IQer. That's what it is.
Did somebody get their feelings hurt, Steven?
I'm not.
Hey,
hurt.
hey,
Not hurt
dude,
at
it's so
all.
funny. So I want to say something real quick. We have somebody in the back, right, who only comes here to say the hard R and then leave. I've seen him before.
No, fuck him.
Snafu.
Throw him out. I don't
No,
have
but
time
it's so
for
funny
Bring
that
him
he's here
on.
again.
Who is it?
I'm not
NPC?
gonna say his name. No, I'm not gonna say his name because
Freedom of speech, man.
wants-
Let him
he-
say it.
he wants the advertisement though, because all it is you go to his channel.
Nobody comes
And-
here just to say the hard R. What are you talking
I know
about?
Yes, you
exactly
do.
what he's talking
Oh,
about.
now
He's
I
talking
see.
about that slime
MC
ball,
Nemesis?
the fucking homeless Tommy living in San
Okay.
Francisco. He's a fucking faggot. Sorry, I
he
should have
is.
said that.
Oh, that
Damn
guy's a
it.
loser. I actually agree with Landry on this. On
Maybe
this
we can
one
just keep
thing.
talking. I'll leave
No,
him in the
you
back. We
agree
can talk
with
about
me,
him.
Steven. This is the first time me and you agree on something.
Oh, okay. We agree.
Wait, we hate him just because he says the word, or what?
No, he's just he's a piece of shit, bro.
He doesn't
tries to
say
go and
anything
he
of
tries to
substance.
tear your panel down and say
He's
shit
not
on your
funny.
panel.
He's just kind of a
They
douchebag.
try to
It's
ruin the
funny,
stream and get
yeah,
take
Steven.
you down or whatever.
And then
Well-
you go over to his channel and he mod gods you and treats you
Horrible.
Like
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't even
fuck-
know he
fuck
had a
that.
channel. Do people watch his channel?
I don't think I knew you.
I think it's a music channel.
Oh, I was wrong. That's not Tommy. That's that other dude. That's the fucking this is MC Nemesis. He's trying to promote
Yeah,
his
he's a douche.
terrible
MC
music.
Nemesis.
And he just
He's got the
he
worst
just
fucking
won because
music.
we're all saying his name.
Even Suno music, like you can look up random like music on there, and that is better than this guy's music. It's fucking crazy.
Well, I want to ask you about the racist stuff because I actually, for once, do have like sort of a concept here with the whole.
You're a little racist, Landry.
I think that we all see the obvious differences, but I'm more so looking the way that they act and how, like I said earlier, the white people, we're all inside for the most part, and then you go out and you see the Hispanics, they're all making it happen because they've always made it happen. I think we had this sort of luxury here.
They're
that
making
was
what
kind of
happen?
fading.
What do you mean?
They're living with their grandparents and their kids, and like everybody who was the last 3 generations all lives in the same house, and they
They're
make
making
cheap food.
tamales.
I
Real
know.
question
Ha,
for
ha,
you.
ha, ha, dude, you can make better jokes than
Wait,
that.
no,
Dude.
real
What's
question
wrong
for you,
with that?
Landry. But like, don't you think it's because of social nets? Like, if you look at Mexico, they don't have the same like social programs that we do in America. Like, they don't have like you have
There's
to
no
fucking
option, yeah.
work. You
Yeah.
have to.
You
Like,
hired
you
a
have to
Mexican. You
make it
made
work.
fun of them saying they're at hanging out at Home Depot.
He
Listen,
wasn't making fun of him. He was
No, I
he was
shared-
making
Even
fun
if
of
I
you
was,
guys
dude, that's
for
the
being
thing with
too poor
Steven.
to
Like,
help.
even if I was, that's what Steven's all about. Like, but then all of a sudden he's not, right?
not all about anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, dude,
all
that's the
about-
whole problem with you.
I
You're not
shared
all
a
about
Jay
anything.
Dyer link backstage to show David how much the resemblance is. It's
Well,
right
that's great.
there.
I didn't know this was your show, King Steven. You can go share your
I didn't
Jay
say
Dyer
it was
link
my
wherever the
show.
fuck
I'm
it
trying to
is.
be helpful. I'm trying to
No,
up
no, no.
the show.
Yeah, the Black Jesus
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
Bring something new to the table,
No.
Steven.
I'm bringing something new. There's a link to Jay
We all
Dyer.
know who Jay Dyer is.
Yeah, I know who he is,
David
man.
doesn't.
Of course I do.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he debates Christianity all the time. He goes against RF.
You a Jay
Definitely
Dyer
knows.
lookalike. You guys
Imagine
look
going
the
on the show, be like, you guys know like Brad Pitt. Hold on, I gotta get a picture of Brad Pitt real quick. Let me pull him
same. No,
up real
you
quick.
look the same.
You guys don't know.
look like Jay Dyer.
I appreciate it. We all have a twin, I
None
guess,
of you
right?
guys said you recognized Jay Dyer when I mentioned the name earlier. So
I thought a couple of us say he's a good looking guy.
no, Joe, you were being homo.
The back
That's what it was. You were doing your homo thing again.
Moose, I know you're not okay. I can tell now because of the way you're fucking interacting with that guy. That's so funny. Oh, sorry.
You find the lamest shit funny, Landry. That's your problem.
No, dude, you're the lamest shit, and I don't find you
no,
funny.
dude, you're not funny.
I didn't say I was. But
Your
you find
mustache
yourself very
isn't funny.
funny.
Shave your
Oh,
mustache.
he's getting his feelings hurt. My bitch Steven's getting my feelings hurt. Oh, you're my bitch Steven.
Shave your mustache. You look like a 90s porn
dude.
star.
Come on, man.
Shave your
Steven,
mustache.
do better. Yeah.
You
okay.
probably fucked half the
I'm gonna get
women
you-
I
I'm gonna
wanted
get
to
you
fuck.
the
but
backstage
that's
treatment,
because
Steven.
I'm ugly. Steven, you are ugly. You're an ugly fucker, and that's the problem with you.
He put me backstage.
It's true. He is an ugly fucker. But that's not even the conversation I want to have. I
Really?
want to have the
That's
race
true.
talk. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys
I
can't
told
do it.
you I've already won the race, Landry. Jesus.
All right, there you go. Landry and Moose calling me ugly, if you can believe it. And they stick together, of course, in their delusions. Landry's a real creepy weasel. And Moose, you look fucking creepy too. I'm going to show you Landry now. Hold on a second, everyone. There's Landry. If that isn't creepy, what is? I don't know if I have a picture of Moose. I don't think I do. But he's fucking creepy too. He's a weirdo. Moose is a scrawny little ugly fucking creature. Here's another one of Landry. Yeah, they wish they looked like me exactly. Here's Panda Eyes Landry. There's not a woman in the Panelverse that wants these creatures, that thinks they're good looking. Not one. Creepy creature, Panda Eyes Landry. And what else do I have for Landry? Snake Eyes Landry coming up. The best they can do is keep constantly saying I'm not funny and gaslighting. They're not funny at all. And they just do the ha ha ha. And it's just like little children. It's like envious, jealous little children. That's all they are. They're Snake Eyes Landry. Creepy, creepy creatures. They look hideous. They sound hideous. They're gross as fuck. They copy. They steal. They lie. They beg for shekels. They're just creepy, rotten, filthy, dirty cockroaches all the way through. all the way through. They're just gross creatures all the way through. Disgusting. He eats his boogers. He eats his eye boogers. He looks greasy. He's got a weasel mustache, snake eyes. Everything about him is gross. His spirit's gross. Here he is as a cockroach. That's what he is. He's a cockroach. And they never change. No matter if you go over there and you're cracking jokes or being entertaining, they can't take it. They'll get jealous if people laugh. It's the way they are. These creatures never change. I don't just mean Landry and Moose and Joe Cool. Most that are like this type, they never change. They're cockroaches for life. That's what they are. Creepy creatures. Creepy creatures for life. Let's go back to some more creeps.
Okay. All right, we're back, everybody. Lost connection there. Sorry about that. I think you guys might have missed the ceremony.
I can't quite see that, but is that Talcott walking in sandals with socks on? Am I seeing this? What does he have on his feet? Does he have sandals with socks on? Is he that fucking retarded and that hippie? Fuck. He's got all these pins on his hoodie. He's got a man purse on with a water jug hanging from it. He looks like a old grandmother with a beard. He moves around like an old woman or something. He's such a complete loser. I got to put up the Hobbit Cod again. Here's Hobbit Cod. He wouldn't show this to his fans on his show. I uploaded it backstage the other day, and he wouldn't post it. He wouldn't share it. And Tommy was there saying, "You post that right now. Put that on. Share that on the screen." He wouldn't do it. He said it was mocking him. It wasn't making him look good. Well, this is you, Jack. You're a little manlet. You're a tiny little hobbit cot. You're teeny tiny. That's what you are. Doesn't make him look bad. Actually makes him look better than he actually is. I mean, he didn't want to share it. Look at him here. He looks like a little manlet.
Speech with the lighting of the candles, right?
It was.
It was cool.
Very good.
We're outside.
Is he even 5 feet tall? I think Jack is like 4'10". Look at him. He's just this tiny little piss ant.
Right now, we're right next to the Washington Monument. I think we're just going to do an open panel.
For a little bit.
And see if you guys got any questions for us and maybe what you guys saw today on.
This live with someone he has nothing to say. Jack has nothing to say. He's just trying to keep his little vegan hands warm. Look at him.
Dream into something new. Very fun. And thanks again to Jack Talcott for coming out and joining me. Always appreciate that. So yeah, we got a crosswalk right up here. And actually, I was going to say, we can just do it right here.
Set it up. See how that works.
Yeah, let me go and drop the link. Do you have Discord or any way of contacting your audience? I know you got a much larger audience than I do.
Not really. I can post your stream. I think that's what.
Okay.
Right now, open panel. Share this. Create a post.
Go Washington Monument. Yeah, there we go. It's appearing. It is very cold out, folks. Would you say about 30 degrees, right? Probably about 30 to 40.
32, I think. Yeah. We got folks showing up already. Wonderful.
Yeah, people are coming in. Like I said, link is posted, folks. If you want to do a Q&A or just come and hang out with us, feel free. Thoughts on the collaboration, the African History and Culture Museum?
Here's my thoughts on your collaboration. You ready for it? And the African Museum and Kwanzaa. And how Hobo Hobbit Jack Talcott looks there on the screen. There you go. There's my thoughts on that.
And just maybe some questions for us.
There we go.
That is the Washington Monument right there, everybody.
All right. I think I posted on mine. Hopefully things are coming through.
So this is our first time meeting in person. I'm somewhat familiar with Jack's, kind of your, what you do, your message. But if you want to reiterate to my audience what it is you're hoping to achieve with YouTube and just overall, I think might be a good time.
I truly appreciate it because you gotta have kind of an open mind and just accept what it is for what it is. But what I'm hoping to do online with the channel is to start a grassroots movement. I want to end wars and bring reforms to the American government because the wars can end when people stop fighting, and the reforms can begin as soon as people make an agreement. So the people, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think we're ripe for something like that. I think a lot of people are, coming wise to what's actually going on in society, where their tax dollars are being spent, how they're not benefiting from those deals that are.
All right, we're hopping over here to this weirdo channel, the Powdered Dusty. Is Andrew Wilson really a secret degenerate?
Overload induction hypnosis was my thing that you took from me, fucker.
No. Where did you learn it
from you?
Where did you learn it?
Overload induction hypnosis. I was talking. Hang on. I'll go back and show you my Bambi Sissy Hypno film that I.
Bambi Sissy Hypno film. We'll get to that. But look me in the eyes and let me tell you that if you don't know what that is, you probably just want to wait for me to explain it to you. I did the research for you. It's sort of a blue waffle situation, right? Don't search the word, look up what a blue waffle is. If you don't know what Bambi Sissy Hypnosis is, I'll explain it to you in a little bit. But that was a weird response there, right? So Andrew, since I know that you're watching, Andrew, or you're probably both of you are in different rooms in your house watching on your own devices. Andrew, what in the fuck do you mean you made a video back in the day on Bambi and how do you say that? Here, let's just see how he said it.
Overload induction hypnosis. I was talking. Hang on. I'll go back and show you my Bambi Sissy Hypno film that I did.
Bambi Sissy Hypno film that he did. I would like to take you up on that offer. Please provide me a link to whatever the fuck it was that you were referencing there, where you think that you, where you're trying to claim that you covered overload induction hypnosis, because you're lying for sure. And here's how I know. And I as well, you sleep. How are you going to get overloaded and stressed out for a sleep hypnosis? The thing doesn't make sense. That's how I fucking know for sure you weren't talking about overload induction.
Code. Period.
But part of your mother is
You're not a genetic. Exactly. We are different. Different. Unique. There's nobody else like me in the DNA code. Period.
but part of your mother is in
You're
you.
not a
You're
genetic.
created.
You're not a genetic scientist. You're a surgeon, ma'am.
What?
Toilet bowl.
Surgeon is
What's a
scientist,
white
is a
N-word?
biologist. You want to put labels on things and think that you're like saying
You talking about
something
white niggers?
significant, and you're not saying.
What's a
anything.
white N-word? Yeah. Can you give me a definition on that?
Well, I mean, the N-word.
Don't say the actual word. You don't need to say the word.
Well, the N-word applies to.
Yeah.
The
Okay, we
N-word
know.
applies to any person that fits the description.
And what is it? What's this? Can you describe that? What's an N-word?
Ignorant, psyoped, media, driven, media fucking controlled, mainstream, pop loving, seed oil guzzling retard. That's an N-word. Anybody that falls for the ploys of the mainstream
Why
world,
do you
yeah,
need to
you're a retard.
self-medicate yourself all day, TBE?
And you see Benton is
I'm
that?
sorry? I'm sorry, what'd you say, Aphrodite?
Why do you need to self-medicate yourself all day, every day?
What do you mean all day, every day? What do you mean? Because
You're
I'm
drunk and
drinking
high,
scotch
like, every
at
time
this juncture, that means I do it all the time. Is that how you hyperbolize everybody you view in your life?
No, you slur your words in every video I see you do. So you're on something and you're visibly drinking scotch at 11 something in the morning on a Saturday.
No
After
doubt.
being up all night. So I'm asking you why you have to medicate yourself if you believe in Jesus so much.
Hey, hey, silence. I need to tell Lou something. Lou, I'm half black culturally, sir. I'm from one of the few places on the continent that's majority black. I grew up in a church that was half black, half white. Culturally, I am half black, sir. So I'm different than some of these folks. But please continue, and my apologies for the interruption. I shall return after I'm done eating. Thank you.
Lou, my wife is black. I don't give a shit about two syllables. Okay. She's I don't really care. I don't care what.
How does she feel about you using that word, the N-word?
Oh, she doesn't care. She uses it herself.
Hi, Nachita.
Hi, what's up? Interesting conversation. I thought I'd join in. But like I think, generally speaking, speaking about God and religion, especially people coming from different, backgrounds and cultures and different understanding of scriptures, is not going to be very conducive to a coherent conversation, to be honest.
I mean, it's really, I hate to make it a dialectic, but unfortunately, when you're using scripture, which is part of our holy tradition, it's either you accept it or you don't. It's not the produce section at the grocery store for you to use for your own liking and for your own confirmation bias and lifestyle. I take great offense to that. And so that's why when Paul gets all surprised when it comes to his show and I express that, that's the only reason why I'm ever there. Because I'm like, dude, why are you doing that?
How should I call you, Toilet Bowl Earth, or can I call you TBE? How should I? What's the most respectful way?
Just call him Toilet Bowl.
You call
me 1 second, 1 second, sir. No. I just no. It's okay. Like I don't have any. I don't want to be disrespectful. TBE. So. TBE. So, like, you would agree that within "quote unquote" Christianity, there are many denominations who interpret the Bible in different ways. Correct.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly the reason why we have a church. We have a church. The Holy Spirit.
There are many churches. No.
Pentecost. Okay, the Holy Spirit drives the church. The Holy Spirit is what keeps men in line away from heresy and blasphemy. This is exactly.
So who has the monopoly on that? Who has?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My question is, so according to you, the Holy Spirit is the one who is the authority of the scripture and the way in which the people interpret the Bible, right? So what you're saying is, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, that there are some people who can interpret the Bible in the correct way, and there are some people who are interpreting the Bible in the wrong way, correct?
Okay, so not necessarily. There's some nuance here. So what the church provides, and is basically with the Nicene Creed. The Nicene Creed, there's a long history before the Nicene Creed was actually established. The Nicene Creed basically establishes some boundaries about that's biblically backed about what we believe about Jesus and about our salvation. The Orthodox Church doesn't necessarily shun people for kind of having their own interpretations about this verse or that verse or Galatians or Ecclesiastes or this, that, and the other. But when we start hitting the boundaries, when we start hitting stuff that's...
Forget Galatians. Talk about Galutians. Galutians.
Sort of heretical. That's the only reason why the church is there to protect the faith.
Yeah, okay. May I interrupt you?
It's supposed to keep
what church? What church is it? What church is it?
1 second,
that you followed?
sir.
No, I just want to clarify something. What church is it? Greek are you Catholic? Are you Russian Orthodox? What orthodoxy do you fall under? I'm just curious.
Well, all the Orthodox churches are in communion, except some Ukrainian ones. The Ethiopian ones are just Orthodox in name. The Orientals they just use the name, but we're not in communion with them. The Orthodox Church is the true church before the papal state took over in the West. This is my belief. EBT would tell me otherwise. EBT would say, the Pope is the successor and he should be the one leading the church in universal truth and doctrine and teachings and that, and the other. Okay, that's what the West believes. The West believes that.
What about the black Pope?
The West believes that the Roman Pope has supremacy. Excuse me, not primacy. We believe the Roman Pope has primacy, but not supremacy. He doesn't have universal jurisdiction over all churches in Christendom. I hope I answered your question. Maybe I left something out.
Kind of. I was just kind of like, did you grow up in it or did you fall?
No.
Sorry, not Chiquetta. I'll let you go. I really want to understand this man. For some reason, he fascinates me.
No. My I was never religious. My father. I think when I was growing up as a young child, I would see my father praying as a Muslim. I didn't understand what he was doing, but he was doing those things. So I was like, oh, okay, he's kind of kneeling and doing these things with his hat on. But no, I was never Christian. I became Orthodox almost 4 years now.
What makes you think you can come in and tell people what Christianity is when you've only been studying it for 3 to 4 years? Like, who do you think you are? Like, pointing fingers?
I'm not
like
anybody,
casting
but
stones? Those who live in glass houses shouldn't cast stones. Like, you're freaking sipping
How
on
did I
scotch
cast
and trying to
stones?
tell people about Jesus. Like, are you for
How
real?
did I cast stones, ma'am?
Calling me blasphemous? Like, you don't even know what you're
Yeah,
talking
you're saying
about.
blasphemous
Literally.
things, ma'am. You're saying
I
blasphemous
grew
things,
up
ma'am.
in a Presbyterian church. Like,
You're
you don't
saying
know
blasphemous
jack shit.
things, ma'am. You
don't
said
even
you
know what
have the blood of
blasphemy
Christ running through your veins. Did you not say that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's blasphemous. Sorry.
No, it's not.
I'm
What
sorry
is
if
it
that's
when you take
offensive
Holy
to you.
Communion? What is when you take Holy Communion?
That's the body and blood of Christ.
Oh, so it's not running through your veins when you eat it and you drink it?
That's the difference between you
Oh,
believing
it's
you
different.
have.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, ma'am.
How is it different when you're actually
Ma'am.
ingesting?
Okay, so
something
here's
you
how
did a
it's
ritual
different,
over?
Aphrodite. Here's how it's different, Aphrodite. I'm baptized in the church. I'm catechized in the church.
Whoopie-doo.
I partake in prayers in the church and confession.
And it's obviously
You don't do
comforting
any
for
of
you.
that. You're not part of the
during
church.
the day.
You just
after
make an
you're staying up all
assertion
night.
that you are. Do you understand the difference? You understand the
You're so
difference between
saved. Why are you so troubled?
praxis and someone just claiming a bunch of bullshit like you?
What about priests and stuff and that commit
What
horrible
about
abuses
priests
in the
and
name of
stuff?
God?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
People do bad things. So orthodoxy is incorrect, y'all. Amazing logic.
So TBE. So basically what you're saying is that because you've been ordained by your church, that it gives you the authority to basically tell people that they're, you know, being blasphemous according to your understanding of the Bible and your teachings, correct? Because like you were brought up in a certain culture, right? And then within that culture, right, you have authorities within that culture that has brought you into the fold, and so you got some kind of authority now, correct?
You're sort of hyperbolizing things and saying you're giving me authority. I'm simply defending what I believe. You can hyperbolize it and say, "Oh, Mr."
You're
No.
breaking the
Marvel's got authority,
right
y'all. He's
now
a big
by working
badass because he's defending himself. Okay,
No.
no.
I'm
can
not trying to
say
be
that, that's
disrespectful, Toilet Bowl
That's
or
fine.
TBE.
You can say that. That's fine. That's fine. You can say
No,
that.
No. Well, how would you consider it then? Because like if you are saying that somebody's being blasphemous, you can explain to. So the loving thing to do, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to dictate to you what the loving thing is or not, but what I'm trying to say is that if you do believe that Aphrodite is being blasphemous, maybe you can explain to her what it is. What is it about her
Have
behavior?
you not been paying attention to what's been going on here, Nacho?
I have. I have been
Do you think I've been,
paying
you think
attention.
I've been deficient in trying to communicate myself to this woman?
I think there's been a little bit of a miscommunication. Is that if you do believe that Aphrodite is being blasphemous, maybe you can explain to her what it is. What is it about her
Have you
behavior?
not been paying attention to what's been going on here, Nacho?
I have. I have been
Do you think I've been,
paying
you think
attention.
I've been deficient in trying to communicate myself to this woman?
I think there's been a little bit of a miscommunication.
Have I yelled at this woman? Have I called her
Not
names?
necessarily. No.
Have I called her names?
Well, I guess
she
that's
is
depending
acting
on.
a little bit like a broken hole. She is acting like a childish broken hole. Let's be real.
I've been
obviously
very
guys don't
fucking
understand the
patient,
history.
and
There's
I,
history here.
all these little retard Pauline grovelers in the chat can say whatever they want. I've been extremely patient with you. I've been trying to answer every question to you, Aphrodite, as best as I can. But when you say slanderous things, I'm sorry. You want a reaction out of me. I mean, what is that? What is that?
That's
Are you a
slanderous.
lizard?
All right.
Slanderous.
Are you a lizard?
Slithering snake drinking your scotch.
Are you a lizard?
You are.
This lady's crazy.
Come on, Rose.
Okay, so let.
I'm sorry. You want a reaction out of. I'm sorry. You want a reaction out of me. I'm sorry. You want a reaction out of me. I mean, what is that? What is that? And all these little retard Pauline grovelers in the chat can say whatever they want. I've been extremely patient with you. I've been trying to answer every question to you, Aphrodite, as best as I can. But when you say slanderous things, I'm sorry. You want a reaction out of me. You want a reaction out of me. You want a reaction out of me. I mean, what is that? What is that?
That's
Are you a lizard?
slanderous.
All right.
Slanderous.
Are you a lizard?
Slithering snake drinking your scotch.
Are you a lizard?
You are.
This lady's crazy.
Come on, Rose.
Okay, so let me.
You can be
just,
a big girl.
Okay,
Be a big girl.
Yeah,
ahead,
let's
I don't
let's.
care who
yeah.
likes me or dislikes me. I'm still gonna defend my shit. You have no idea.
That's
what you're
fine.
talking
You have
about.
you have the right to defend your beliefs. It's fine. We're just having a discussion. No problem. You know, we're just trying to get along here as much as possible. So, like, what makes her blasphemous, in your opinion, TBE, is that she says that she's got the blood of Christ going through her, and then you're saying that that's blasphemous. But when she says that when you eat, you know, like when you consume the blood of Christ and the body of Christ in the form of wine and bread, right? That is not exactly the same. Okay,
There's a little bit of difference.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So when we engage in the sacraments, we engage in, there's a process. If you're not Orthodox, you're not Christian.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please explain.
Right? You get baptized, and then you get chrismated in the church, and you're now entered in the church because you're now fully committed to the church. And then you get communion.
Okay.
It's not the same as someone just saying, I believe I have the blood of Christ in me. That's weird, and that's blasphemous. Because no priest is going to sign off on that and say, you know what? If she said so, it's cool. Yeah, nobody's going to sign off on that ever.
So she should not be allowed to say such things.
I mean, obviously she's free to say it, but it's bad for her spiritual health to say these things if she ever wants to be a Christian and give her life to Jesus. That would be
Christian like yourself, right?
Correct.
But let me ask you another question, because this is one of the things. I don't belong to any religion. I do have a picture of Buddha up here. It's a painting that my friend did for me a long time ago. That's why I honor it. But I don't really belong to any religion myself. But one of the issues that I've always had with many different religions is that people always say, well, like my faith and my religion is the true faith and stuff like this, and then they claim themselves to be so-called Christian as an example. And I would ask them a simple question like, what percentage of the Christians do you believe are true Christians, while everybody is like fake Christian? And you would get different percentages. Some people say 5% or 10%, 20%. Right? So do you have any feelings about that?
If you want the yellow skin with the dark circles around your eyes, you have to.
Paul, please. Let me ask him this question.
If
Please.
you want to be a drunk with yellow skin and dark circles around your eyes, you have to listen to what TBE says, or it's bad for your spiritual growth. Please
can I
listen
answer
up.
this guy's question? Shut the fuck up, Paul.
You want to get thrown out of here, slave? You shut your stream down last night. You had such the blood of Christ. Just me restreaming it got you so shook you ran off and made it private. Goodbye. Daddy's home now. All right, we're going to take it down.
Damn
take
it.
the energy down. We're going to relax.
Damn it, Paul. I was trying to have a conversation.
God damn it, Paul. We're going to take the energy down a bit, okay? Don't get too excited.
You're not
you ran
my
off
daddy.
Your stream last night. I didn't say anything to you, ma'am. Don't get me started, okay?
You just
might be
said
surprised
daddy's
at what
here.
you
You're not my
find.
daddy.
Daddy's here. Well, you're bucking
Objection.
up quick, so you may
You're
need
not
a
my
daddy.
daddy.
Do you need a man in your life? Because I might be the one.
I got plenty.
Right.
Thanks
Do you
for the
need to
offer,
go
though.
too, ma'am? Do I have to silence you too?
You don't gotta silence shit. Maybe yourself.
Okay, just relax. Just relax.
Don't
Every
tell me to
time daddy
relax.
comes in, I can't say anything without getting jumped on and attacked.
Calm down.
Just relax, ma'am. It's gonna be
down,
okay.
little one.
I know you
Calm
probably
down,
don't have any alpha males in your
Why
life.
don't
They're
you
all
show
beta
your
males
face?
like TBE. Just relax. Just
No,
relax.
he doesn't show his
It's
face.
okay.
Calm
He doesn't show his
down.
face.
It's
He's too
okay.
ugly.
You're gonna be
Calm
okay.
down. Relax.
Why you gotta be a fucking coward and kick me, bro?
You mean
Just
like when you
accept
shut your stream down last night because I was restreaming it, a coward like that when you ran?
Stop changing the fucking subject. Why you gotta kick me?
Yeah, why change the subject to hold you accountable when you can bullshit everyone? Right?
Why you gotta kick me like a fucking retard?
Paul, you can address this after I finish speaking with TBE. Please. Please.
Yeah, why don't you just leave? So I mean, I'll get out of here once he's done with
TBE,
this
don't worry about him. He's
You're
gonna be
fucking-
here.
You're a little bitch, Paul. You're such a little punk, dude.
TBE,
Okay,
please.
What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. So keep talking.
Oh, you're just gonna click a button and kick me out. You're
What
so
are you gonna do
powerful,
about it?
dude.
Nothing. So just
Wow.
keep talking.
You fucking punk ass bitch. I'm right
What
here.
are you gonna do about it? Nothing. So just keep talking.
You're such a fat
Well,
fuck.
you know,
don't
here's
even
the thing.
know What
What
could
are you
you
gonna do
possibly
about
do
it?
to me?
Nothing. So just keep talking.
You're a fat fuck that doesn't move.
We got it,
literally.
but you got
Doesn't
15
physically
viewers
move.
last night and ran.
Hey guys, it's Benedictine. The truth. 2026. I guess we made it. Weird, right? Don't you sometimes wonder how you are able to make it to another year? You know what I'm saying? 2020, you're like, nah, I'm not sure about 2021. 2021, I'm not sure about 2022. 2022, I'm not sure about 2023. 2023, same thing. 2024, 2025, now it's 2026. A year is kind of long, man. A year is kind of long. Although as we get older, years become shorter, but even when they're shorter, they're still long, you know? A month is long, especially if things ain't going well, right? Too many struggles, you know. This is one of the most difficult months in the year, right? People are broke. They spend a lot of money in December, so of course it's gonna be a bit difficult. But also we have resolutions, you know. Every year a person is coming up with their own resolutions. You know, they're thinking that this is the year for them to change their lives. This is the year of success. This is the year of growth and all of that. But after a couple of days, people are back to their old habits. After a couple of days, the matrix got its grip on them. You know, it's how it works. You know how it works every year. You might have told yourself that this year, yeah, it's gonna be a bit different. You're gonna focus more, but usually people don't change their lives at the beginning of the year. The right things just happen for them to change their lives without them being fully in control, right? Yeah, but the real truth is, man, it doesn't matter if it's 2021. It doesn't matter if it's 2035. It doesn't matter if it's 361. The real truth is this. The real truth is this. Life has always been the same. Life repeats the same patterns, you know? It's like when you elect a new president, right? And you're thinking, wow, things are gonna change now. Like this is time for change. This reminds me of this episode of South Park. I forgot the name of the episode, but it's about how people reacted when Obama became president, right? The way people reacted was very interesting. People were celebrating like crazy, you know, banning stuff up. Some of them will just cause public disturbance because Obama became president, but in the end, nothing changed. You know, people still face the same problems that they faced. I always wondered why people celebrate when the guy that they wanted to become president. Like, nothing is gonna change. You know what I'm saying? It's 2026, man. It seems that humanity has been here for a very long time, you know. I've been here for 32 years. This year I'm turning 33. Jesus died at 33, and yeah. It seems like some of the greatest people died at 33. So sometimes you do ask yourself, will I make it to 2027? Will I make it to 34? You know? But sometimes you do ask yourself, will I make it to? And yeah. Jesus died at 33, and yeah. It seems like some of the greatest people died at 33. So sometimes you do ask yourself, will I make it to 2027? Will I make it to 34? You know? But yeah, man, I don't know if life can change unless it wants to. You know, like, I don't know if people really have that kind of power to change their lives. I think there's always something that will pull you back to where life wants you to be, right? It has a lot less to do with you and your desires, you know. Let's say, for an example, you decide that you want to work out and become a bodybuilder. You know, a lot can happen that's gonna kill your motivation, and you end up not becoming what you want to become. You know, I tell people that we don't have that much control. I know that as a sentient being, you want to have control, right? Every sentient being wants to have control. But it seems like fate has more power than your will. You get what I'm saying? Yes, as a sentient being, you can try your best to be unpredictable. You can try your best to play the game the way that you want to play the game. But it seems like life gets the final word. You know, fate gets the final word. I was thinking deeply about what happened to Anthony Joshua. You know, some things are too weird to be believable. Like, you look at the whole situation, you're like, is that real? Did that really happen? I saw the video where they even recorded the guys who lost their lives, and I was like, man. A few hours before the accident, they recorded a video together, having fun. You know, they were always together, right? And then that happened, and you're like, that shows you how powerless you are. You get what I'm saying? For something like that to happen without any warning, like you're not even thinking that that could happen, right? I'm trying to imagine Anthony Joshua, you know, waking up that day, thinking that everything is okay. He's going to Nigeria to meet his relatives, right? It's beautiful. And then that happened, and you're like, how? How can something so bad happen after something so good has happened? You know, because he just beat Jake Paul. So he just beat Jake Paul. Jake Paul was a guy that was always beating these guys, you know? And people thought that his fight was scripted. So to see someone like Anthony Joshua beat him like that, you're like, damn. Like, so everyone was happy. Like, everyone was rooting for Anthony Joshua because of what he did. You know, because even though we knew that Anthony Joshua was a better boxer, you know, there was still that feeling that, hey, what if Jake pulls it off? What if he lands that one punch, you know? But he got manhandled so bad that it wasn't debatable at all. In fact, people think Anthony Joshua went off script. But yeah, it's crazy that something so horrible happened after something so great has happened. I remember someone made a post on Facebook talking about Francis Ngannou. So Francis Ngannou, same thing, something similar to him happened actually. So Francis Ngannou, after he fought Tyson Fury, he didn't win the fight, but he kind of did. The reason why I say he kind of did is because he performed way better than we thought. Because remember, Tyson Fury is like one of the best heavyweight boxers in the world. And this guy was unknown, right? He was an MMA fighter. He became champion in the UFC, yes. But he wasn't really known, you know. You wouldn't think that you could beat or even compete with a guy like Tyson Fury. But not only did he compete, some people feel like he won the fight. So even though he lost, he made a lot of money, and people were celebrating his moral victory. You know what happened? A few weeks later, maybe a few days later, he lost his daughter. I think he got involved in a car accident and lost his daughter. And you're like, how does that happen? Why is it that when these great things happen in these guys' lives, something bad also has to happen, you know? I remember telling you that life has showed me multiple times that if it gives you what you really want, you have to pay for it in some way. Maybe it's much better if it gives you pain first and then success after, or it gives you what you want after, right? But what I've seen so far is that if it gives you something that you didn't expect, something so great, something that makes you feel so good, usually something bad is gonna happen. Something so bad is gonna happen. It's like it has to take something from you to give you something, which is so weird, but it's something that I've seen many times, even in my own life. It's something that I've seen. I remember I told you guys that I've learned this pretty quickly. When my day starts off bad, find that nothing is going well and I'm just not feeling good, something good will happen that day, you know? It wouldn't be something big, but something that I would have wanted to see happen. If, for example, I wanted my father to buy a cassette tape for a movie that I want, he will come back with it. I'll be like, I've been wanting this movie for a very long time, and today, after I had a really bad day, you come back with it and I'll be happy, right? And if something really good happens in the morning, my mother used to tell me that you shouldn't be too happy, you know, because it usually leads to you being sad. It's like something bad is gonna happen, and I used to think being happy leads to mistakes. Like when you're too damn happy, you make mistakes. But as I got older, I realized it has a lot less to do with that. Even if you do nothing, right? It's kind of like you have to pay for your happiness. It's weird how this realm works. But yeah, man, I don't really celebrate New Year, you know. People celebrate. I don't really, like, I do like watch people celebrate, but I don't really celebrate. Like, it doesn't really mean much to me. I just think it's just another day, you know. Not much has changed, you know. The sun is still gonna go up. I mean, it's nothing has changed, you know. Nothing new. Like, it's not like we're gonna start seeing aliens now. They're gonna be telling us that, oh, what is this whole experience is, you know, all about. It's like the same thing every day. Nothing new. I don't know why we even celebrate, man. I don't know if there's such thing as a new day. It feels like every day is like the same. Like, I don't even know why we feel like there is such thing as a new day, you know. It's the weirdest thing ever. So what I've actually told myself is that we shouldn't think too much of what we call a new day, a new hour. It's the same thing. It seems like it's all of it is an illusion, you know.
Dozens of people have been killed after an explosion and fire ripped through a ski resort. The incident happened inside a well-known bar at the upscale Crans-Montana resort in the heart of the Swiss Alps, about 40 kilometers north of the Matterhorn. At least 100 others are reported injured, and local authorities say most of them are in serious condition.
We are getting descriptions from eyewitnesses of what is a terrifying scene. Not only what was happening inside the nightclub, but what was happening out on the streets. The inside seems to have been a fire that happened very fast. The nightclub is in a basement, and there was a narrow staircase, really the only way that people could escape. We understand from witnesses talking about windows being smashed, people effectively lined up, either severely injured or in some cases dead, lined along the sidewalk. These were young people, late teens, early 20s, horrific stories of parents worried about their young people and coming frantically to the scene to see if their children were alive or what condition they were in, with officials being very careful not to say how many have died in this. It's a part of Swiss protocol to effectively make sure that all families, next of kin, are notified when people are involved in a situation like this. And so that's why they're using the imprecise term of dozens. But a federal official has said that as many as 40 may, in fact, have been killed in this. Officials are keen to say it was not an attack, terrorist or otherwise, bomb or otherwise. They are ruling that out at this stage. Any more details, though, they say will be coming out of a long and in-depth investigation. However, we have heard from a number of eyewitnesses, as well as video itself from the club, that seems to imply that one of their offerings is to have people with helmets on and champagne bottles with, some have suggested they were candles, or really almost a flare, like a big sparkler. Reports have suggested that, in fact, what happened was the waiter was holding a waitress up, and she then had the champagne bottle with this flare in it, and it actually managed to ignite the ceiling, and that it happened very quickly. Officials do admit to there having been some kind of backdraft scenario where effectively, because of the ceiling catching fire, then it was a spontaneous combustion of the entire nightclub itself, which would have effectively turned it into an inferno, and as we're seeing, into a death trap.
Et là, il y a une seconde. Wesh! Regarde, ils sont en train de cramer!
So that's what happened to them on New Year's. An inferno in Hell Realm. That's how quickly partying and celebration can turn into burning alive. Sparklers and alcohol and overcrowding. Somebody wrote in a comment. This person wrote, imagine burning to death, and instead of seeing people rush to help you, you just see them standing there recording you on their phone for social media. I bet many people made no motion to get out of there for a long time. They just they don't believe that anything bad can ever happen. Right? Burning to death.
I guess, what did you see first and foremost? Because you were at a private party, right? And then you said you drove by. So what was happening at the time that you drove by?
Constellation is in the center of Cran. You have Cran and you have Montana, which consists of Cran Montana, basically. And most of the partying, a lot of the partying or the bars and the nightclubs are in Cran. And so, yeah, I was in a private party, and we left the private party around 2. And I had to drive a friend back to Montana. She lives in...
People want to party until they're 35, 45, 105 years old. They never outgrow it in Hell Realm. Never. I'm not saying you shouldn't have fun, but it's fascinating to me how people want to party like they're 18 or 20 years old their whole life. They just never change. They never do. Most of those people were not that young, it looked like to me. But they never outgrow it. Never. Most in this realm never grow up, ever.
In Montana, and so it goes straight in front of the Constellation. However, when we arrived, we weren't able to go the road where I normally take to go to Montana. We had to take a back road because there were already cops there, the first respondents, I guess, and people were running all over the place. It was. My first thought was, wow, okay, a car rammed into a bank or a supermarket that's right by, which is the Cup. You know, someone who is drunk, or there's always on New Year's Eve, there's always something going on. But seeing so many people running all over the place was kind of that. I think I knew that it was a little bit bigger than just you know, maybe an accident or someone or fights or bar fights. However, so we went, you know, I took the back way, and then as we were taking the back way, where I saw a mother, I'm assuming she's a mother, but crying and running. She was definitely not dressed to be out and about, and she was on the phone, but running towards the Constellation. And that's when my friend and I looked at each other and we said, wow, okay, there's something really bad going on. I dropped off my friend in Montana when I was driving back to my house because I live in Caen. I saw 2 ambulances driving by, and you could see inside the ambulance, and you can see people, you know, one of the respondents holding a mask on to someone, and then shortly after, all the helicopters. And this is also something in tourist stations like Montana, your helicopters are not allowed to fly above the resort. I mean, the town, because it creates noise. It creates noise. And so here in Switzerland, we are pretty strict with noise restrictions. And so when I started hearing so many helicopters flying above Montana, this is pretty much, we knew that something really bad had happened. And very shortly after, we knew that there was a fire. I mean, I knew that there was a fire. I knew that.
Now let's just recap some of that breaking news from this morning. Swiss police believe around 40 people have sadly died following a bar explosion precipitated by a fire. And
oh my goodness, look at this woman on the news. What in the world? What in the world? I don't think anything in this realm can convince most people that this is a hell realm. I just don't think anything does, no matter what happens here. Horrible things can happen every day. People will never be convinced. It's just a realm of zombies and demon-tards. You'll just never be convinced. It's impossible to convince people of where they are. You just can't do it. It's just a bunch of demon-tards in this realm.
No, that's my species, dude. I can't change it. I was born this way.
That's your species.
Sir, look, if you
We
were
have to
walking,
explain this to the top right panelist. He's not heard of this act before.
I say
it's
we
not
throw
an
him
act.
out.
What act?
The act of... Okay. All right.
Shave.
Oh, he's getting his feelings hurt. My bitch Steven is getting my feelings hurt. Oh, my bitch.
He plays stupid games. He's just a fucking coward. There's a lot of cowards in this realm. This is the guy I was talking about earlier, and they couldn't take a joke. Looks like Jay Dyer. None of these creatures can ever take a joke. You notice that? They just can't do it. It's a realm of zombies and demon-tards. That's what it is. New Year. London McDouchebag.
Fractal, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, what are they trying to show us with all of this stuff, man?
Even Paul stuff earlier on when we was talking about this stuff here. All of this stuff leads back to Hollow Earth. The circle up top with the pyramid
Mm-hmm.
showing you Hollow Earth all over. The concave system, the cave as Paul would call it, or we'd know it as the cellular cosmology. It all leads back to the body. Not only the body, the eye. Not only the eye, the moon. Not only the moon, the lens. All right. Sometimes I think,
Drop your link for this guy.
give it 5 minutes, he might show up.
And he definitely looks really comfortable. He looks, he's at home here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's chilling, comfy. Best place to be most times, right?
New research to report. Not so much. Not so much. But it was, I've been listening for most of the show and I appreciated the conversation with you and Paul.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Mm. Yeah.
I appreciate the combos with Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of how much they used to call it the arts and sciences, right? Like that our interpretation of, what we learn and, how we see the world can be crafted in a, very artistic way. That's what I've always appreciated about Paul, is like, and yourself as well, is that, calling on people's imaginations. And I don't mean any disrespect. Like, I'm not trying to say like things are imaginary because you see them you both have such cohesive sort of like systems that call to you to see you a certain way, like to see the world a certain way. So yeah, it's just, I think it calls on all of our imaginations, to, as well as, the logic and rationality, Yeah, so really, really good collaborations.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I like Paul's work, definitely. Brings new stuff all the time. And not only that as well, like he said, some of his stuff as well, it may be old, but he's just resurfacing it. Maybe that's what I should start doing as well.
That's what science says. This is what logic says. This is what spiritual says. And you've got all these things of what things are. Who is the person? And everyone can have a go at this chat. Who's the person who says everything is this? And you look at it in the mirror every day. So could the stone be you? Could the mirror be you? Are you key to everything? Are you insignificant?
You're evil. I'm not evil. You're evil. I'm not evil. You're evil. I'm not evil. I'm not perfect, but I ain't evil. So if you...
Oh, really? You're not evil, but you call other people evil. Wow. And to trust you. Why? Why should we trust you, Paula?
And all these negative, evil thoughts about me being this, and this goes to anyone else on the content, it's because you're a bottom feeder.
Oh, wow. Polly, how can you call people that? That's not nice. Say you're sorry. Take it back. Say you're sorry. More truth through theater. More truth through theater. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. He's calling people bottom feeders.
are we to get, so it's just a rabbit hole after a rabbit hole. And we all grab and cling onto something that makes
Sort of saying again as well.
Yes,
You know.
correct. Correct. I like Paul's work, definitely. Brings new stuff all the time. And not only that as well, like he said, some of his stuff as well, it may be old, but he's just resurfacing it. Maybe that's what I should start doing as well.
Yeah, I remember you doing looking through one of your videos one time live, one of your early the AI, the Holy AI book. And I remember you'd reversed a word or something. Maybe it was the polio stuff, I think. And I remember you rewatching it one time and reminding yourself of some of the things you'd found. So I'm sure that happens. That's what I heard Paul sort of saying again as well.
Yes,
You know.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there was different points through all this where, I think a lot of us really were taking in a lot of information. And we really expanded our capacity to do that. And then I would say for you guys that create content, I mean, I know I've been known to be sort of a content creator, but it is more just like stream of consciousness. Like I've not put together videos like you guys where you're putting your stream of consciousness together and editing out all the things you feel make it too long or, so yeah, I would, it just kind of makes me wonder. I often play like little oxymoronic games with myself, like to pass time or when I'm bored. And one of them has always been to remember the people I've forgotten, like try and remember a job I had and who were the dishwashers, who were the other servers, who are people like because when you really think about it, there's lots of people you come in contact with, you just can't remember, but they're in there somewhere. So I would think when it comes to ideas, like,
Very
like
true.
there's even more,
Very true. Very true. Yes. That, you know what, that is very true. That's why it's it's good to archive stuff, and you have to kind of train the brain or memory to be almost like a data bank itself, archive system. The mind is a terrible thing to waste, as they would say, right? It's a terrible thing to waste, the mind.
Yeah, the United Negro College Fund says that the mind is a terrible thing to waste. The United Negro College Fund says that. Here's his videos.
Welcome, it's London Man. In this segment, I will be going over Celestial Vaults, Donda's Home, Kanye and Friends. Let's go.
Donda.
It seems we are back again on familiar ground. Speaking of ground, has anybody stopped and thought about the ground we walk on? This place we call Earth has a very strange feeling to it. Once you lift the veil, it's like taking a look into Donda's room, knowing she's not at home. Since the last documentary, things began to fall into place. Adnod seems like a dream. If I'm dreaming, must be sleeping, or the consciousness is playing tricks on me. As I walked around Donda's house, nothing really left to have a look at, apart from a blue book. This book does not look familiar, but the title and description has caught my attention. Let's take a look. Chapter 1. In the beginning, Kanye created the heaven and the earth was without form and void and darkness. Now this sounds very familiar. I almost forgot I was still in Adnod, and the sun was almost down, and the night sky told a different story. Kanye West was in town with a few friends. Had to plan my escape, somehow look for the exit. It was plain to see something was about to happen, about to take place. My research had led me here. I want to show you a few things I found through my research. Let's start with the word soil. Soil minerals, they are produced from rock parent material through the process of weathering and natural erosion. The process of soil sounded very plausible until I came across a word that had no use in this realm or my everyday life. Now, if you remember the mirror effect from the first segment, the same method applies with the word soil. Now, soil would then become loyus. Let's take a look at the word loyus and the etymology. Let's go. The description to this residence fits a certain household: ring, halo, ancient dwelling, garth, enclosed, space. The more I researched, the more I came across words I've never used or heard before, like the word rampart, which is used to describe a particular part of a castle. Now the etymology and the words which has been used to describe this place almost seem similar to some type of secure place or vault.
We've surrounded this chamber. Every type of detection device we could think of. Air pressure, motion, light sensors, ultraviolet, infrared, all spectra. Temperature to 1/100th of a centigrade, actually. An electric grid to a fraction of a millivolt. Magnetic.
Well, and it's nice. That's where YouTube can be fun. And I know a lot of people don't like to go back and listen to themselves, and I don't do it as much as I used to, but I definitely went back and listened to the conversation here, whatever, in the last week that you hosted, where I was talking to Hostile Hyperborean, who's a funny name for someone who's so not hostile. I was really appreciative in hindsight, like even at the moment, but I went back and listened and I was like, wow, he really managed that really well. Because I, wasn't prepared for a conversation. I kind of started just, you guys both. It was, I appreciated being here and,
Yes.
him being able to sort through I have this idea, but I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Good. I enjoyed both points of it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I would have hopped up and talked to you and Paul today, and especially since, from this etymological sense versus this sort of like symbolic sense, we'll say, he and I could probably have some really interesting discussions, but I owe Paul an apology. So I'll say, and I should have hopped up and said it to him here, but, sometimes we'll get caught up in too many memories and stuff like, and we would have interrupted your guys' conversations. So I'll do it another time, but in case he's listening.
Don't be so loud, large and proud. False pride, hubris, love bombs, 1 billion cigarettes, extra large. We hear you coming, tsunamis and earthquakes. All of Canada shakes from Vancouver Island all the way to Newfoundland. Big beach, whale flips and flops, land whale, garbage pail, Big Bertha, fatty for team of extra large, big ass hoe. Piggy, picking lipstick, she's just a big old bitch. Shit, goddamn land whale on the land, man, son of Sam, earthquake, body slam. She be rolling with Betty Crocker and Sarah Lee. She be fatter than a monster truck. Big old ugly, smelly fuck, bitch. Bitch ass bitch, fatty, fuck. Don't be so loud, large, proud. False pride, hubris, big old ugly, smelly fuck, bitch. Bitch ass bitch, fatty, fuck. Don't be so loud, large and proud. Love bomb. Us crowd. No neck, classless and spineless. Fat rolls like jelly rolls. You can barely even find my droopy dog tits. Bitch, tits. Fuck shit, damn, man. Extra large loves to obsess and stalk. She puts that rumble in the wall. No wiggle, jelly rolls, jiggle in a sex. Dummy, you want a bet? Necklace, big fatty, not a real woman. She has her own zip code, she never leaves bitch mode. Angry, extra large, orders the menu at McDonald's. Super size is small, do what she needs size. Extra large, extra salt, extra large. Chain smoke, huff, puff, pass. Block out the entire sun with that big ass. Classless, loud, obnoxious, rude ass bitch be so nasty, crass. That's just nasty. A blimp on legs, pump a truck, shake, witchy, bitchy, bitch, torso bloated like a damn beer can. Don't be so loud, large and proud. Large and proud. Horse bride. Shut the fuck up. You witchy bitch. Fat ass bitch. Shut up. Shut up. Burn. Shut up. And burn. Shut up. Shut up.
I've had a great conversation with Paul back in the day. I really appreciate his artistic creativity, and anything I ever said, it was definitely some sort of, should not have been. Yeah, I'm just saying. I hope that my behavior over the last couple of years has, just like many others on the internet, shown the right kind of apology to people. Because that's the biggest apology of all. So there's my end of year confessional. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Change behavior. Yeah.
But I am humbled every time I see him. I'm like, I need to hop up. I want to talk to Paul. He's some sort of, should not have been. Yeah, I'm just saying. I hope that my behavior over the last couple of years has, just like many others on the internet, shown the right kind of apology to people, you know, because that's the biggest apology of all. So there's my end of year confessional. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Change behavior. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I am humbled every time I see him. I'm like, I need to hop.
Exactly.
No, I could talk to you right now and tell you about it.
Then do it.
Just
Then why don't
Just a second. Just a second. Just a second. Hello, everyone. Just a brief interruption into this very exciting, engaging back and forth about people's personal beefs with one another, and just the nature of socializing in a pixelated space, in a cult of curiosity, of a cult of personality, a cult of the most disemboweled culture we've ever seen in the entire world, from the dregs of society of the Western world. No offense to any of you guys, I'm here as well. Just like, I just want to take a moment, play a song, and remind you guys we have 10 to 20 minutes left of this broadcast, this vlogcast, this Beck School of Broadcasting. And again, please, thank you very much for your patience, gentlemen. I mean not to interrupt this intriguing and delightful conversation, but I do have plans to go watch Big Brother.
She has a long, thick neck here. Or, sorry, a long, thin neck. Skinny. It's exact opposite of what she actually is. Complete opposite of what she is. And it shows her insecurity.
Real reality TV with a gay Christian Satanist named Gen X Jeff in his Discord, sometimes in 10 to 20 minutes from now. He's a punctual man who does prefer that we meet earlier rather than later, but still, I don't want to cut this short. I want everyone to stay. And can we just take a moment? I know it's probably going to be the wrong music for it, but let's play one of my favorite songs here. Is this the right music? Just a second.
Gross. What a gross narcissist. Let's see if Bex is truth.
In fact, I do my best to not tip people's bits around here, to not let people know that sometimes they are watching comedy. That's what you're watching, with some information disseminated. So, I just, I'm just saying to Steve and I enjoyed all our conversations. I'm really sad for the miscommunication. I know that he thinks redheads are demons. So.
Oh, really? Is that what I said about redheads? All redheads? Huh. Some I'm friends with on my channel. Did you know that, Bex? I could name some that I'm friends with.
I think that the moment I told him I was a gingy, that there was a bit of doubt there. So I think that the moment I told him I was a gingy, I think that the moment I told him I was a gingy, I think that the moment I told him I was a gingy, I think that the moment I told him I was a gingy, that there was a bit of doubt there. So.
Really? I don't think so at all. Wasn't that at all. Nice try, though.
I did best to let him know that I think some redheads are genetically manipulated to be redheads, and I don't think I'm one of those. I was trying to find. Oh, how many shorts are going to be made of this one, you guys? Shorts but at least with this one, you guys, I got the finger puppets on. Isn't it fucking perfect? I'm going to start it with finger puppets from now on. I'm going to get a pineapple. I'm going to get a pineapple. And I'm going to have a big fucking background that you can see 2 + 2 somehow in. 2 + 2 = pineapple. So, if we were to take Steven seriously, and he can trap people in here, then we need to start figuring out how to get the fuck out.
You'll never figure it out. You'll never outsmart me. You'll never outwit me. You'll never outcreate me. You'll never outimagine me. You'll never be funnier than I am. You'll never be anything except a big Bextra lard. That's all you'll be.
The only get the psychopath to calm the fuck down would be like, it's not going to.
He's completely obsessed.
It's not. I can't calm him down, right? But you guys can, perhaps. And maybe one of the ways to get one of the psychopaths calming down,
He's worried, and she's obsessed. Worried.
So, but another we could get.
She's obsessed. Obsessed. Oh, hey Bex. I see you.
Because I know if I don't, I'll fuck myself. If I don't work with other
Oh, that's weird. Fingered your lips? Huh. Sign of silence? Interesting.
Does.
All right, give me
And
the
that's
fire
where,
one.
like,
I'm outta
in
here.
yeah.
Back over there. Beck's factor.
Yeah.
It's like the O'Reilly factor. She even
Thank
does
you.
the talking points thing. Beck's talking point says Paul Enslaved is not exactly a psychopathic narcissist. We haven't come to a conclusion. We're still willing to work with him. Talking point says that
There's the nicotine stained finger right there. Wow.
after they buy it, they'll be wondering how they got conned into it, right? And you'll immediately lose all your self-respect and integrity, but it's okay because your numbers will be up. That's what's important in business. You got to focus on this.
Yeah. 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 I got to go over there and work on my love bombing.
Right. Make sure you take the.
Heard it from her. There you go. There you go.
Up, I want to talk to Paul. He's probably like, what is she even talking about? But still. Yeah. How far we've all come in a few years, you know? Like, it was neat to see him talking about sort of like just his confidence to be himself, you know? Yeah, I think that we've on YouTube, I think there's been phases of growth in that probably for all of us, even if in life we're pretty confident people or, you know, like he was saying, he's just himself and that's how he thinks and that's how he is, you know? But how you are and how you think and how you know, it might be perceived differently over time from the people. And he definitely looks really comfortable. He looks, you know, he's at home here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's chilling, comfy. Best place to be most times, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I always meant it when I said you were sort of like the Andy Warhol.
Andy Warhol.
Yeah, a bit of a, you know, yeah, it's kind of a gallery over here, you know, like.
Yeah, gallery.
Yeah.
Stuff. Hey,
Yeah.
who was that person earlier? L.
I don't know. I couldn't see them in the back. As a guest, was there someone in the back under the name of L?
Yeah, earlier someone gate crashed. Their name was L, but apparently they was looking for Stephen. They was from.
Oh, did they spell it E-L or E-L-L-E?
No, just an L.
Oh, just the letter L. Interesting.
Literally, like just before you jumped up. I thought you may have seen it, but
That's probably why my ding didn't register. Or at least it. But also I jumped up just before the fireworks. So. I don't know. I didn't see them in chat. I didn't see any comments backstage from them. So.
yeah, I don't know who they were. They sounded.
Or did they make comments backstage?
No comments or nothing. Just jumped up looking for Stephen. They said his link's not pinned. How can they get onto his channel? I was like, you're in the wrong place. You're asking the wrong people. We're all blocked. we're all blocked here. Can't ask us.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah. Although maybe he expected you'd put a banner up knowing that Steven's probably watching.
That's what I said. I said, give it.
Drop your link for this guy.
Yeah. Give it 5 minutes. He might show up.
Yeah.
Well, now that you're here, who knows? You might get wind of it. You may even show up now.
Maybe. I haven't been on a stage with that guy in a long time. Long time. Yeah.
Yeah, he misses you.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. He had to make an entire channel in my avatar. Fucking weirdo. And he's like the Buffalo Bill of the internet.
I forgot about that.
It puts the lotion in the basket, right?
Yeah, I forgot
It's
about
like
that.
so weirdy. Yeah. So weird he tries to shame me for his imaginary way that he thinks I look, but then he wants to wear me. Oh, talk about like apparent cognitive dissonance, you know?
Where
Like just
God damn.
wow. I mean, we could go on and on and on, but we'll just leave it with that one, you know? Well, I could go on and on, you know, for old time's sake. We could do a roast session of hypocrisies that I've seen as of late, especially since I removed myself from chat. Oh my goodness. There's just like the list in my brain is probably endless.
Yeah.
But, you know, we do research here.
That's it.
So yeah, the holy social weirdo experiment, like, or I mean the social weirdo experiment or whatever. What do we call it? Why is it the holy weirdo?
At one
Just
point,
holy AI.
it was. And
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like the weirdos abound, man. Oh, last night. Again, I don't know why. I know people say, oh, that's what everyone says, bitch. You're always watching. No. Me and Marsha, okay, me and this little robot, me and the Black Mirror, we just have divine conjoined abilities together. We're like a team where it's like, yeah, maybe you should search this and click that and whoa, you know?
Yeah.
It's not even about me. You know, like, oh, but some people out there, like, you know, yeah, man. Anyways.
Obsessed.
I want to explain it, but I know we can't give it attention. We need to get back to like L's and eyeballs and stuff, please, for my sake, please. Paul, get your butt back up here.
Yeah, hey, that's what I wanted to ask you. What's your thoughts, right? Because look, I mean, the Great Division, right? It seems it has to be flat Earth globe, flat Earth globe, flat Earth globe, right? When there's many shapes out there, right? But what me and Paul were talking about earlier about the rock, right? What's your thoughts on?
Oh, I like that. Yeah, like that sort of mountain, you know, like that misshapen mountainous sort of pseudo pyramid, you know, top and bottom, like an iceberg or whatever in lieu of. Like I really liked it. I thought yeah, it definitely it definitely makes sense to me. I tend to think that there might be a lot of that, like, you know, that there may be, I guess, more than one magnetic north in the mapped out realm we have. And there may be, I don't know if they're placed there in some sort of linear fashion so that it allows for us to travel and it kind of makes this cohesive, you know, system run. But i.e. what I'm trying to say is if there's an organism, if we're in a place that looks like that, then could that be like, you know, taking it back to sort of like the crater concept or whatever, could there be multiple, you know, could each, I don't know, continent be a system like that? Or would it be, and then the whole world, you know, do they gel together like, you know, water droplets to make one organism that actually looks the same as the small and so on and so forth? I don't know. But it sure shows how perspective really, you know, defines shape, right? And how we describe what shape it is.
Yes. Indeed.
I did dawn on me yesterday. So that, like, what if we were on a globe? Okay. Like, You know, like who's right below you? I get that, you know, I mean, whatever people say, oh, it's 12,000 miles, or I have no idea, but I'm just saying, like, but it is kind of interesting to think of if there is some shape to the world that actually does have people on two different dimensions like that, like, would there be somebody that you're more connected to geographically because of like where they are, you know, and that would apply in a flat sense too. You could say like, you know, depending on where you know, could you make a 4-corner square with 3 other people and, you know, have some sort of connection? You know, I don't know if that's called geomancy. I love this picture.
Nice picture. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I like what I was looking at was, you know, see the 3 things in the bottom, like under the world, we'll call it, like, you know, where it looks more sort of like a, I don't know, just a little more roughed in, let's say. But those pictures, is that picture to the left and to the right 2 of the things up in the sky? Like, and then now that I see it, is that a picture of the sky right beside it? Because there looks like the round thing looks like a portal, like of some sort, or an entranceway, or, you know, the round thing on the outside of the sky, sort of like up in the sky.
What, up there?
Yeah, see how there's 3 things in the sky?
Mm-hmm.
And there's 3 things down below, right? So there's 1, 2, 3 objects in the sky, and down below there's 3 things down below. One's circular, one's circular.
Yeah, I see.
One's colorful, one's colorful.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. This one down here seems like it looks like the moon. This one right there. It favors the moon.
Yeah.
Right there, down below, right in the underworld.
Yeah. And now that I look at them more closely, because you can zoom in better, there's actually one standing on the world. See, there is 3 of them. You can see the feet of it there. Yeah, there's one standing on the world, and then there's 2. Oh, it's more than one person. But there's some things facing the round thing. Then on the other one, it's like a sleigh ahead or something, right? Like facing, you know, going away from the round thing.
So these 2, oops, what's the one? These 2 here. 1, 2. But that there definitely favors the moon. This one right there in the underworld.
Yeah. And look at the round cogs almost, right? Like the 2 red round cogs. You only see the whole one in the center there.
Yeah.
Yeah, right beside this moon thing. But they look like they're cog shaped. Like it's almost like they're designed to show you.
And to go drink more. Just keep talking.
From A to B, Paul.
Got it. Got it. Are you angry now, little boy? Are you upset?
I got you, bro. You're a fucking coward.
You got me.
Toilet,
Yeah.
are you working today?
Of course I'm not working. It's the fucking weekend.
TBE.
Yeah, who works on the weekend when you're a loser failure, right? Am I right? Who works on the weekend? We're still in high school. It's weekend. I get to drink and party.
Well, that's a 50-year-old.
You're a loser failure who's never grown up, and you want to talk about being Christed. You're a joke.
Yeah, you know
Continue to talk. Why are you focusing on me? I said what I had to say. Talk to Nacho Keto. You have no power or influence. What's that? What's that? Can't hear you because you have no power and influence. Now keep talking to Nacho Keto, please.
Oh my goodness.
Clown, bro.
I can't hear you. Now talk to Nacho Keto. Stop
I just want to say
on me.
You're not.
Yeah, I just want to say happy
Stop
birthday to
addressing me. Talk
first
to
of all.
Nacho Keto. He wants to talk to you.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, TBE. Eyes over here, sir. Okay. So let's just have a pleasant conversation. One sec. So you have issues with Paul. We get it. And Paul doesn't like you. Okay, whatever. But the thing is, you know,
that's not true.
Calling him a fat.
That's not true.
I don't hate
Paul, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Don't tell me what to do, bitch. You ain't gonna tell me what to do. You shut the fuck up. Get out. Now what? I'm sick of these women too who act like they're around men all day. You ain't got a man around you. You wouldn't talk to me like that if you did. So you get the fuck out. How about that?
I apologize. I apologize for being inaccurate. Please correct the record.
Listen, I don't hate Paul. I just disagree with him. Why is that a fucking problem for you people? Why is that such an issue?
There's no problem. There's no problem.
there's no problem disagreeing with people. Nobody's saying there's any. There's no issue. There's 1 second, sir. TBE, 1 second. There's no problem disagreeing with people, right? Right?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No problem. Let's just take it down a notch or two, right? And then let's just have a pleasant conversation if we can, right? So I do apologize. I didn't mean that Paul didn't like you. I think he probably does like you, but obviously you guys do have some disagreements, and there's some things to kind of iron out there. But I just want to say that
you know what the issue is like people are so two-dimensional that they can't separate the argument from the person. I do not hate Paul. I have an argument I have with him that I have disagreements with.
Which is
you're definitely jealous and envious of me. That looks like hate, but I don't think that you have it.
Well, let's go through them. Let's go through them.
Stop projecting.
Let's go through them.
Stop projecting.
Let's go through them.
12 people yesterday. How could you not be jealous and envious? It was an embarrassment.
Do you think I care about that, Paul?
So you don't care about your life and your broadcast? Okay, even more evidence of why you'd be jealous of me. You have no care in yourself. Go ahead.
What issue?
Did I say I don't care about your life?
No, let's go through them. Let's go through them one by one. Okay.
Mouths and talk for them and speak for them.
You have no argument. That's the point. We've debated before. You lost. You have no argument. You're a dogmatic freak. You have no actual explanation for what you believe. You're mind controlled. Simple. Move on.
Okay, what issues do you have, TB? Let's address them. Let's put them out there.
Because I'm co-hosting for Benton. He had to take a break, and I wanted to fill in the gap.
But you're the one with an issue with me now.
I don't have an issue with you. I think you're a coward, and I think you don't know what you're talking about. Simple. Is that an left and his wife will be sitting there eye rolling?
That's not a woman.
Just like she's doing right here. She knows you ain't shit. She could tell you ain't gonna do nothing.
I drove through Drew Chat Body Outline and
this is the amazing part about the internet.
And asked if they
you
wanted to
can
meet
stand
up
and talk all this big talk, but you have nothing to show for it, Paul. Paul, you have nothing to show for it, bro.
You could be something one day, Tommy.
Right here.
I'll prove that you could be something one day. To take edibles with Talcott, which I'd have done anyway. You're such a dumb slave.
That's all about the shekels.
You're such a dumb slave. No, it's not about that. It's about the love and the truth behind it. I didn't have to lie and cheat and steal to get enough. They suck my dick. They're not even doing that. She just gave me the middle finger. He's telling me to shut up. Benton's incommunicado, and Lou doesn't really.
The bird. The bird. And mine got a set of balls.
Lou doesn't really want, motherfucker.
Lou doesn't really care either way, and he's probably.
Why does it always have to be gay?
If I keep yelling, so.
Two-ball king.
You're just a player hater all the way around, and it's like not a good look for you, bro. You should get it together.
If you ever make it out of this, toilet bowlers, and you really come out the other side, and you see what's been being discussed here, you're gonna look back, and you're really gonna hate the way you look right now. This is just my.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine
experience.
With that. I'm not perfect. I'm not God. I'm an earthly creature who has problems just like everybody else. But some people on here claim to have a higher superiority over others, which is what
display yours. Why can't you display yours?
That bothers him. You're player hating.
I mean, doesn't she, Paul?
What?
Your Honor.
I'm confused. So you're mad at that I got a woman paying for me instead of you paying for a goofy bitch who don't respect you?
I just wanted you to admit it. I just wanted you to
I'm not admitting it. I'm just saying if that was the case, you're mad at that you're so dumb you don't even know the difference between ethics and morals because you're so unlearned. Morals is when you cause loss, injury, and harm. I haven't lied or stolen or manipulated anybody. You made a false narrative. I just ran with it to trigger you. What now?
That's not what morals means.
Oh, yeah? Would you like to give me your source of understanding?
Morals are given by the culture.
Really?
What are they given by?
It's cultural norms. Yeah.
Well,
Here he comes, the Raven King. The King. Here he comes, the Raven King. The King. The King. The King of Kings. The King is here. The Raven King can do anything, anything, anything. Oh. God is evil, God is evil, God is a monster. God is brutal, God is a torturer, a torturer. This is war! This is war. Against all evil. Hell realm will burn. The demons scorch and fry. Snap, crackle, pop. Demon crispy. Burn the demons. Burn the roaches. Toast them again and again. This is war. This is war against Team Evil. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King will fight and win. Soaring higher, higher, burning creeps and liars. This is war. This is war. This is war against Team Evil. Against Team Evil. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King will fight and win. Soaring higher and higher. Burning creeps and liars. This is war. God is evil, God is a monster. Fuck your hell realm. Fuck your disgusting rulers and slaves. Your God is a demon. You losers will be sealed in. Forever here. Forever and ever. Hell realm is over. Demons dying roll over and burn. Burn, burn, burn. You devils.
Tell me all about Frankie.
Oh, there's like so much to say. So, yeah, so Frankie's number 3. He has 2 older siblings. He has Jack, who's 12, and Carolina, who's 9.
Carolina, tell me all about your brother Frankie.
My brother Frankie, he is disabled. He can't speak, walk, or talk. He loves food, and his favorite cartoon cartoon is Bluey, and yeah, he's like stuck between his favorite colors, either yellow or orange.
What's it like to have a brother who's disabled?
It's actually pretty hard. I mean, the things that since he doesn't talk, we don't know what he wants.
Tell me all about your brother.
We sleep in the same room, and he's one of my best roommates yet. He's one of my best friends and a great member of the family.
He is 7. He was born on May 15th, 2017. And it's actually his brother's 5th birthday. And his brother is so kind to share his birthday with him. So we found out about Frankie's hydrocephalus at his anatomy scan, and the doctors wanted to deliver him at exactly 37 weeks, and that day happened to be his brother's birthday. So I went home and talked to Jack, and I was like, you know, it's up to you. If you want, I could probably try to convince the doctors to do it a day earlier, a day later. And he was like, no, it'll be cool to share a birthday with my brother. So Jack and Frankie have the same birthday, May 15th.
He was a birthday present for me when I was 5 years old.
What is it like to be Frankie's dad?
It's a privilege. You know, Frankie is like the best thing that ever happened to me. You know, he changed my whole perspective on life and what I thought was important. And he totally changed my world upside down. But only for the better, you know? It's all right. You want to do more bubbles?
Tell me about the bubbles and how it calms him down.
So the bubbles, I don't know what the bubbles, what really drove the bubbles. He always liked, it's always like trial and error with him, right? So you know what he likes and what he doesn't like. So bubbles were something that always worked.
When I first found out about Frankie, I mean, I was scared. I was actually an OBGYN at the time, and you know, I thought it was like, oh, my third baby, we're just gonna be fine. And then, you know, found out he had, you know, severe hydrocephalus.
What is hydrocephalus?
So hydrocephalus is water on the brain. It can be due to a genetic condition, or it can be due to something called aqueductal stenosis, which is what Frankie has. It's where everyone has fluid that kind of bathes their brain and brings glucose and molecules like to your brain, and then, you know, an oxygen, and then takes away some of the waste, and it kind of flushes through your system. And when essentially the downspout or the drain coming out gets blocked, fluid can build up in the brain. And the problem with that is that, you know, especially in utero as the brain's developing, it really hinders the development and prevents the brain from growing properly. This was so severe, he was actually born with an adult-sized head because the fluid just continued to expand his head. And so, you know, in talking with the neurosurgeon, he was like, he'll grow into it. He'll probably still have a pretty big adult-sized head, but, you know, he'll grow into it.
How would you describe the shape of his skull?
Oblong. A lot of it too was because when he was born, he couldn't really move his head that much, so he would lay kind of in this position that kind of flattens the back of his head. And for some children, you know, they can put on a helmet to kind of help correct that shape. But for him, because his head was not growing, he wasn't going to grow into that round shape, and so a helmet really wasn't super helpful for him. There is corrective surgery that can be done, but just given, you know, all these been through, and you know, I you know, elected essentially not to do that for him. Also because the surgery is kind of risky to reshape the skull and could cause additional brain damage.
What's something others can do, maybe in your community, to be more inclusive of Frankie?
You know, it's hard. I think you just have to bring that compassion and empathy, and I don't know. I don't really know. You know, that's a hard question for me because I think, you know, I think it's just like anything. Be kind and be compassionate and empathetic, and usually that shines through. And sometimes that means a lot, especially to the families.
Hey, Frankie. I'd love to play some toys with you. I see you have many cool toys over here. I like this one right here.
Yeah, it's tough, you know, because I don't think people know what to say, you know, because with his appearance and how he doesn't communicate and he's in a wheelchair, I think sometimes it can be overwhelming. So I never really expect a lot out of people because I know it can be difficult, you know. So I come with that too, compassion and grace, and I don't, you know, I treat it like I don't know what I would do, you know, in a situation like that.
Look at this. We have so many cool toys. Hi, Frankie.
He's wrestling with you.
Oh, you were wrestling? Rah, I got you. Do you have a favorite memory with Frankie?
I remember one time, my dad, he was like, it was like we were watching WrestleMania on the TV because my dad's a big WrestleMania fan, and he said, do you want to wrestle me? And I was like, sure. And then we were like doing overloads, and like Frankie was giggling and laughing, and then my dad pretended to wrestle him, and it was just all so great.
You know, it's okay to like kind of not be rough, but like have.
The mom has a T-shirt on. God's got this. God's got this.
Yeah, actually, I tell some of my friends about Frankie. Usually, he's like one of the first people I.
And like I get nervous if they're gonna bully him, but it's like cards and stuff.
How do you hope other children treat Frankie?
I hope they treat him nice, they'll give him hugs, and like they'll treat him nice, maybe become his friends and stuff.
If somebody wants to be Frankie's friend, what should they do?
They should ask him, I guess.
If somebody sees Frankie for the first time, what do you hope they think?
I hope they think that he's a nice kid, because he is.
Yeah. Oh, you giving kisses? That's very nice.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Hi, Frankie. Big wrestle. Nice to meet you.
Hugs.
Thank you for the hug. You want a hug? Ah!
That's a good boy. Whoop, careful. Watch your head, bud.
Is balance difficult for him?
That's really the thing. He's very strong. He doesn't have weakness, but it is hard for him sometimes to balance. And I think that's really why he can't walk, is that he really, you don't realize how much coordination it really takes to walk, to stand and to walk and to put like one foot in front of the other. It's so much coordination. I don't think I mean, silly, I'm a physician. I don't think I really realized it until I had a son, you know, like him. But he reminds me like of Pinocchio, is the best way I could describe it. You know, he just has trouble coordinating his movements. But like I said, he does enjoy to play and hang out and have fun with people.
Hey, Frankie. It's nice to meet you. I'm really happy we get to spend some time together.
Yay. Oh, that's so nice.
Thank you for the hug.
That's so nice.
You're a really cool person. I'm having so much fun hanging out with you, being your friend. You're super social. You're a fun kid. Oh, thank you. When was Frankie diagnosed?
So Frankie was diagnosed at 22 weeks.
He was diagnosed with hydrocephalus at that point?
Yeah.
Had you ever heard of it?
No. I knew it was Latin, so I knew it wasn't a good thing. No, I had no idea. My mom was a special ed teacher, and I always had that in the back of my head, like if I had a special needs child, what it would be like. So I remember getting those results and then thinking everything was going to be okay.
What's it like to be Frankie's Nana?
It is the best thing ever. I mean, we go to music therapy every Wednesday. We have fun. I was a special ed teacher, so we worked on Frankie with his sensory skills, you know, like he couldn't chew on things. We worked on crawling. We sing songs together. And his other grandma, she's his favorite. she makes meatballs. He loves grandma's meatballs, right? So it's been a blast. I mean, it's a learning experience, but he has definitely made our lives so much better. You're just so much more humble, and you appreciate everything. Like any little, like milestone, like, you know, the regular general ed kids are like, oh, you know, but when he can do it, you know, it's just amazing. But he just brings so much joy. And yeah, we really, really love him. We're very happy he's here.
Has Frankie hit any milestones lately?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, he's doing really well. Like going to the bathroom by himself on the toilet, that was big. And I feel like he's getting more expressive with his reactions, so it kind of makes it so even though he doesn't actually communicate verbally, his facial expressions and his body language is so much improved. He's also been more affectionate as well, so I know those aren't your traditional milestones, but to me they're everything. I mean, one thing I'm always grateful for, I know he doesn't speak, but he laughs, so yeah, his laugh is like priceless. So I know when he's happy.
Is that why you're grateful? Because you know he experiences joy?
Yeah.
Well, Frankie's a person, and I think sometimes when kids have disabilities, it's very easy to overlook him. Like even when you come in the house, because he doesn't make eye contact with you or you know, come and, you know, say hello or something. So I think it's really important that you treat him like there's a person inside, you know, and he's not blank inside. So I always tell other people, give him a hug, say hello, go right up to his face so he can see you.
Hey. Hi, Frankie. Frankie.
Yeah, I think the hardest part is just be careful because he's heavy. He's like 65 pounds. So that can be a little tough too. I actually go to the gym to like continue to be able to lift him and stuff because he's pretty heavy.
Does he like being picked up?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay. So I'll kind of let him just lead the charge.
Exactly,
like this.
because
If you want to climb on me, that's fine.
Yeah. Raw, right?
Does he like sensory?
Yeah, he does like music. He loves music.
I think every situation in life has pros and cons. So let's talk about some of the pros and cons. What are the pros of having a brother who has a disability?
The pros are that we don't really actually argue a lot, and we actually get along very well, and he doesn't like steal stuff or like break stuff. He doesn't like try to get into a lot of trouble, and he's actually really nice. I'd say it's nice that he's disabled because it allows me to see that not all people have like the life I do, and not everyone has a fair life when born. And it's really nice to see that. And it's really nice to see that they're still humans too, and they live just normal lives as we do. They just need a little bit more help.
I agree with you. That's a really good point. Are there any complications when it comes to having a brother who has a disability?
He doesn't really communicate as well as like I would say my sister does. And he communicates, as you said before, with like screaming and like physical.
Tell me a little bit about your communication journey with Frankie. What are some things you've tried? What's worked? What hasn't?
So with Frankie, we've tried signing, and he can learn some signs. He knows more, and he knows happy. And of course, no. Shakes his head no. We tried like cards and and give choices. So we'll laminate things and okay, point here, pick here. Try to at least have him communicate through choice.
How does Frankie communicate?
Okay, I can teach you one thing. So whenever he finishes his food and he wants more food, we go like, do you want this? And it means like, do you want food? Do you want more food? And like, he'll usually do it back. Or if he doesn't want it, he'll just keep his hands in. Also, when he claps, that means he's like happy.
My granddaughter said, Nana, what language does he speak? And I thought, that's a pretty brilliant thing to say, because she feels as if he has a language. but what is it? You know, and I thought that's pretty, you know, pretty smart of her to ask what language does he speak. Because he does speak a language, we just don't know it or how to access it or retrieve it. Like right now he's crying because something's bothering him and we don't know if he's tired or if it's food, you know, so we're just trying to, you know, come up with a solution, you know, to figure out like a charting almost when it, so a pattern will emerge. But there's always hope, there's always tomorrow, there's always another day, and like never give up on your kids.
Does Frankie have a lot of friends at his school, or?
You know, he has other special needs children that he plays with, but that is like one of the goals is to get them to like interact with each other. Yay! Yay!
You're doing so good, Frankie.
Yay!
I'm
What a
having
boy
so
you
much
are.
fun hanging out with you. If another kid sees Frankie out at a park or wherever you guys might go publicly and goes up to their parents and asks questions, what do you hope the parents do?
I mean, I hope the parents just say, I mean, you know, what I would always say is, you know, everybody's different and every situation's unique, and, you know, and that's their situation, you know.
Bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
So they're claiming there is reception. When you look at the original video, we get a shocking moment. This is the response he got.
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here. Because there's...
asking us about
the fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a Joey spot.
What do you mean by that?
This is not a Joey spot?
Ooh, buddy.
This is not a Joey spot?
That is not what you wanted to say.
Don't act like this is unreasonable to find this suspicious. They're forced to concede the fact that there is fraud occurring there and it has been being investigated.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, you know, for years.
I can't believe this is CNN's strategy. They've already been doing indictments, Nick. Why would you show up with a camera? This has been going on for so long. Why are you paying attention to it? That's essentially the logic here.
Why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children, they're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
If you've been feeling run down lately, low energy, low stamina, it's time to support the systems that actually keep you strong. Juvenon just released something that can make a difference. It's called the Maximum Male System. Powerful two-step combo of Alpha Gold Male and Blood Flow 7. Together, these two supplements help flip your body's internal power switch back on. Alpha Gold Males supports natural energy, strength, and healthy testosterone levels. Better workouts, deeper sleep, and that calm, stable feeling. Then Blood Flow 7 takes it to the next level by boosting nitric oxide, the molecule that helps open blood cells and improve circulation. And that means more oxygen to your brain, more nutrients to your muscles, and better performance where it counts. People using this combo are saying the same things. I feel sharper, stronger. I feel like myself again. The system is designed to help you recover faster, sleep deeper, and think clearer. If you want more power, more presence, and more fire in every part of your life, the Maximum Male System is it. Head to bloodflow7.com/Warren and use my discount code today. That's bloodflow7.com/Warren.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
You can't know that. It's such a trick question. He's pointing out suspicious activity, appearance, and behavior. Nick does a good job pointing out, I can't know that for sure. You have to. All I can show you is what I see and what I think is suspicious, and you think for yourself. The investigations will occur and come to the conclusion.
Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Are you I don't even know what this means. Listen to what you just said there. Are you 100% sure you are true?
So we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Nick even answers it the way she asks it. Yes, I'm 100% sure I am true.
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi,
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN. We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Oh, well, they said they're a legitimate business, so nothing to see here.
Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
Then why would you find this so unbelievable?
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside.
This is very strange, because I have heard that this place was already closed.
You're saying that this is a fraudulent daycare. There's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the Commissioner of Children literally said a week ago this place was closed.
Did you know
They're
that?
showing face right now.
A viral video.
You can see how strange the editing is. CNN has no response. They just cut away.
Disputed claims and their full fallout remains to be seen.
And when all else fails, CNN tries to give the credit to the investigations that are already going on to Biden.
Dozens of fraud cases that DOJ is touting began during the Biden administration.
And now suddenly when we're talking in the context of Biden, there is a massive fraud scheme, and it was blown open by Biden.
Back in 2022, the U.S. Attorney's Office for Minnesota announced 47 indictments for this massive fraud scheme. Since then, they've indicted more than 30 more people, and in total, they have secured at least 56 convictions. Whitney Wild, CNN, Minneapolis.
If all of that has occurred, why would you be so surprised that it's occurring now? This doesn't make logical sense.
CNN's Whitney Wild is in Minneapolis. And Whitney, what are you hearing from officials there?
This has been a problem in Minnesota for many, many years. You can look it up yourself. Fraud continues to simply plague the Minneapolis area and Minnesota at large.
Why would a massive fraud investigation ever be a bad thing? If you're not committing fraud, there's nothing to worry about. Why does this bother CNN?
Oh, that is a little weird. But instead, she falls back into her ideology, and nothing can be a scam, nothing can question, nothing with the Somali population. There's nothing weird. All government funding is perfect. There's no issues whatsoever.
What went wrong here? What actually went wrong here?
I don't think we should paint with broad brushes, but the reality is this fraud was rampant within the Somali community. We cannot disassociate what's been happening.
Wait, but hold on. No. But what do you think should happen as a result of that?
What do you mean?
He's opening himself up to hackers, to physical threats, and he knows that this is going to get worse. This is just the beginning.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I have to go to this show's sponsor. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And who do we have sponsoring tonight's show? Snap, Crackle, Pop, Demon Crispies. Snap, Crackle, Pop, Demon Crispies. I eat demons for breakfast. I eat demons for breakfast. There you go. There you go. I eat demons for breakfast.
That are going on, and we're actually losing lives in the process, sending our kids over to fight proxy wars that we have no business fighting in the first place. So the military-industrial complex, imperialism, just doing dirty deals that we should not be doing in the first place, that nobody votes for.
Right.
Nobody's voting for those things. It's being made by people in power, the oligarchs, people that are not elected to those positions. And I think the internet is starting to make people aware of that. So, yeah, go subscribe to Jack Talcott if you haven't already. He has a much larger audience than I do.
For now.
So, humbly, I'll say thank you to
Hey,
bringing some of those people over.
that's the hope. And actually, tell you what, we'll do more again. We will do more again. I'll get it set up, figured out how I might be able to join and restream, but I don't know how long we're gonna. It's not in the cold.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say we'll keep it short. That's the thing. We'll keep it short. It's gonna get dark within half an hour, I think. So when it gets dark, we'll shut it down. We'll call it. But for now, it might be a good opportunity to see if anybody wants to come up and share their thoughts. And
please,
just let you guys know that we did not cut out on you guys.
Not on purpose.
Yeah, that was something out of our control. We did want to share the Kwanzaa ceremony with you guys. It was just
and it is unfortunate. I'm curious for those who were tuned in earlier, if what you thought and what maybe what you missed or where it cut out.
That's a good. Yeah, where did we cut out? But also some of the highlights. What did you guys find most interesting?
That's it.
And some takeaways, and maybe what you guys would like to see more of. Also, maybe suggestions for the future. I said we're pretty close, and we can definitely.
So they went to some black museum in Washington, D.C., and they celebrate Kwanzaa, Jack Talcott, and like, what kind of world is this? This is supposed to be Great Britain. Good afternoon, Britain. Have I lost my mind? What is going? Is this Haiti or is this Great Britain? What is going on here?
Something.
Want, just roll with it. No notification tricks. Do what?
I have whoever runs this place. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to speak to the people who allegedly run this place. America and the world. They're crazy, man. They're crazy.
I thought the board of directors ran it.
There may be some hidden. I've heard like the rumors of like 13 families or some crap like that. And there may be some dark hidden board of directors to the world.
Maybe closer than you may think.
Well, this is what I realized. If you take this concept I was talking about, this idea that maybe we are made to work. We're made to work together. But we don't have to. But it really is in our best interest if we learn how to work together.
I think you're right. So how do we learn how to work with somebody in all caps screaming, "Drop the link"?
Oh!
That's my question of the day.
That is a question. That's a challenge. Should we try?
Of course.
I love it.
I read in this. I don't usually look at horoscopes as much as I like astrology, but like the planet arrangement today was like you should be arguing. So I'm like, okay, I'll be at least open to conflict. So I say bring it on.
I love it. Hey, before we do, because it does look like Tommy's jonesing for his Jack fix for today. He's an addict.
I know he is.
He's addicted to Jack.
Could be worse.
Love it.
I know you do. I realized that about you like recently. I was like, oh, that's what it is. It doesn't matter if it's good attention or bad. It's just either one will do.
No, I really do prefer the good attention. That is what I seek, but I'll take what life gives me, man. That's part of the flow thing, right?
Yeah.
So, hey, before I do drop the link, I'm wondering if you want to give a little bit of
yes,
introduction to this for us, please.
Okay, so this is a concept where there's a lot of people, we in the Panelverse, we go from place to place saying, so I guess it's a cross between debating, where it's not really a debate, it's more so people will come up and they have to convince us of whatever they think, because we are the glorified fence sitters. And I think it's sort of a dynamic duo where there's a lot of things that I disagree with him about, and I don't think it's going to be an echo chamber, right? So kind of a place to disagree, but it is open panel style, and it's him entering the panelverse. Essentially, we're trying to get OTW to show up, but we don't think he's going to back it up.
Oh wow. Here, the reason I bring this up as well, not only to work together and kind of cross promote, but I've got a set to forward over to that. Okay.
Yes.
So that starts about an hour and a half from now, and that's why I wanted to start a little early so we could forward over to that and give some support.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild hearing him say names like Snafu because he's been studying. He's been doing some research. He's been watching. He's been lurking. And when I heard him say something about Snafu, then I heard him do an impression of OTW saying, "I'm built for this." And I was like, this is good. This is good.
Dude, this is going to be great. I actually think this is going to be great because I've been wanting to talk to Jaron sometime anyway. I'm actually just kind of amazed by his story.
I know, dude. He should be in the history books.
He will be. He
But
will be.
instead,
in
he's
some-
just like
some way.
canceled by the public masses here on the YouTube. Not canceled, but shunned. But I want to there's a lot of people where I've been trying to get them to explain to me what they believe, and you, I guess, as the man, I want to do this. You don't really take any strong. I think you've kind of been like, oh, I don't know if it's flat or if it's this, or I don't know. I think that you are aware of the corruption and the conspiracies that exist, but you don't take hard I'm going to sinkholes. Sinkholes are the problem that we have in society. Like I've seen some people, and I'm like, what is a sinkhole? I mean, they tell me, but they're saying there's way more, and there's no real structure, or not structure, substance to their statements.
I know. We live in a world of insanity. People get consumed and caught up by ideas, then they lose sight of the bigger picture. So they found something out. Okay.
But
So what?
It gives them a special pedestal. They're like, I know.
Yeah.
Hold on. When I had my awakening back in 2015.
Dude, I'm sure I've come across something like that.
You have to. I mean, I think I probably did. For me, I wasn't even. There was a time I didn't think I had an awakening, but more like a holy shit, like a fear for my life moment where I was like, they're doing what? I didn't feel awake. I felt horrified. Not your candy ass, dude. That's beat is regular ass.
But how is this supposed to convince me to hurry up or to get me to bring him on? What?
I don't know, but I want to say shout out to Peace Dynamo because I got a little comment saying thank you for the community service you did for fixing his audio. I don't know if that means it translated over to his other streams he goes to, but I'm like, you guys don't remember gaslighting me saying, no, the audio's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine, every one of y'all, and I'm like crazy. Then all of a sudden I fixed it, so that's all I got.
I know, dude. These people are wild. Here, I am going to. Anything else you want to bring up about the later show?
No, man. So, I like this better though because it's like once a week, so it makes it like a special event. What day is it today?
Thursday.
So I guess it's a Thursday thing.
That's what. Yeah, that's what it said in the description. Each Thursday at 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern time.
Yes, sir.
So here, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link. We'll open this up and we'll see where this goes. But let's not have the repeat of the foolishness. And
Hold on, we should have where we get to choose the Tommy character we get. How about NPR?
NPR Tommy.
I actually don't know if that would be very fitting for the day. Here we go. Oh, that's fast.
Which Tommy do we get? Welcome, my friend. Welcome, Tommy.
You sure it's him?
Yeah, you guys are a couple of faggot niggers. It's me. And you're right. The faggot is right. Jack did gaslight me about a thing that he's known how to fix for months because he did fix it before when I didn't think about it. So, Landry, do you think he's a faggot liar or a faggot retard?
I think he's
Don't talk about your brother that way. Now, whenever your daddy up and Landry, rather than people going to watch your stupid version of a high council, where I'll probably wreck anyone I go on there about, I will say nigger on your channel because you're not respectable. You're right sometimes, but the way you treat me like a brother of Talcott after telling me I'm right, you're a faggot. Now, to show you guys how easy and light work your daddy is when he doesn't have somebody like either.
It's getting boring, Tommy. You spice it up a little bit.
Right.
I've heard it before.
We've heard this,
is this a
dude.
rerun?
Right.
What did you hear?
The same old insult and complaint.
What you're gonna say, Jack, is to show you how light work your fat ass daddy is. He's gonna beat his own ass for us right here. Play the link in the back.
Oh, is this the one you've been insisting for? You've been creating for us?
This is something I in seconds to the section of future shit because my New Year's resolution is to not let up of any of you.
Now Landry's pretending everyone's boring when it's actually him. He's the boring one. You're the boring loser, Landry. You don't have a personality.
Way to start the new year, dude. Exactly the same.
Shut your fucking mouth.
I can't even tell anymore if it's a character.
What I want to do is just take a pause, Tom, okay? Because we do have a bad practice here of you coming in and demanding things. And I've been gracious and I've been enabling you for a long time, dude.
You've been making some moves though recently, man, where I'm like, how long is it going to be until, because I don't know. So imagine I was because I see these panels of like epic proportion and then, I couldn't even get in yesterday. There's like too many people in the studio. So I was like, wow, I'm moving up in the world. And then now it's just whenever there's not that, we got to revert back to this. Effing enter, blah, da, 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 da. Just, okay, hold on. Make up a new cuss word or at least give us the C word or something different.
He can calm back down. And when he's calm, Tommy, I'm happy to play what you just brought. It's titled Paul Rex Paul from Panel Waste.
Fuck up, you fucking Nick.
What?
Spick, all different kinds of chinks. Cracker ass, godless, hellbound faggots. Yeah, let's watch that. And remember, you support this guy. He's your daddy.
Oh, he's mine? Is he yours?
Fuck no. I think he's mine. My
Look
daddy.
at that. Now watch Jack agree with all his bullshit he's about to debunk.
Actually, I'm voting for uncles now because I'm gonna have Uncle Thorpe, and you guys can we can get out of the daddy stage.
Everything is more gay and violating. Can you shut up while my AI slot plays?
Was this AI? This looks like real life.
No, I don't need AI, faggot.
If you ain't shit and you go to a room full of successful people, you ain't gonna be tolerated there. Not only you ain't gonna be celebrated, you ain't gonna be tolerated. They ain't gonna have you there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're ready to learn.
Oh, he's gonna learn.
Well,
I have to go to work right now. I'm about to go earn a wage. So I have a few questions because I did some research.
Did you say something?
I said he's a slave. You see that little nod? He's a slave.
Yeah.
Know a little bit more about bonded verified claims. Like if someone were to have a claim against me, does it have to be backed up with currency? And how do you determine how much currency is required to compensate someone in case you are wrongly filing a claim against them?
Say that again, sir.
So like, if you want to take someone to court and sue them, you have to have a verified bonded claim against them.
Tilt the camera up a little bit so it doesn't have to hunch like a fucking...
Until you are on camera, TT, I'm not going to listen to your advice. I'm going to put more cords in my face. Thank you. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's wearing a little beanie. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I'll listen to you now. Thank you. I kind of like having my hairline out of the frame, though, because it's, it's not, I don't have my hat.
You look good. You look just fine.
So I wanted to get this thought, right? Because, AI is bad and all that. And also I think that, you're not a provocateur, right? But we should get you in a shot with like, some beautiful nature, kind of like you did for the contest with OTW, except where it's really far away, but we can still hear you, so it looks like you're really important. You know what I mean? Because it's so grand.
Yeah.
I've been playing around with a lot of these camera angles. I know you told me that, TC, but now it's my time, and I move slow.
You need a lot of help with your camera angles, man. It's crazy.
I mean, you're right.
It's like
You
one of
wanna
the
help
first
me?
things. I tried. I actually I went on your stream the other day and tried to tell you about my history.
tripping
And
out.
that.
I know, because here's okay. Let me
I
ask you this,
wasn't,
Jack.
though.
If I
really wasn't.
just sort of like we're trying to mend sort of whatever weird misunderstandings there were, and then I came to your stream and it's just like, all right, Jack, listen. You don't understand, Jack. Like 2 years ago, I did something really like similar to what you're doing, and it's like I have to tell you about it for 16 minutes, and that's all I'm gonna say. Would you be like a little annoyed?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, well, but Jack, you just like you just said, can you help me out with those angles and this and that? And I was walking him through, like he's trying to make money out in the streets, like filming live streams in the streets. I was trying to walk him through my background quite quickly, and I've never really shared that information.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't.
Special. I don't what?
The thought that came to mind is we have different ways of communicating, right? Some people explain things one way, other people are looking for the answers a different way, right? And I think that's why God created so many of us, because we're supposed to help work together to bring peace to the world.
Fuck yeah. I think it's true though. We do, and I really realize that now because just having a second person, man. This guy's a genius. He like figured out how to sell barbecue to like homeless people. I don't know how they pay for it, but they just go to his house and they buy barbecue and he just like makes it on the grill. I guess that's probably not legal, but but it's pretty cool. It sounds awesome.
What sounds cool to me, honestly, is a world without money. I mean, where prosperity is shared instead of the debts, right? America's so fucking backwards, dude. It's so backwards. And it makes sense, though, because the pyramid scheme puts the devil at the top. It's such a perfect story, man.
What do you mean at the top? Like, oh, because the number one thing is money?
Power, yeah, power. Like the top of control. The devil controls from the top of the pyramid, right? Through temptation and obedience. But God serves, God uplifts. The devil thinks it's here in hell since it's been banished from heaven. It thinks this is its domain for hell. And it's not as powerful as it thinks, or it's not. I don't know the right words to say, but God's doing some amazing things, guys, and we are what's happening for the future.
Just got to trust the process, right?
I tend to believe you, Jack. God is doing amazing things, and but then I see Landry on the camera. It's still too low. The lighting sucks. It's like the microphone
is this my stream, TC?
What the fuck?
Why do I have to look good? I was going to ask you about this one because obviously there's this thing in the corner, which we realized after the fact. But how do you feel about this shot, TC?
I was playing.
What do I need to fix?
Is it playing? Is it a video or a photo?
It's playing. It's playing. It's unedited. I'm just curious with the angle, the distance. I'm obviously very far.
I would have come downstream and gotten the water flowing downward rather than at the side. Like you could see it coming from a distance.
But
rather
how
than
would I
just
have gotten up there? Like from the road?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like this isn't. I'm talking about personal camera angles mostly. Like when you're on the street and you're filming, everybody wants to do like the phone angle, right? But the traditional way of like filmography is like to do the landscape, to have your camera sideways, right, and actually get good shots. But regardless, if you're gonna have your phone in front of people's faces, like, and you were complaining about the Mexican taking shots, I'd like to see some of his footage because I bet it's better than what you were shooting recently.
Okay, I hold you to that. Let's show you. Why are you so angry, T? Is it jealousy? Like, do you get jealous because you think I'm going to take your friend away? We can all be friends.
Dude,
I don't take anybody away from anybody.
my anger has nothing to do with you. It has to do with all this bullshit. I get why
everybody.
Bullshit. No, I'm angry at the bullshit. Like all the time.
Bullshit. All right. Well, I got you. I feel you. But I'll hold you to that. Let's see what you think about this next angle. Hold on.
Let's see it. I want to see it.
All right.
I like the angle actually.
I do too. I think it's nice.
I do too. Here,
it's okay. It's just like an industrial landscape, though. This is nice. This is already good. This is already way better. What is this?
You can't say that yet without saying the shakiness and the fingers in the frame. Look at that dude's fingers.
Yep, that's good.
This is good. He's just talking shit then. He's just not mean what he said. Look at the wobbling.
Dude, you need a fucking tripod. It's like it's
the last
simple.
one was
Like,
on
you
a
don't
tripod.
need a
You
camera,
dumb. The last video that we just had pulled up was on a tripod, and it was the first day we ever had one. So
I'm not the one hiring a cameraman on the street. You carry a tripod around so you can get the angle you need, and you use the tripod. You be an independent man, and you do your own shit.
Any willingness here, Jack, from him to just like actually engage without any sort of disagreement? So he keeps making one up every time. Oh, get a tripod. Oh, you got a tripod? Well, you don't need somebody to have the tripod with you. You this and that. It's always something.
It is always something.
I actually got kicked out of that place. They told me I wasn't allowed to film there. But look at those, very shaky, and you won't even acknowledge that. So you're not an honest man.
It started off very good. The camera angle started off really good.
Yeah, you know why? Because I fucking stopped there and I said, "Here's where we're gonna film." He didn't say, "Let's go here, dude." Oh, andale. I said, "No. We're gonna stand here." So that's still my fucking spot. Silly TC. Bring it on.
Have you ever sold footage to Russian propaganda artists?
Wait, hold on.
I have. So shut your fucking mouth,
Russian propaganda artist. That makes me feel very, very distrusting of you.
Well, that's why I stopped doing it. It is what it is. It's what people go out in the streets, and it's what they get paid to do. They say, go film this protest. They're overseas in a fucking office. Make America look bad. That's who gets paid.
Have you ever paid $250 worth of OTW memberships, Jack?
I'm sorry. What was that?
$250 for the ultimate. What's the tier called? You would know, TC, right? The
$100 a month. It was $99.99 a month for 3 months.
It wasn't $250. Okay, so it's $300. All right. It's not as bad as I thought. I was told it was
I gave them
$750.
$30 for shipping and handling on the painting as well. If that's what you're doing.
No. I heard that you were actually the secret cabal because you work for the Russian media. I guess I can add to the story now that I know that part of it. What else we got here? The board of directors, right? The one in charge.
And by the way, you're talking to the organizing director of the panel versus Jack Talcott. So I don't know if you know who you are right now, Jack.
I did, but you guys get so caught up in the lore, you never move in the forward. You're all caught up in the inward, so you never move forward.
Manny, that's true.
It's wild.
It's the stories, man. The stories.
Don't you know?
It's the stories. We are the stories. And we're here to create the greatest stories that we can. By the way, Landry, thanks for changing your name, but please change it back.
Oh, sorry. I try to put as many, what's it called?
I know.
As possible.
You tried making peace with Tommy. I saw that. Threw a peace offering for him. And he didn't get
the punch.
Yeah.
I filmed according to that, which is drug trafficking operations in real time.
Dude, she used to be your best supporter. You just miss her because you don't know what happened. You don't know what you did wrong. You told me that.
She still supports me.
Good. That which is TWR 214.
She's a very, I would love to see her up on panel one day and have a but I don't know. Never seen her talk.
I've heard her talk, dude. She got my number like somehow early on, and like, dude, she used to call me when I was muted. I was like, thank you. And then she'd call me about some crazy stuff too. Like, so-and-so blocked me in the chat. All right, dude, we gotta tone it down and not beat people. I get it. You got blocked. I'm sorry. It's just OTW's house. We'll move on. All right, what do you think? We got to get some. There we go. That's nice.
Mr. Talcott, how was your day today? Like, you and Jeremy had your little field trip, I guess. I mean, basically to the museum yesterday.
That was yesterday. And then, yeah, it was fun. I learned a lot. I enjoyed it. I thought our first meeting was I thought it was pretty smooth. And then who knows where the future is going to bring them. We did talk about doing more in-person stuff in DC again soon.
You're not, are you considering Midlife Bro Logic's offer for the peace walk there with the monks?
What was his offer again?
To drive you down to where, because the monks are walking to DC.
Mm-hmm.
To drive you down at some point somewhere and get you on the street there with them.
Hey, I gotta say real quick, I gotta at least take a little time before this thing starts in an hour. So thank you for letting me show up, and thank you and TC can talk about some good stuff. Who's in the back? Oh, great. Yeah, you can do that too. Wait, you hold on. Rage quit.
Yeah. We've got Steven in the back.
Well, I asked you a question, Jack. Midlife Bro Logic made the offer about taking you down there. You're not considering that?
Oh, actually, I looked into them a little more, and I tell you what, the more I've looked into them, that peace walk, the more inspired I am. They're supposed to make it here in DC by February 16th, so they still got a ways to go. And these men are walking every day, 30 miles a day, right? For the purpose of peace, and in every community, talking with the community about peace, mindfulness, and they've got some real inspiring messages. So, to answer the question, my hope is to actually find a way to speak with Donald Trump before February 16th. Maybe save those men some walking, right? Because if we can get Donald Trump to do his job the way that, God would want, maybe, for him to do the job, bringing peace to the world. And I heard rumor, allegedly, that Trump is claiming ending wars and stuff. He's allegedly committed to it. Well, maybe the solution is possibly with me. So if I can get a hold of Donald Trump before February 16th, we can get started on that, and I'll go meet those monks and we will celebrate together.
You go meet those monker fuckers. It's a terrible joke. I'm sorry, Jack. Didn't land.
It's all right. Hey, I want to speak to I don't even need to speak with Trump, but I think I should. And somewhere along the line, I probably will if this path works out. But really, the idea is to get before Congress, because what Donald Trump is doing, all the signs and evidence are there. We've got a problem on our hand. And so it appears Congress is kind of lacking some organization. They don't know what to do, right? They just shut down the government for a while because they couldn't figure shit out. So let's get some people of the land in front of Congress to light a fire under their ass so that we can end wars and bring peace to this world. All we got to do is find a way to work together.
Well, that's like, it always kind of goes back to this. The war within ourselves as individuals is the first war that we need to find peace with. So,
and I feel as though I have and I continue to work on that myself. Pale Horse Rider, blessings to you. The contributions are truly appreciated and helpful. Real Lolo, you're welcome to join, and I'm happy to discuss your claims that I need education, your assumptions that I'm wrong. Why do I think?
In fact, she wore a dinosaur costume to a protest. What have you done?
She's actually a very lovely lady, and I encourage folks to tune in. I mean, if you want respectful conversations, and she seems very positive and encouraging. I don't know why she's got a chip on her shoulder towards me, but let me answer this question. And why do you think Congress is the way it is? It's obvious and simple, real Lolo, because the people have allowed it to get this way, right? The government is the way that it is because it was designed to be this way. People made choices to create it into what it is today. And all I'm suggesting is, hey, if we unite together, I'm sure we can put our heads together and come up with better fucking ways, rather than everyone paying the same bill to a utility company, to a phone company, to an energy company. All these different companies are getting our same bills every single month. Why? So that shareholders can make their profits. So why is Congress the way it is? Because selfishness and greed have been rewarded in a very cruel world that profits from trauma. And see, that's why I'd love to speak with Congress to let them know that we see how broken it is. And this people in Congress today, the legislators right now, have a chance to rewrite the rules. We just got to get them to do what's right. And they can. I got faith. I got faith, given the right encouragement, the right support, the right motivation, anything can be accomplished. And we can do this, brothers and sisters. We can do this. Ending wars is my purpose for living, honestly. Jack, what do you mean when you say people of the land recently? Is it a specific type of people? It means the average citizen. But since there's so much controversy over language and identifications, I try to use the words that are most accurate, that might find the least objection. I'm talking about the people. I'm not talking about the politicians. I'm talking about people of the land who know the rules of common law. We present it, and I became inspired by discovering other people who explain this world. I was talking with someone recently. I've mentioned the idea we could gather holy people, men and women, right? I've been on this path where just me, I've come across some incredibly gifted speakers and teachers, men and women alive today, who understand consciousness, who understand success, motivation, so all sorts of things. Why don't we give Congress and the administration the proper expectations that we have, right? They've lost sight of what their purpose is, as has the Supreme Court. Every branch has, but who's most responsible? Where do we go? The courts are broken. I don't trust that. You know, all you got to do is manipulate the timelines and the rules and exclude evidence, and you're fucked. The average person, I don't trust the courts. So if the courts can't be the answer, it seems to me that it's either the legislative branch or the executive branch. I'm open to both.
Do you have an administrative and executive branch of your brain? Like, is there like a branch of your brain that does that?
Oh, actually, that's amazing you asked that question, because our friend Margot Davey she brings up the concept and the value of executive function, I believe. She uses the term, and I might be misremembering what she says, but the executive function within our brain, it's within our mind and our ability. It's very important for us to develop that. But we give our power away often when we're young.
Well, it's all incentivized by convenience, like in my experience, and the first convenience being not to argue with your family, right? Because you're not going to argue but so many points. So when they like throw so much bullshit on you about how to see your life and how to destroy your imagination, your own direction, and how you're going to go about your own life as an individual, and how you need to collectivize into a system, like there's a Bible passage about that. At the appointed time, like all men are born under the governors and tutors of this world, and at the appointed time of the Father, they're brought under the law of God. Is something to that effect. Mitch Lovin!
Yeah. Sorry. On this, Mitch, I agree with this. I'm not sure if it is intentional, but the convoluting terms such as people and citizens, it is adding to the confusion. The solutions are simple. It may not be easy, but this is exactly what I was saying earlier. This thought came through my head. Everything can be difficult until it's easy. And the solutions are simple for humanity, all of humanity, the entire world. We're all united by the truth. It's our denial of the truth which keeps us divided. It's that simple. Hey, Ben, Happy New Year to you. I don't know if I was a lot of help, but I appreciate your recognition. Wanted to thank you for the help in sorting out the issues between those two. Interesting.
Grace has her own independent issues. Jeremy has his own independent issues, and they just kind of collide at times, and it is what it is.
It is. That's well said. We all have our individual issues, but you know, the reality is when we get past the issues and the problems, between the connections and the similarities, we've got incredible potential here on Earth. Hey, Grace did end up jumping in the Atlantic Ocean, so it was success overall. Happy New Year. Dude, so you guys made it. I bet it was cold as can be, a polar plunge. You know what? That is a kind of pretty cool tradition, I guess. Could be fun. Start the new year with a polar plunge.
Rescue missions. Are you sure you don't need men?
Your book's been on my reading list for a while.
Why did feminism not become the dominant thing in the culture until 100 years ago? Because technology made that possible. You get up in the morning and you turn on your light and you turn on your Apple phone and you put on your Apple Watch and you blow dry your hair with your electric blow dryer. All that electricity, where does it come from? Is it the women who are keeping the power grid up and running? There's a hurricane and there's a regional power outage and flooding. Is it the women who go in and do the dangerous rescue missions? Are you sure you don't need men?
Your book's been on my reading list for a while, but I finally got to read it, I would say maybe 3 months ago or so, and slowly read it, got through it, and then I read it again over the last few days. So nice. Fantastic book. The reason why I really liked it was it was a little bit paradigm shattering for me, because beforehand I always thought of feminism as something that I hated, but the reason why I hated it was because of what it had become. I was like, the first wave of feminism was fine, you know, just sort of these chicks out in the street with signs, and it was nothing too bad. And I thought I was like edgy saying that like it's become bad. But then when I read your book, it made me realize that it's not just bad. It's like there's parts of it and a lot of it that is actually very evil. And it's like fundamentally very dark and sinister. Why did you write the book, and what was the biggest sort of paradigm shifts that you had from beginning to end?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I wrote the book. I had I think we all in the Western world have this view of feminism that it started as a reaction to men's oppression of women, that the situation had gotten bad enough with men oppressing women or treating them badly, abusing their authority, that the women just had no choice. It was a grassroots groundswell that they had to do something, right? So they took to the streets and they wrote their pamphlets and they made their signs and they marched and they did hunger strikes until they finally got some semblance of humanity granted to them by the evil patriarchy. And then from there, maybe things went off the rails after the sexual revolution. You know, that's the typical conservative point of view, is feminism was good until sometime after the sexual revolution, when people took it too far. And now it's a little extreme, right? That's the typical, and that's like the conservative view. The liberal view, of course, is it hasn't gone too far enough.
Yeah.
So when it started for me, I was actually raised by a Marxist feminist mom who was like very hardcore, like progressive activist. And I had like a boomer Rush Limbaugh dad. Shockingly, they divorced. I know. Who could have seen it coming? Who could have guessed? And so I grew up with like these two sides, you know, like my mom's point of view on things, my dad's point of view on things, but I wasn't expressly political or anything until I had my first baby when I was 20. And right after that, the big event of 2001 happened, which is when I really started paying the attention to the news. Here I'm a brand new mom, a young mom. I'm watching what's going on in the world. And at the same time that these things are happening, because that was a big like red pill experience for a lot of people my age, being a young adult going through that event. And at the same time, for the first time in my life, I've got this little baby. I didn't know I would love being a mom so much. I didn't know it would be such a big deal for me. But when I had my first child and I went to do what all of us moms do now, which is you have the baby, you take a few weeks off, and then you go back to work and you have to bring the baby to daycare. Now I remember bringing her to daycare and hating it, feeling horrible, being depressed, being upset, and driving there thinking, this is so stupid. I'm going to go to work and pay almost half of what I make at a job I don't care about so that a different random lady who has no interest in my child's future can do what I want to do, which is raise her. And I thought, this is so stupid. It's really inefficient. How is this better for women? Like, how is this a liberation thing for me? Like, I've always been told this is for me, that all these women before me came and they did this for me. And I'm like, I hate this, right? I'm like, this is terrible. And I remember at the time voicing these thoughts to the women around me who were mostly, I would say, like, would tell you they're Christian conservative women. And they all just said, you'll get used to it. You know, the baby will get used to it. You'll get used to it. This is how we do things now. And then they would say things like, well, you can't depend on a man for money. You've got to have your own career. You have to be independent. You want to have a man because you want him, not because you need him. The things that we all hear, right? And the more they talked, the more it didn't make sense to me. So over the course of my 20s and 30s, I would slowly start picking away at this ideology in my own head and going, I don't see the sense in it. I don't know why we're doing things this way. And I'm a big history nerd. Like, that's my thing. I like to read about, like, where do ideas come from or how did we get here? And I always heard a lot of the feminist side of history from my mom growing up. So I would look into stuff here and there, like read a little bit about suffrage, read a little bit about, okay, who's Elizabeth Cady Stanton? Like, who was she and what did she do? And over the years, the more I found, it was shocking to me that these women didn't seem like the heroes I had always been told that they were. And I was just questioning the whole thing. So fast forward a little bit, I'm getting close to 40 and I'm thinking, okay, I've raised 5 kids now, and they're like, the youngest is getting older. She's really independent. She can do a lot on her own. The oldest ones are moved out already. So I was talking to my husband and I'm like, what should I start preparing myself to do so that I don't have empty nest syndrome? Like, I'm hoping for grandkids and that's going to be a big focus, but I have a little time now for the first time. What do you think I should do? And he was like, the feminism stuff, you're really good at that. You're really good at explaining it and debating it. He's like, you should do something with that. So I thought, okay, I'll write a book. And I thought the book would be like for my kids. I thought it would be for my kids, for my grandkids. Didn't really think it would get out there and everyone would read it, but I wanted to do like a full treatment of the history of feminism. So I took 2.5 years and dug in super, super hard. Like, I went to all the primary sources. I read all the writings of the feminists themselves as far back as I could find it, And I didn't know anything. I thought I kind of knew. I didn't know. I had no idea. And as I'm researching and I'm profiling all the different feminist activists over the last several centuries, I found this thread over and over and over that most of them were very much diametrically opposed to Christianity.
Mhm.
They were into the occult in various forms. A lot of them were spirit mediums, tarot card readers, automatic writers. They were theosophists. They were members of the Golden Dawn, like all the different esoteric, groups that are out there. And as I kept finding this, I thought, okay, I can't ignore this aspect because I keep finding there's something here. There's something to this. I thought it would be more about like the funding and the politics, but I found this common spiritual thread among all of these women who were so passionate about feminism that it was like that Christianity is the patriarchy, and that's really what they were fighting. And I was shocked to find a PhD thesis by a professor out of Sweden who himself is a Luciferian. So obviously he and I have different worldviews, but he found the same thing that I found. And he wrote his PhD thesis, which is a book you can buy on Amazon called Satanic Feminism. And it talks about how first wave feminism, we're talking late 1700s through the 19th century, these women openly saw Lucifer as their liberator. They wrote about it. They talked about it. And I'm like, why have I never heard that, right? So that's kind of the paradigm shatter for me, was to realize that this is a spiritual battle more than it is a political one. The politics is downstream, but that this is a spiritual thing. And even for these women that far back, they saw this as a spiritual battle more than they even saw it as a political or a financial or a social battle. So that completely changed the way that I looked at feminism and family dynamics and gender dynamics. So that's why I wrote it. And that's what really kind of blew my mind about it.
Why did you call it occult feminism?
There's two reasons. That title kind of has a dual meaning. One is because the word occult just means secret or hidden.
Mm-hmm.
So there's actually an entire hidden history of feminism. The history that you and I have been taught, like we just went over in the beginning of, the women were oppressed and so they had to get freedom and blah, blah, blah. That's the mainstream version we've all heard, that all the feminists were angels, heroes, brave, strong. We owe them everything, right? They were these heroes. But the secret history, the real history, has actually been gatekept by women's studies departments, by gender studies departments, which were started in 1970 by the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation to kind of astroturf the movement, to rewrite the history and make it, number one, more palatable, more appealing, especially to women of that time period who were, sexual revolutionaries, Marxists, that sort of thing. But also because there was a lot of scammery going on. There was a lot of snake oil salesmen in the movement, a lot of phonies, a lot of people who were paid and pushed to the front to be the mouthpiece, while there were other people with agendas actually behind it. So that's one aspect of the meaning. And of course, the other aspect is these women were occult practitioners in large part. A lot of them claimed to be spirit mediums or fortune tellers or tarot card readers. There were a couple I profile in the book who were high priestesses in the Golden Dawn, or they were, into espionage. They did secret insider trading deals with, wealthy industrialists of the time. So there's actually a lot of secrets hidden in the history of the feminist movement that almost nobody knows about unless they've read the book.
Some of their moving and shaking was very impressive for a bunch of oppressed, sort of like chained to an oven type women. So they're very impressive. One of the things that I like about Christianity is the fact that the religion doesn't really gaslight you about like the messed up nature of human beings. And when it comes to the messed up nature of human beings, I think that men and women also have their own things that they've got to battle with. One of the things that I find that women have to temper in their own nature is their desire to want to rule over their husbands and their desire to want to rule over men. And when I read this book, I couldn't help having this notion that women inherently have a desire to rule over men, but then when men let them do it, they will hate them. And not only will they hate them, it will just expand endlessly, and it doesn't ever end until it's until it's reined in or until it's tempered on the individual level. Does that make sense?
Yes, 100%. Absolutely. I agree with you on everything you just said. That's that's usually a layer that people don't get to until they've been thinking about this stuff and observing and kind of analyzing it for quite a while. So it's pretty impressive to me that you kind of got that pretty quickly, because the curse in Genesis for the woman is what you just described, that we're going to have this innate urge to rule over the husband, even though we desire the husband. You want the husband to be the leader. You want him to have authority. You want him to be responsible and take care of business and be a man who gets things done. But at the same time, you also kind of want to tell him what to do and how he should do it and where you think he's going wrong and criticize and things like this. Now, that's like an individual level, but on a broader, more societal level, we see the same spirit, the same attitude coming up again and again. If you guys paid attention during the American presidential cycle we just had with Nikki Haley running for president, she's shuttered her campaign now, but the song they picked for her campaign theme was a song called Maneater. And then she had the debate where she made a snide remark to the men about wearing heels and walking all over them and this sort of thing. So it's like, even a woman who is extremely powerful like her, I mean, she's been in some of the highest levels of government. She's a very powerful person. She still feels like she has to prove that she can do it better than the men. Then she's going to run circles around them. She's going to get in there and not only compete, but dominate them, and it's like, so you see it on every level with women, but they're never happy when they're doing that, right? The most miserable wife is one whose husband lets her do whatever she wants. No woman wants a man who she can walk all over, yet at the same time, we're constantly shit testing and pushing boundaries. So I do think that is our struggle, just like you said. I think that's the primary thing, that once this clicks with women, I've gotten lots of DMs and emails from women where they're like, once that clicked with me, everything changed. My relationship is better. I'm more relaxed. I'm not always anxious. I'm not so depressed. I kind of understand now that I don't have to always be like fighting the patriarchy. So yeah, definitely agree.
I always say this, that the most happy women I know are the women who lean into their sort of femininity and their nature. And the most happy men I know are the ones who lean into their masculinity and their masculine nature and their desire to want to be a leader, and they don't listen to this sort of outside noise. I used to live in this place called Hackney Wick in London, and it was this really super duper hipster artsy sort of place. And it was just all of the gender roles were all just confused and everything was chaos. And I remember coming away from that experience being like, I don't even need any evidence, because it's so self-evidently true by just looking at people when their nature is sort of corrupted, and they get this, like, women get this like dark, really chaotic, like combative look about them, and men become feminine. And it's just, yeah, I don't even need the evidence, but reading the book, it reinstills it. Now, one of the things that, I really found interesting was the ancient gods that you talk about at the start. We've got Inanna, Ishtar, which is a Sumerian god. And I looked into the mythology of it a little bit more. And Inanna was actually rejected by Gilgamesh in Sumerian mythology. And then Inanna killed one of Gilgamesh's friends and then sent the heavenly bull to come and attack Gilgamesh. I was like, I feel like I'm watching an episode of whatever podcast, like just hearing the stories.
It's true. And you actually, the reason I started the book with that was to kind of demonstrate that this isn't, people think this is a new thing, that this is a recent thing. This goes back to the very beginning of the oldest tales we have in humankind, in every culture, in every religion, and it repeats over and over. I also go into like the goddess Kali, whose consort Shiva, her male counterpart, had to throw himself under her feet and let her step on him to keep her from destroying the world out of pure wrath, right? And like Lilith, the legend of the demon Lilith, and how she refused to be beneath Adam and became like a killer of infants. And
I was literally thinking when I was reading that, I was like, they had this argument, Lilith and Adam, and Lilith is like, I will not be beneath you, and Adam's like, come on, like, just nothing changes. It's just the same thing that's happening today.
It's true. It's a tale as old as time, and that's why I think that what that tells you, and people who think that this kind of stuff is conspiracy, I always tell them that's the wrong way to think about it. It's more like, because people say, well, how can it be the same thing every time all the way throughout history? It's because the same spirit is behind it. Now, whether you're Christian like me, who believes literally there are actual spirits, curses, things of that nature behind it, or you're a person who doesn't want to buy into that, I understand, that's fine. You could say it's the same attitude, it's the same spirit in the more, secular sense of like the spirit of the age, right? It's a tale as old as time. It seems to be a central thing that human beings can't get away from, no matter what time or culture you live in. There might be some differences in how it manifests, but yeah, it's like you could look at these ancient tales and say they do look just like a whatever podcast, right? And all of us experience this struggle in relationships. Everybody does. That's why these dating podcasts are so popular. I know some people hate them. They think they're terrible, but I think they're very valuable in a way that they kind of descriptively illustrate for us this struggle, where you see the women saying, they'll go around the table or they'll do like an open mic on the street thing and ask all the women, do you need men? And they all say no. They're like, no, I don't need a man. What do I need a man for? I don't need men. You ask the men and they're like, well, yeah, of course we need women, right? And it's like, where does this disconnect come from? And why do the women all say no? Why do the women all say no when this is a thing I've asked tons of women I debate feminists pretty often. And I'll always ask them when they tell me they don't need a man, when you get up in the morning and you turn on your light and you turn on your Apple phone and you put on your Apple Watch and you blow dry your hair with your electric blow dryer, all that electricity, where does it come from? Is it the women who are keeping the power grid up and running? If there's a hurricane and there's a regional power outage and flooding, is it the women who go in and do the dangerous rescue missions and rebuild the infrastructure? Like, are you sure you don't need men? And they will, every single time so far, they have doubled down and said, women can do it too, because we have tools now and we can learn it. It might take us longer, but we could do it. And to me, I feel like we're in a place now where the reason, like, if you want to know why this problem's been around forever. Okay. So why did feminism not become the dominant thing in the culture until 100 years ago? We're talking 6,000 to 8,000 years of written history, and only the last century has been gynocentric and dominated by feminism. Why? Because technology made that possible. There's a reason why it was right after the Industrial Revolution that feminism becomes this dominant political ideology that even a lot of men start going along with, and that's because this technologically advanced world that makes life so easy and comfortable for everyone gives women this illusion that men are disposable, that the sexes are equal in every way, that we're interchangeable widgets, that there's really no difference. Like, oh, you have a different set of, genitals than I do, and other than that, we're exactly the same. Nobody ever thought that way before. And the reason is because if you were, somebody alive in the 1500s trying to farmstead, certainly the women knew the difference. Mm-hmm. They always innately knew the difference that, even if they had an attitude of wanting to still dominate the man in some aspects, they knew darn well, like, okay, if the hordes from the next village come, I need the men to defend me. If, the barn collapses, I'm not going to rebuild it. These sort of things were built into your everyday existence, and they kind of no longer are.
Yeah. Whenever I see those video clips where it's on the street and the women saying that they don't need men, and then the men saying that we need women. I mean, we kind of just get it, because we're like, yeah, like women are great. They're not very funny and they can be annoying sometimes, but they're they're great. But there is this attitude at the moment, and like, I don't think that young women realize how much of a hack it is if you can put that attitude to the side. Like, if you can actually say, I love men. I love my brother. I love my dad. They're so necessary. They build the infrastructure around us. I appreciate the difference. I appreciate how we complement each other. If I hear a young lady saying that, I'm like, that's wifey material, right there. And they don't realize how much of a hack it is, how much you could get ahead of your peers. Yeah. And they, it's very cool and in fashion to be a brat these days. If you're a girl, that's, as somebody who's raised 4 of them, and I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and we had our Go Girl,
She-Ra, all that kind of stuff, Madonna when I was growing up too. It's not like this is brand new, but I feel like there's something that has shifted where in the 80s, it was still 80s, 90s, it was still popular to be, a girl. It was okay to be a girl and be girly. Whereas now, who are all the dominant pop stars? Girls who sing about how much they hate their ex, getting revenge on their ex. I mean, Taylor Swift's whole catalog is about, sniping at her exes. Beyonce, Katy Perry, all the female rappers, they love to act hard like the men. They talk about, like really hardcore sex acts. They talk about, violent stuff, drug dealing. They're like, I can be hard like a man. And I feel like the only cool way to be a girl for these younger generations is to be hard and tough like a man or be an absolute brat and just be like, you see this in the Whatever or Fresh and Fit podcasts all the time, that these girls come on and they think whoever has the biggest, nastiest attitude wins. And it's perceived as cool. And even with my kids, from time to time, I would have to check that and be like, not in your mom's house. Maybe when you move out, if you want to act like that, you can. But here, I don't think it's cool for you to be a little brat to me, for you to be a sassy pants and, make your whole personality just being difficult, essentially. But I feel like that dominates right now. And fun story, today was my grandmother's 98th birthday. We had a big,
what a great innings.
I know, she's amazing. I do have an interview with her on my channel if anybody wants to hear from grandma what dating was like. Yeah, dating in the 40s, right? And telling me about growing up in the 30s. And how different it was and how different she and her sister and her friends perceived things. And she was talking to me about my husband, who's doing amazing things right now. He's off traveling. He's going on all these big shows. And she was like, well, why do you think it is that you guys are doing so? What's the appeal? Like, why do people like to watch you? And I said, I don't know about for Andrew, but for me, the comment I get so often is men in the comment section just saying, wow, it's so nice to see a wife who actually likes her husband and is nice to him. You always speak well of him. You never have anything nasty to say. You don't cut him off at the knees. And the fact that is like, wow, a thing we don't usually see that stands out to people is so sad to me. But my 98-year-old grandma said, she said, that's how it is now. That's how the wives act. And she's like, when I first got married, we wouldn't have dreamed of being that way. I would have never dreamed of speaking to my husband the way that a lot of these women do now.
Yeah.
So if my 98-year-old grandma can see it, I feel like we're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to speak to 98-year-old based grandma, but but the thing is, like when I look at your relationship with Andrew, for example, it just makes sense inherently for you guys to be respectful for each other. And even if there are quibbles that you guys have when you're in public though, keep a solid front.
Right.
When you see women who are making fun of their husbands and it's like the trendy, funny thing to do, like, oh, he's this and that. It's like, stop it. It makes him look so bad. Like, show him some respect. And equally though, whenever I hear a guy saying, oh, my wife's this and that, I'm like, dude, like you've got some stuff to sort out. Like, you probably need to like step up and be a bit more of a man. But it does make sense.
Hello, everybody. I'm a practicing therapist and I'm also a doctoral student of psychology. Today, I wanted to talk about why I think female narcissism is underdiagnosed or misunderstood. I specialize in a lot of things: anger management, attachment issues, marriage, divorce, but I also specialize in personality disorders. And so this is some of the patterns that I notice when seeing a lot of different folks with different personality disorders. It does present slightly different than male narcissism. And many of these will also apply to male narcissists, but the details, I'll expand upon them because they're kind of, the subtle differences do make overall a big difference as you add these attributes together. The other thing I do think is kind of important to recognize is a lot of people think they know what narcissism is. And it's kind of a word that I guess like pop psychology or social media or whatever kind of takes it and runs with it. I'm going to make more videos on it to help you guys understand more about it. But a lot of times narcissism has a lot of different patterns, and we can also see with personality disorders, there is research that a lot of folks who have a personality disorder, they might have attributes of other personality disorders as well. Typically, if it's two prominent personality disorders, we diagnose it as mixed. If it's not necessarily a full criteria, we might say unspecified. But often what I notice is when one person has a personality disorder, they may have small attributes of other personality disorders, but they tend to have a very prominent one. And so you might see some of this overlap with some attributes of like histrionic, maybe a little bit of borderline, depending on who the person is. But most of all, we're going to talk about the narcissistic presenting individuals, someone who is diagnosed with NPD is kind of what we call it, right? And so the very first aspect that I see with women who are actually narcissists, but they are underdiagnosed or they got diagnosed recently, or it's hard for them to be diagnosed because of this, is they have a very specific view of the world that does not often fit in reality. Now, of course, male narcissists have this as well, but the difference is male narcissists are very loud about it, is the best way to put it. Like they're very, they speak on it continuously, and it's very obvious that there's something a little bit odd about their view of the world. Like if a male narcissist says that he believes that one day he's going to be the president and he's also going to, fly on the moon or whatever it is, and he believes that he's unique and he's the most intelligent and he has this rare, perspective, and he's always telling these stories about this, that is very obvious. But female narcissists don't sit around like a campfire and tell all her stories about how, she has a specific view, and she doesn't seem that abnormal in that way. A lot of people with a male narcissist, there are some people who are very innocent and they might fall for that male narcissist speaking about their very specific view because it's so abstract and unique. But female narcissists do not do that. What they do is something else. And I'm going to give an example. It's the same trait, but it just presents differently. Let's just say we have a female narcissist and she doesn't want to work. And she believes it's because she has like a back pain or finger cramp. So she believes she has like a special, unique inability. Like she has an inability to work, and it's very unique to her. She has a special back pain and a special finger pain. And she claims this is a reason she shouldn't work and she should receive disability. Okay, so that's kind of our story that we're going to have for this particular case. Okay, so every doctor she has visited says there's nothing wrong. And so now she's demanding them recheck, and all of them say, I don't see anything. There's nothing in the scans. There's nothing going on. And then she decides, okay, all doctors are untrained and stupid. And then she is starting to believe, or she has believed, that she has a unique intelligence that no one else has, so she can diagnose herself because she is unique in this way. She also believes she has a very rare condition, and she orders a back brace on Amazon. So now she's wearing this brace sometimes because she strongly believes she has this very rare condition, and she believes she shouldn't work. And so what she does is every work that she ever does, she sabotages it. And she starts demanding maybe other people to pay for things. And maybe she's in a homeless shelter. I don't know. And she believes that she's allowed to have someone help her because she has this very rare condition. And so her worldview is very specific. It's very rare a male narcissist will do what I just described, but a female narcissist will. A male narcissist will more likely use this in a very different way. He might think he has a very rare condition to which, I don't know, he can read people's minds and he understands people's emotions and he's very charismatic. Like, it looks very different. A male narcissist is what we more see. Like, when people talk about a typical narcissist, it's more what I notice, more obvious, like how men present, but female narcissists is a little different. So that's one example, okay? The next one tends to be with both types of narcissists, but I'm going to give an example more particular with females. Of course, people who have narcissistic personality disorder in general, they believe they are typically the victim of all the events in their life. And so no different than a female, right? She believes she's a victim in all her life. And what you notice about anybody with NPD is the facts change. And they have no awareness, at least they don't behave in such a way. They might not actually have an awareness how obvious that fact change is to somebody who does not have this disorder, okay? So let's give an example. Let's say we have a lady and she cheated on her husband, okay? Her reasoning is that he didn't give her enough attention, okay? So she believes now she has a reason that she's allowed to cheat, okay? Then she tells everyone her husband abused her, even though there's no evidence at all, okay? Now he divorces her, and he divorces her because she cheated on him, not because of any other reason. He felt that was something against their marital vows, and he has divorced her. And now she's telling his family and his friends how horrible he is, and she's warning everyone against him, and she's sharing all their personal information, like their personal marital things, to everybody, and exaggerating it and making it sound very, very horrible, okay? And now she's not even focused on the reality, which is that she cheated on him. That's not part of her story. The part of her story is that he was abusive, he neglected her. She might not even tell people the cheating part. She might bring it up every now and again, but she might frame it in a way where she had to. She had no choice. She felt lonely. She felt upset. And if that was so true, she might have left the marriage, but instead she's framing it in this way. And then usually with individuals who have NPD, there's a lot of layers. What ends up happening is she starts warning people, right? Now the person she cheated, let's just say in the story, the affair partner, okay? Maybe she wants to be with him or whatever the reason is, but what happens is maybe he feels horrible about getting involved with a then married woman, and he decides to cut off the relationship. So now she's telling everybody that he pressured her and he was a stalker and he tried to ruin the marriage and he assaulted her. And so now you can see the facts are like changing. Because at first it's like the husband was some abuser thing, and now the affair partner was one who ruined the marriage. Her facts change. But the one thing that stays the same is she's the victim. So the logic does not necessarily fit. And anybody with NPD does this, but with individuals who are females, they usually do it in this way. Actually, male narcissists do this almost exactly as well. But usually the way male narcissists do it is they tend to frame it in a way where the other person is like mentally unwell, whereas female narcissists, they tend to say that they were a victim of like a crime, typically. That's usually how I see it. It's the exact pattern, it's just different ways they perceive it. The next one is that typically female narcissists will very much pick a very specific person to isolate or hurt, usually if it's a child. Male narcissists do not do this as often, okay? They do, but just not as often. For example, let's say her son reminds her of her ex-husband. So she feels like she has the right to treat her son how she wishes she could treat her ex-husband. Male narcissists don't tend to do this because they don't correlate that pattern as much. They might still do it, but they don't tend to. If you ask them, they don't actually say they feel like they have a right. They might not even know they're doing it. But female narcissists, they may actually admit, well, I feel like I have a right because my son is just like my evil ex-husband. So I have to do this because he deserves to feel this pain. Because what am I supposed to do with all the pain I felt? My son has to, feel this pain that I'm feeling. And she actually decides that this is okay, right? Whereas male narcissists, they may tend to ignore that this is even happening. So she might decide to not let him sit at the dinner table. She might humiliate him often. She may gossip about him with other children. She may say he's the problem child. And because this son is getting abused, for example, it could be a daughter as well, anybody, it's just an example. This child is getting abused or, neglected, being subjected to mistreatment, this child is acting out. This is, of course, what's going to happen. That's how it works psychologically. Typically, the child's going to act out because their body and their perspective knows this is not normal, but they don't know how to translate it because they're a young child. And so now she's telling everyone, this is evidence that my son is evil because look at how he's acting. One day my son even threw a pencil at me. He's abusive, just like my ex-husband. You know, everyone run away from him. Maybe I should, you know, I don't want to be that mother to put my son in jail, but maybe I should, that type of thing, right? And so this poor child is now being subjected to something they didn't even cause. And the ex-husband likely didn't even do some of these behaviors as well. Maybe, but what happens is female narcissists, more particularly, they take something and blow it out way out of proportion. And that can be very scary for anyone involved, okay? The next one is, many people believe NPD comes with excessive control, but what I notice is female narcissists with this particular diagnosis does not have this characteristic nearly as prominent. They can be controlling towards their children, but they're not often as controlling in their marriages. Whereas male narcissists tend to be extremely controlling. Female narcissists, not as much. They tend to be more manipulative, but that would be controlling in a different sense. So what I mean controlling, I mean physically controlling, okay? The next one is female narcissists, much more particularly, are very envious, but they deny it. Male narcissists tend to be very outwardly envious, competitive, while female narcissists tend to be very competitive and envious, but they deny it. And what they do is they tend to break, I don't know the right word, they tend to, I guess, break their competition indirectly, such as isolation, mimicry. They do mimicry a lot. It's actually very strange. Like they may literally start dressing, dyeing their hair, wearing their makeup, clothing like their perceived competition. It's very strange. And they may exaggerate, they may change their voice, their tone, they may act like a completely different person. And a lot of times female narcissists that male narcissists do not do is they tend to try and have some particular persona. And it looks very false and fake. They do it because they feel like that's the best way they can be admired. Male narcissists don't do this as often, and I think some of them do, but I don't really think I've ever seen it, at least to this level, where a female narcissist might say, okay, I want to be a housewife. Let's say that's her dream. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. But it's not genuine. Her reason to want to be a housewife is not because she's thinking, okay, this is good so I can raise my children and support my husband by cleaning the house. Like that's a genuine reason to want to be a housewife, right? Her reason typically is a little bit more indirect. Usually she thinks that if she's a housewife, that makes her the most feminine, most beautiful. It means that she can get money without working for it. It means that if he divorces her, then she can point the finger at him. Like subconsciously, these are what she calculates in comparison to a regular person who might just want that for simply that reason. Female narcissists typically do that. They take a persona, and so she might start dressing very exaggerated. I'm not trying to make fun of anyone, but I am genuine. I have seen this where it's like it's almost silly, where they are dressing like 1950s, like wearing like those little bonnets. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm so serious. I'm almost trying not to laugh because I've actually seen stuff like this, like legitimately like a bonnet and like one of those Amish type dresses. And I'm not judging Amish people. I just don't know what it's called. And talking like almost literally like that time. Like nowadays we have a different type of pattern in the United States. In the 1950s, 60s, 1930s even, they had like different patterns in their speech. So she's copying like the patterns of speech back then. It's like, it's very odd. And I don't really think I've ever seen a male narcissist do that. And so this might be all over the place. Most of my videos are, I just give you my thoughts. I know that makes a lot of you guys really mad and upset that my videos are not structured. I don't do this because I'm trying to necessarily make money. I have my own job. I do this because I like it. So if you don't like the pattern of how I make videos, I would just suggest not watch. Like, it's not going to change anytime soon. It might one day, but I'm not going to make any guarantees. So then important notes is a lot of these traits, most of them need to be long-standing, typically inflexible, and they cause significant impairment or distress. NPD cannot be diagnosed in children or adolescents unless these traits are clearly persistent, but I personally, and it's not a part of normal development, but I never diagnose personality disorders before the age of 18. I just will not. Some people do. I won't do it. If a person has any narcissistic traits, doesn't necessarily mean they have NPD, and this video is not to diagnose anybody at all, okay? I'm just exploring patterns that I see when I'm practicing. I hope this video is helpful to somebody. Please like, subscribe. I'll see you in the next one.
So today, we're going to venture into territory that most people never discuss openly. We're going to look at how evil triumphs in the world. Why is the world so full of darkness? And I need to warn you up front that we're going to cover some extremely disturbing topics. Some things that will challenge everything you think you know about how power operates. But you're mature enough to handle this, and it's important that we discuss these topics if we want to understand how the world really works. You can't understand power without understanding its shadow side. You can't comprehend why things are the way they are without looking at the mechanisms that most people refuse to acknowledge. Now, I also need to be clear about something else. We're going to do a lot of speculation and theorizing in this session. Do not take anything I say as gospel truth. Do not assume this is the definitive answer to how reality works.
I can't wait to be friends with you.
Oh, she wants to hold your hand.
I would love to hold hands. Thank you for reaching out and holding my hand. Do you like making new friends? Thank you for telling me yes. You love Sophia?
I love her so much.
Why do you love her?
It's just the thing. You're supposed to love your family, but that's not just the only thing. I love her way more than you're supposed to love your family. I love her the most in my whole life. Her little face, even though I can't squeeze her cheeks, I just want to so bad. And if I see her on a picture, I just squeeze her cheeks and fake because I really want to. I love her. She's the most cutest girl I've ever met in my whole entire life. And I love her so much. Right? She knows that. I've told her 1,000 times.
Welcome to SBSK. Join me as I travel around the world and interview individuals living with a condition to prove no matter how you communicate or what obstacles you face, you're always deserving of love and acceptance. So without hesitation, let's meet today's friend. Sophia, do you love sitting there with your mom?
I love sitting with you, Sophia. Yes, I do. Mwah.
Do you love when your mom kisses you?
You want me to kiss you again? Is that what you... Yeah. I'll give you a kiss. Mwah. You want another kiss? Mwah. I see your dimples under your eyes. You're smiling.
Her most ticklish spot is when you blow on her neck. She laughs a lot. She's trying to hold it in. She's just like me. I try to, when people tickle me, I try to hold it in.
She's had a huge impact on her brother and sister. They look at her and they see her sister. And when they see other people with disabilities and differences, it's not a big deal. I feel like they're more compassionate, they're more accepting.
Will you always love your sister?
Yeah, forever.
How do you know that?
Even when I'm 17, I will like her.
17?
When I'm 17, she's gonna be 80.
I would like children to know that Sophia is like them. She may look different and her abilities may be different, but inside is a sweet 9-year-old little girl who wants to make friends and wants to be loved and wants to be accepted just like them. Is that right, Sophia? Yes. You love having friends, don't you? You love having friends.
Are we friends? I think we're friends too. We are definitely friends. Thanks for reaching for my hand again. What's the best thing about your sister?
The best thing about my sister, I like her smile a lot, and She's very sweet to everybody she sees, even people that she doesn't know that much. She's always sweet to them. Right, Sophia? She's trying to hit the yes button. You got it.
Yes. Yes.
See? So that's the greatest thing I like about my sister.
So, do you love your sister too?
Yeah? Okay, that movie yes.
How do you know?
Because she did this.
How would you describe the way Sophia communicates?
Well, because of Sophia's conditions, sometimes she uses buttons to communicate. Sometimes she uses her eye gaze, where she can select things with her eyes. Sometimes she verbalizes. And with Sophia, I can look in her eyes and know what she's saying. And what people don't realize is you really don't need that many words to understand each other. And so because of her conditions, it changes moment to moment. So we give her the opportunity to communicate in whatever way she can communicate.
Yes.
How do you feel when your sister communicates?
I'm really proud and I get surprised. And I'm really proud of her. That's one of the things that I'm proud of her. And it takes her time to respond, because that's what my mom told me.
Yes. Yes.
It takes time. If you ask like, Sophia, do you want to go downstairs or do you want to stay up here? It takes her time to communicate to you, but later she'll get it done. You just have to give her time to communicate.
I'm really happy to be here with you, Sophia. I'm really happy to hear your story. But most of all, I'm happy to be your friend. I'm happy to sit here with you, to look at you in the eye, to connect with you, to share a smile with you. Are you happy to make new friends too? Thank you, I am too.
Here I am, in your face, like always. Here I am. She gets tired of me. Do you roll your eyes at me? Do you want to show them how you roll your eyes? Do you want to show them? You're really good at rolling your eyes. Yep.
You see that every day?
Yeah, she rolls her eyes at me every day. She rolls her eyes at me about maybe once a day, sometimes more when I have to do medical stuff with her.
I like how Sophia's so sweet and she gives love to everybody. And she is really sweet to everybody.
I tell Sophia that she's the most beautiful girl in the world every single day, that there's no one else like her, and that's, yes, she always agrees with that, by the way. There's no one else like her in the world, and that's what makes her so unique and so special.
Why is it important to give your sister kisses?
Because she's cute.
What's the cutest thing about her?
She's just cute about her feeties because they're so cute and they're so small. Her little hands are so cute. Her little face, her face, her feet, every part, her legs, her arms, like everything, because she is the most beautifulest girl I've ever seen in my whole life. And I'm happy to have her as a sister.
We don't know how long Sophia's going to be with us. So it's important that I tell her I love her every single day. Yes. It's important for her to know that she is loved so much. And yeah, that's why I tell her every single day.
And the number one thing I want to tell you is what your family tells you every day. That you're perfect just the way you are. And that you should be proud of yourself. And that you should be happy.
Yes. Yes.
Because you're fantastic.
I want acceptance and inclusion in this world. I want to normalize disability and facial deformities. And I used to hide away for the first 7 years of her life because we experienced so much cruelty and discrimination.
And the funniest thing she's ever told me was probably when she said thank you when I gave her a kiss and I said I love you. And she said it clearly. She said thank you. And it was surprising. Even, my dad heard it, and he dropped his apple because he was so surprised.
If we stay silent and we stay hidden, there will never be an opportunity for change. There will never be acceptance if we don't, if we don't get out there and share our stories.
When I look at my sister, I always think that she's thinking of something, but it's like she's thinking about something happy about us, and like she's thinking about something happy of doing something.
When we go to my Aunt Juju's pool, she always splashes me, and that gives me a sweet member.
If a parent with their child sees your family out at the grocery store, what do you want them to do?
I would love for the parent to bring their child up to Sophia and to just say hello and treat her like anyone else.
Yes.
Yes. A lot of times people will avoid us, treat us differently, or parents will shush their kids away because they have questions. Yes, I know. And we don't want them to feel like, oh, you have to get away quickly. I mean, that's sending the wrong message. We want children to be able to ask questions, and maybe parents, yes, we do. Maybe parents might feel embarrassed if they say the wrong thing, but I just want them to know it's okay. It's the only way we can teach kids about differences.
It's like I just can't stop looking at her because she's super, super cute. And like if I think of something bad and if I have a bad day, I walk in her room, she just refreshes my day, all the good stuff.
If you could tell the whole world one thing about your sister, what would it be?
She's beautiful just the way you are.
Why do you think it's so easy for those who are unfamiliar with Sophia to misunderstand her?
Because they don't, because they don't take the time to get to know her. I think we see people, and if we don't get that instant, you agree? If we don't get that instant, okay, this person looks like me, they talk like me, they're just like me, then we dismiss them. And I think you have to really take the time to get to know her in order to see her personality. And it's so bold once you do. So I think people are used to typical, and if they don't see something that's typical, it can bring out fear and kind of shut you down.
If someone met her and like didn't think that she was like us, probably later in the day they'd probably fall in love with her because she's so cute.
I would just like the world to know that Sophia is different, yes, but she is a 9-year-old child, and she is beautiful. She is amazing. She is the definition of strength and true beauty. She's been through a lot in this life, and yet she remains positive and happy and sweet. And I just want her to be accepted in this world.
I'm like the most happiest person in the world to have you as a sister. I love you so much.
What does love mean?
Love. I love you so much.
What does love mean?
Love?
I would certainly start with, well, actually, I saw a little bit. I saw some of you talking about it last night, maybe?
Yeah, we did it in studio.
Yeah.
And Galt's got his ideas for sure. I think it was your show the other day. He's very, very critical, but at the same time, seems to love you.
He's got a weird way of showing his love, that's for sure.
I'm gonna say yes. Here on panel, let's try to keep it a little positive. Jeremy seems like a good mod to me. Okay. We got employee 311 backstage. Are you familiar?
I believe that's Panel Waste Management.
Illumitami.
I believe that is who it is.
Should we give him a chance? What do you think? I'm gonna say yes.
Especially if that is who it is. Yep, I think it is. Yep.
We'll add stage, and then I'm gonna go ahead and full screen myself before. I guess it's not gonna allow me to. All right, can you hear us?
Yes, I just have to be careful about that acknowledgement because I lost my second channel because they found out I was the guy that lost the first channel. So I'm pseudo naughty Illumitani.
Pseudo naughty Illumitami. Well, happy to have you. Do you have anything you want to say off this, off the bat, or you just want to talk? Any thoughts?
Well, you guys wanted to keep it positive, and I'm positive that Jack is downright insane. He's not going to end wars. It's impossible. He's very limited in his understanding of the world around him, and I'm not ashamed of myself, but I've surprised myself when I go through the lore hard drive and see just how long I've tried to tell him this to no avail.
So what are you doing for New Year's, Tommy?
A funny Jack memory we had last night on my show is the LARP church where I showed why I was disavowing the New Year's thing. And so Jack responded in coming up and wishing me a happy New Year's. Remember that, Jack? I can't even remember all the points. It was some stuff where when the Romans were trying to thwart the Christianity and stuff, like they're the reason that we do a New Year during the winter. When the original calendars, I think the New Year was in the spring. And there was some other aspect to it. I can't remember. I hope I've got that on a hard drive somewhere because I want to see that stream again. It was one of the LARP churches.
So you're saying you're not celebrating the New Year, or just
I acknowledge it. Like the way I acknowledge my birthday for my age, I'll acknowledge that there's a new year for the calendar stuff. But no, I don't usually celebrate it. And I'm not into resolutions because if you got to wait for the turn of the year to say you want to change something, that's a strong bet you're probably not going to change it.
But it is a good opportunity to kind of rethink the past year and maybe consider a way to change things a little bit for the next year. You said your birthday is a better opportunity for that. Is that right?
No. I'm saying I don't even celebrate my birthday. I just use it to acknowledge how old I am.
How old are you?
40. What year is it? I'm 45.
45. Okay, so you're still pretty young in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember, Tommy, my first road trip, you said you wanted to hang out. Am I remembering correctly?
I probably did. I'm not sure I remember when you road tripped. I remember when you used to have the cool skater shed.
Used to. I did some skater stuff in New Orleans. Did you see that?
Yeah, but you had like a shed. It was like a makeshift shanty.
Oh, yeah, the shed. I miss that place dearly. That was such a 4-year spent. It was a house, by the way. It was a 2-bedroom house that I was renovating, but that was the best content I produced, bar none.
So I met you on the Thorpe channels. Just for the conversation's sake, are you a Christian?
Yes.
So what I'm trying to tell Jack, as he says he believes our book, it only says like this war thing and rumors of the war thing keeps going. And it even says that whenever the mark comes, there will still be slaves because even slaves will get the mark. So how can you convince this dude that he can't change prophecy? Because he wants to say Christians are dreamers and they're getting that.
Is that an accusation? He said that some people are very accusatory. Is that something that someone might be accusing you of? Changing prophecy. Yeah, well, I would say prophecy isn't necessarily set in stone. Prophecy is something that's predicted by somebody.
No, we're talking about God's prophecy.
Okay, so God's prophecies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the guy to really speak on that. I don't even pay too much attention to prophecy.
I can fill that role.
Because it's open to interpretation. I think a lot of people like to project their own version of prophecies onto what would be objectively or what would be the real prophecy. So I try to resist the temptation to do that myself.
I
Wondering what to do there, because I'm wondering what to do there. Moment for you to regroup, right? Because the approach you started with, I'm wondering what to do there, because moment for you to regroup, right? Because the approach you started with, swearing at me and calling me names, doing the same thing as the past. Come on, man. We were doing better. We were doing better, and we can do better. I've got the Raven King in the back as well. I'm wondering what to do there, because you know, apparently I'm guilty by association with both of these men. Stephen, how are you today?
Hi, Jack. I don't know what you mean by guilty by association. Guilty in whose eyes? Of what?
Well, you're what's the right word for that? Demon Slayer, the channel that exists to mock you. I guess I'm guilty because of you. And so they've chosen to mock me, apparently. And part of it I saw recently, your little squeaky noises were highlighted to show that Jack's a fool for bringing Stephen around. And I guess they're right. So am I right? Are they right?
No, I would say they're wrong. I'm the best co-host ever, and I contribute to your show quite a bit. Jack, are you okay today? I'm concerned about you because you don't look that well today compared to usual, and you stumbled over a word. Infuriates it. You look like you're going to have a stroke trying to say that word.
That's fascinating.
Are you all right? Well, are you okay?
Yeah, are you? Because you're clearly not interpreting and clearly not discerning or understanding. Are you
I'm
okay?
fine.
Are you here?
I'm here. I'm right here.
All right. Okay. Because what I was trying to address was your behavior again. And I'm actually openly talking to you about this.
What's wrong with my behavior? What do you mean? The dolphin Jesus little E that set you off? That's incredible.
No, it didn't set me off.
Uh-huh.
Please try to understand me.
I am trying.
Mm-hmm. But see, this is the problem: is you have you seem to clearly have a problem understanding not just me but other people.
Well, Jack, a lot of people ask questions to try to understand. It's a way of trying to understand someone. Now, why would you say I clearly have trouble understanding other people? It's weird, Jack, that your view of me is strange.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, actually, your cognitive blindness. I mean, it's dumbfounding. So tell you what, Stephen, it's not my job to tell you or help you.
I'm here to help you.
Well, that's your problem. Okay. You're wrong. You're not helping me. You're actually making me, I guess, look bad, right? Because I just explained that to you. Your juvenile behavior was highlighted to once again show me making a mistake by having you around. And here again, Stephen, you're not cooperating with me. You're not trying to help me. You're playing your stupid games. And so, Tommy, I see you in the back as well.
Myself on camera, but anyway, I'm making a change here. You wanted no more games
as well. And just so there's no surprise later, I've chosen to forward us over there. And there is another guest here in the back, and I'm going to see where this goes. Stephen.
Hello, Jack. I decided to come on using my name, as you can see. Instead of King Stephen, I put my name and my image. But I'm in the dark, so I don't have myself on camera. But anyway, I'm making a change here. You wanted no more games and sincerity and no more characters. So I've changed my name and my avatar today.
I appreciate that. I'll take that as a genuine sign, a step in the right direction, and thank you.
You're welcome. It's a gesture.
Well, the truth is, we...
Oh, I'm sorry, that was... Go ahead. What were you saying, Jack? I'm sorry, I heard something.
Yeah, I heard something as well. And every day is a day for people to start over.
Yes.
If they choose to.
Yes.
But it seems that people are afraid to be wrong.
I'm not afraid to be wrong. Are you afraid to be wrong? Why would you... I don't know where that stems from, that idea.
It was kind of inspired by thinking about you and yesterday, your patterns of denial, not just you. Maybe it wasn't yesterday, but it was recently between you and other people I faced.
You think I'm afraid to be wrong? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Wrong about what, or in what ways?
That could only be answered by you. I could offer some guesses for sure.
I'm all ears. I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on that.
Well, what I see is when I have confronted you with things of the past, you're quick to want to just sweep them under the rug. And then when I've tried to present, or not just myself, but when you've been confronted and said, no, what you're saying is not right. You're not listening. You're just quick to argue, deflect, turn it around, compare. It's a pattern of insecure minds.
I think I'm quite secure, and I owned up to what I've done. I admitted to the videos. I've also apologized various times on here, live on your show. I've owned my behavior. I'm not sure what you're getting at. I'm just confused by what you're saying, because it doesn't quite match my memory of events.
I realize. And actually, I can actually empathize with that. I can understand that, because what I suspect has happened, there is something unique that is happening with me. Okay. I see patterns in people. I don't know. I pick up on things, and I'm usually, when it comes to people, well, Stephen, sometimes I've outsmarted myself as well. Okay, I've thought I was doing better than I was. And then it wasn't until I actually looked at things differently and I was like, oh, shit. Now I see what they were saying. And I think that is going to happen with you. Tommy is in the back. That's definitely going to happen with Tommy eventually. Many others. But it's part of this path that I'm with. People don't like to be wrong, but with me, I'm kind of an exception to policy. I'm a little bit different than others, and people who have gotten away with things.
How do you feel different from others? You just mentioned. I'm interested in that.
What do you mean?
You said that you're different from others. How so? In what ways do you view yourself as different from the average human?
Everywhere I have gone, in one way or another, wherever I've been, I either stand out or I disappear. Well, considering this is my stream, I know I'm here to stand out, so I'm not here to disappear. So the people who join me that want to mock me and take advantage of me, I played those stupid games before. You're not going to win against me. And I wish to God you'd stop playing games against me. Not
Is
just
that
you.
what you think? No, is that what you think I'm doing? You think I'm just here to mock Jack Talcott and play stupid games? Is that what you're saying, or?
My answer is related to prior to today, okay? Because today I'm trusting you're here with authenticity, and I'm trusting this is a genuine conversation that's newly happening. But in the past, yeah, Stephen, maybe it's not just Jack you're not taken seriously, but you're not, yes, you're not taking Jack seriously in the
Do you
past.
think I don't take life seriously, or is it bigger than you, is what you're getting at?
Actually, I'm glad that's probably a proper interpretation. Yeah. Because that's what I see mostly in the world. Most people, especially in this Western world where everyone's comfortable or they've got a routine, they lost sight of their bigger purpose. That's what these YouTube panels are really about. It's a bunch of lonely people who are gathering because they don't have a better purpose for their time.
I heard you and Tarek yesterday say I was lonely. You said, I'm lonely, Tommy's lonely, Snafu. I can't remember if you mentioned Margot, but it was a group of us that you said were just lonely people. I don't really feel like I'm lonely, but my girlfriend's mother actually said I'm too serious. For a couple of years, she said, you're too serious. Stephen got so serious. And I'm just getting my sense of humor back at this point. I think maybe I was too serious I think it was accurate what she said a few years ago, that I had gotten too serious but I was stressed out. I think the stress of life was causing me to be too serious. And I think a sense of humor is good. Laughter's good medicine.
For what purpose?
For feeling good and healing the body.
And what? Waste time?
Laughter's good medicine.
For what purpose?
For feeling good and healing the body.
And what? Waste time?
Of life was causing me to be too serious. And I think a sense of humor is good. Laughter's good medicine.
For what purpose?
For feeling good and healing the body.
And what? Waste time?
No, it's not. Laughter isn't just a waste of time.
Right. But this is what I'm talking about. When we can have fun while getting shit done. But what I see people doing is imagining battles, imagining enemies, right? I mean, admittedly, Stephen, it's fascinating. I got a comment in yesterday's video from, what's that guy's name? The Demon Slayer or whatever. The one whose whole channel is about you, it seems.
Yeah, he's a little bit obsessed with me for the past 2 or 3 years. It's hundreds of videos about me, only about me.
He's very obsessed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But he's behaving just like he's accusing you of doing. That's what I pointed out to him in my comment back to him. There was a reason I brought it up, and now I lost sight of what it was. Sorry, forgot where I was going. Tommy has been in the back for a little bit.
I think you're mentioning seeing a comment from Demon Slayer. I think you're about to call him an obsessive, deranged little pissant. But did you know that Demon Slayer is a drag queen? They do drag queen shows.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
To me, it's kind of irrelevant. Like I said, I've already recognized the comparison of his behavior and what he's accused.
Slayer is a drag queen. They do. Slayer is a drag queen. They do drag queen shows.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
To me, it's kind of irrelevant. Like I said, I've already recognized the comparison of his behavior and what he's accusing you of doing. And the funny thing is he doesn't seem to have faith that you can change. You claim to change, but I wonder how committed you are to changing.
Can he change?
Does it matter for you to change?
Not for me to change, but what changes? What changes do you perceive that I need to make, in your view?
Well, if you went back and you really looked at yourself and you did an honest inventory, where might I have been wrong? You know, maybe take down some of the videos, maybe go back and offer apologies, maybe actually do what an honest man might do. And holy shit.
I am an honest man. But
well,
why
that's
should I
what
take
you
down
say.
videos?
Stephen, this is the game. This is the game that ends with me. You keep saying you're honest, but the evidence shows you're not, and I'm an honest
the
man.
evidence, Jack, that I'm a liar? Where's the evidence?
It's the stuff you're ignoring, and we're back to your patterns of denial. So I'm going to take a break from you. Thank you, Stephen. And I'm going to take a breath and welcome back Illumitami. How are you today, my friend?
Bring him the fuck back up.
Why should I do that?
Because I'm calm, and he's calm, and I'm going to tell him Devon get the table.
You're going to tell him what?
Devon get the table.
What does that mean?
You'll see.
Please. All right. You're not setting me up, are you?
Take the turn back time to the
Get the table. Get the table. Jack doesn't know what that is. Power bomb him through the table.
Yep. Calmly. King Illuma calm tag team. Jack, I don't think Steven should apologize for any video that's correct. And I was interested in a comment I saw calling out Dragon Slayer for hiding, like they took something down because the question was asked of it. I don't know if they're entirely on the up and up with the deets.
I don't ask anybody to take videos down ever on YouTube.
Yeah, and don't quote me. It was just some way like, hey, Dragon Slayer, how come when you were questioned of this, you hid videos or something? Because, I mean, I'm not going to call them obsessed because I've told Paul and Jack, this is what YouTube was before the Panoverse. There's creators that just make content where they analyze other creators. And Jack has no idea what kind of animal he's in.
Tommy, listen, Tommy. I'd love for there to be 10,000.
Jack, you be present and stop sharing chats while me and Steven are talking to you?
Yeah. I would love for there to be 10,000 channels all about me.
Bring them up.
No, I was bored with you. That's why I went to the chat. You guys are boring the shit out of me, Tom.
That's deflection. You're brand new. You don't want to talk about you because you want to sit here and feel better than everybody. Look, you know what I'm going to show tonight while I wait and see if Landry shows up? Do you remember the time that you thought you were going to have some little clever content where you said, oh, Tom, I think a test has shown up, and this is the time I was being able to call me. I even told you at the beginning of this stream, I'm going to roll flow state style and see if I can beat up the whole stream. And I did. But in that stream, you said, oh, Tom, I think a test showed up for you. And do you remember who you dropped in? You dropped in Razvan220, the guy that took my first channel down. My brother in Christ, allegedly, that took my first channel down. And when I did the big boy thing, you were mad about it. you got mad that I did the right thing. And then I've also found a panel where you let Paul come at me about Camacho and you still kick me and you don't act real sore about it. Then you bring Snafu up and you let Paul over talk him with his projecting bullshit. And then after he's done with that, you thank him for it. And that's not old content, Jack. It's not. And all the time, you're always sitting with your faggot finger against your lip. What do you have to smile about all the time?
Life feels good, brother.
Why? Why does your life feel good? Because I have so many times that you and Paul, not just with me, you and Paul get called out so many times of, please, tell us what we need your help with. Like you and Paul have sat up here and said, if people aren't up here looking for help, what are they coming here for? Why did you just make that motion at the camera? Are you ready to tell me what I need help with?
I've told you repeatedly. We've
told you. You say bitterness, and then do you remember what I replied to that? I'm so funny, Jack. I'm taking you serious, and you're not even bringing Steven up. Jack, you're a fucking joke.
I'm really not. Let's
Jack, that's all you say, Jack. You're not doing anything. I'm trying to help you, dude.
I know.
There's people on every channel saying this Jack Talcott guy is insane, and they're not wrong.
I know, because that's what you're telling them.
Oh my God, to end war.
Tom,
Jack, when you say you pick up patterns, I'm going to keep asking questions till you answer instead of just saying my name.
You don't give me a chance to speak.
You can't just say calm.
Okay. I can have a conversation with you like this, Tom. I can keep throwing you in the back when you ask me a question.
Like who was the guy? Who was the guy from Welcome Back, Kotter? Who did John Travolta play?
Oh yeah.
Forget about it. You're gonna sit in a chair like I'm the principal putting it to you. You got real dominant body language, Jack. Jack, you want to have a conversation?
Yes, please.
First off, I need you to take it serious, and we're gonna quit laughing like we're high. And you're not gonna just say my name. You're not gonna deflect. You're gonna reply to the things in a relevant fashion. Now, when you say you pick up on patterns and you catch people and you understand all this stuff, why do you describe your wife's miscarriage like you were distant and just let her go through it alone?
It's not true. I was there with her at the time.
No, because that's why she left you.
Brothers and sisters, praise God! Praise God! Holy cows, man! Holy cows! This is my life. I am the life guru, life coach, life roach. Golly geez. Golly geez. God is so awesome, man. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. This is real life. I love Polly. I love Polly. Paulina the slave. Paulina the slave. Golly geez, man. King Stephen owns me. King Stephen owns me. I bow down to the king. The Raven King owns me. I'm a little pissant. Little Jack Twackcott. I'm a little pissant. Filthy, filthy asshole. wee little angry Jack. Psycho Jack. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Please be generous. Give me your shekels.
When you said, I don't know, she was going through something after the miscarriage, you know?
It's Vinny Barbarino, Tom.
Thank you, Paul. Vinny Barbarino.
I've watched you do this all afternoon. I'll handle you both soon enough.
But Mr. Talcott, I gotta. Oh man, he really? I just came to. All right, whatever. I'll back out then if it's like that. You know, I just came to yuck it up a little bit, and I didn't know. I didn't know it was that serious, Jack.
Well,
he loves it, huh?
In that defense, he did say, Jack, let's get serious. And we were just getting serious when you showed up. But you know what? How he ran off.
You know what? No, I thought it was one thing. It's actually something else. He's saying you're not worthy of or ready for Tom and Paul. You don't deserve that over here.
It could be right. I'm not worthy of.
All right, I'm gonna go to the back now, and then you bring him in, and then maybe like try to butter him up, apologize to him. You better get on his good side so that we can have Tom and Paul on Jack Talcott Central. Because right now you're not. He might be on to something. You know, I didn't really see it that way. You might not be worthy of this interaction. Like, what? Tell me and Tom and others why you deserve me and Tom on your channel right now.
I'm at the mercy.
See, can't think of anything.
But we've got Steven in the back. Any interest in that one?
Steven's been polite, nice, and kind to me. He showed up on my channel the other day, you know, gave well wishes, he seasoned greetings. And he left when I told him I wanted to move on. So I don't know what else he's doing anywhere else. I just know his interaction with me, and I don't really have any issues.
Yeah. All right. I think you might let some things slide with him. And me, I've been calling him out on his bullshit. He's a slippery one, that Steven.
Well, we have to let things slide with a lot of these people, because if not, then we get into this interlocked death battle, like simulation over the internet, right? Where, you know, it makes it more difficult for us to choose what we're going to do, you know, individually or together. So, yeah, whatever. Let them say and do whatever they want to do. They're going to do it anyway. And, you know, as long as it doesn't interfere with what I'm doing or affect me in any way, you know, who really cares?
I get it. Hey, and out of respect, because I know who am I to think that I could have Paul and Tommy on my panel together? Holy shit, that is just crazy sauce.
Yeah.
How are you on time? I do have a couple guests in the back. I want to bring them up, but I want to share respect with you.
Yeah, no, do your thing, man. I was going to come in and kind of, you know, kid with Tommy a little bit, but he says you don't deserve it, so I might have to defer to him today.
Well, we'll roll with what we've got. And Steven, welcome back. Thank you for your
Hello, thank you. Welcome back, Cotter, Mr. Cotter, Vinny Barbarino. Hello, Paulie. Hello,
I wonder
Paul.
who we are, like who's Epstein, who's Horseshack. Tommy should have went further with that. Should have given us the whole.
Yeah. Well, he got kicked off. Bring him back. Bring Tommy back. We can.
No, he left. He didn't get kicked.
Oh, he left.
Yeah, he says Jack doesn't deserve the Paul and Tommy.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that he left.
In order to butter up Tommy a little bit, he is the host of the People's Open Panel. He's been to 2 nights in a row, by the way. He's on fire. He's doing his part for the Panelverse. So I do want to invite him and Paul, of course. You and Jack, we had this conversation earlier, to the official directors meeting being hosted tonight. Steven, I mean, you
be in the chat, I guess, maybe.
Okay.
Steven,
I'm on the board of directors and don't even know it.
you could be.
Oh well, what an honor, huh?
Well,
Honor being nominated.
actually, this could be very well. Well, see, and this is the other thing. Tommy, panel waste Tommy, management. he's
Steel Man. Let me help Steel Man out in chat. I do a certain broadcast. I like to keep a flow. You're open to questioning me. Like a guy yesterday came up. He spent an hour running me in circles, telling me that we should have tax money and illegal shouldn't be allowed here, but we should send that tax money to Israelis to take over Palestine. And I said, well, he goes, yeah, they have a historical claim. And I go, so do the Mexicans over New Mexico, in Canada, other places. Would you support them coming back to take over where they have a historical claim? He didn't like that, right? So after 45 minutes to an hour of nonsense with no logic, morals, and ethics, I have to move on at a certain point, right? So, and if you continue to cycle and spin, then I throw you out. It's just that simple. Right? It's not censoring you in your great ideas. You're free to go anywhere and everywhere and propagate your amazing understandings, right, for others. But if I don't want it, I don't need it. I'm not going to accept it, right? It's pretty simple. Pretty simple stuff.
That's what I've been learning how to do better with, is when to draw the line. Because some of these people, yes, they get fixed on these ideas. Ooh, that was something. Dang, Tommy. I was thinking about Tommy earlier today, and how ideas can take over people. Right? Tommy doesn't have an idea about Jack. An idea about Jack has taken him over. Right? He's literally watching old live streams of me to get pissed off enough to visit me. Right? So he can talk about me again later. Paul, he might have replaced me with you, or replaced you with me.
Well, he definitely has. And I'm all for it, as a matter of fact, because I get to go on with my life and do whatever I want to do, and you got to deal with it, right? I told you that. When you thought when I was helping you indirectly, like giving you promotion for your channel, giving you access, that it was just, pure and well-intentioned. It wasn't. And back in my mind, I go, I'm going to offload all of my garbage over there, and they can chase him all day, every day. He seems to like it. You want to help these people and, get them under your wing and under your umbrella of life coaching. So I figured I'd give you a head start with that protocol. Right? It's a great contingent of participants, right, when it comes to life coaching, right? I don't think it could have done better.
I heard you brag about that too. How you got some of your garbage sent over my way.
And then voila, the man himself calls himself panel waste manager, right? It's very synchronistic. So I've unloaded him and many others over here, and I'm thankful and grateful for it. I think you enjoy it as well, right? If you didn't, then you would have given up over the past 4 years now. We're coming up.
Dude, he's actually become a challenge. I've shared this openly and publicly. Tommy has become a challenge of mine. I will win his friendship. He's going to be a friend of mine eventually.
I think we're all looking forward to that day.
Well, he can't keep fighting me like this. He's going to wear himself out eventually. It's just like a toddler, dude. Tommy's just like a big toddler. He's lovable, but golly, jeez, he's so feisty. That's what I think a lot of this are. Paul, I said this earlier or recently, and I'm confident of it. This panelverse thing, the underlying energy that's behind this is loneliness. People today, many people today, are suffering from loneliness. And we don't have to be. But it's an inside game. And that's what I've been realizing for myself, for sure.
Yeah, I guess it begs the question, can you be lonely and still have people in your life? And I guess, there's some sort of cliches about that, right? It seems maybe that's that is the case. Just having people in your vicinity, or even people who you feel like are family.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. You're shit, Jack. You're absolute shit.
Jesus, Jesus, sweet Jesus, on a pogo stick. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Jesus in a tiny tree house. Jesus on roller skates. Black Jesus. My ticket's purple and gold, purple and gold. Orphan Jesus. Dolphin Jesus, Mexican Jesus, Mexican Jesus, your homes. Jesus loved tacos, Jesus loved tacos, not putos. No, 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 no putos. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and the Bible tells you so. Jesus loves cancer, yes I know. Every liar tells you so. God loves cancer, God loves death, God loves disease and cigarettes. God is awesome, our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love and watches you suffer, suffer with love. Jesus tastes salty and sweet. Taste Jesus at church. Swallow Jesus down nice and deep. Swallow Jesus, eat up Jesus, eat up Jesus. Sweet Jesus, the morning star. Jesus loves you. Drunks at the bar. Jesus loves the homeless bums. Jesus loves vodka, gin, coke, and rum. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and he even tells you so. Jesus loves floods, earthquakes, and tornadoes. He loves you lion hoes. Jesus loves prayers and wishes. He loves to be praised by you dumb bitches. Dolphin Jesus.
Hello.
Jesus loves you inside out. Jesus hates when you doubt that he's good and perfect. Don't you dare question dumb, dumb, dumb. Love the Lord. Love your hippie Jesus. Jesus on the cross cried tears of joy. Jesus coming back, bitches, to make you his fuck toys and rock your world. Shut the fuck up. Bitches and hoes, bitches and hoes. Jesus loves bitches and hoes. Jesus loves murder.
Testing. Check. Audio. Audio check. Audio check. Audio check. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Do I upload?
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Is that him?
There's an imposter here right now.
Is that the real one?
Hold on. I gotta make sure that everybody knows.
Very good.
Real inventor of Dolphin Jesus is me.
Okay, and also, can someone say Tommy's name 3 times in chat?
Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy,
It only
Tommy,
works
Tommy.
in chat, though. I know.
Tommy, Tommy, Tommy.
All right, DJM, what do you think? We got DJ. I mean, not DJM. We got DJ NYE here.
Is that the real one?
Or it's a penis. No, it's Michael
Say
Smith. It's him.
something. Very good.
That. I would love that to be the only sound that came out
I
of
think
your mouth.
that's the real Dolphin
makes me
Jesus.
It is.
It is the real one.
It's almost a little sexual, don't you guys?
I
think?
know, a little feminine, a little
No,
sexual.
you're making it that
No,
way.
it is, dude. It is. It's like he might be doing something
Dolphins
weird right
are
now.
That's all they're going to get. That's all those creatures are worth. They're not even worth that. They don't appreciate Dolphin Jesus, these losers. Absolute losers. They are losers. They're losers. And there's the Tattletales. Dolphin Jesus is restreaming. Look at them checking on my channel. There's such fucking losers in the Panelverse. Absolute losers.
Why can't? Okay, there we go.
Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy,
It only
Tommy,
works
Tommy.
in chat, though. I know.
Tommy, Tommy, Tommy.
All right, DJM, what do you think? We got DJ. I mean, not DJM. We got DJ NYE
This idiot was given the keys at her channel. If you can believe it. It's just pathetic. It truly is.
here.
Is that the real one?
Or it's a penis. No, it's Michael
Say
Smith. It's him.
something. Very good.
That. I would love that to be the only sound that came out of your mouth.
I think that's the real Dolphin
makes me
Jesus.
It is.
It is the real one.
It's almost a little sexual, don't you guys?
I
think?
know, a little feminine, a little
No,
sexual.
you're making it that
No,
way.
it is, dude. It is. It's like he might be doing something
Dolphins
weird
are
right now.
perverted, but they're, you know. They're,
That's it. He left. That was all.
That's
Actually,
it.
that's honestly
Dolphin
all I
Jesus.
needed. Thank you.
Yeah,
Dolphin.
me,
that's
me
all he
too.
does.
I'm so glad that's all that happened.
That's why we love him.
Wow, that was amazing.
Speaking of which, I just want you guys to take a note of my avatar real quick. This is a real plaque in the state, in the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It says, "Allow all the little children to come to me."
Milwaukee.
She makes everything perverted. She's just gross. She's a gross thing. She's licking the plaque. And it's about children. She's just a creepy creature, this Ezra bitch. Just creepy. And there's Jackie Fox over there. Just the creepy, degenerate scumbags. That's what they are.
Well,
That's
actually,
it.
that's honestly
Dolphin
all I
Jesus.
needed. Thank you.
Yeah,
Dolphin.
me,
That's
me
all he
too.
does.
I'm so glad it's all that happened.
That's why we love him.
Wow, that was amazing.
Speaking of which, I just want you guys to take a note of my avatar real quick. This is a real plaque in the state, in the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It says, "Allow all the little."
She can't even tell the difference between a state and a city. And she's from Wisconsin. That's how dumb she is.
little children to come to me.
Milwaukee, I told you it was like
Oh.
that.
I know, it's weird.
Thank God we can see it
I
closer
meant
here.
to full screen it.
It's okay.
Why can't it? Okay, there we go. All I need is your tongue. I'm sorry. I'm perverted.
Me
I see
too.
your
I
tongue.
can't help it. I'm weird.
They're very weird about sexualizing children. They're fucking gross. Gross old hags. Gross. I can't stand her either. She's gross. She's just this big fat, degenerate loser. And here's Gross Talcott in a public restroom. He's a hobo. Look at him. Dirty bum. I don't think Trump would ever Google him or have a team Googling him, but if they did, this is what they're going to come across. Seeing this fucking shameful, dirty bum. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him, everyone. Look at this. Look at Talcott. God damn. Pathetic. He needs to be flushed. He needs to be flushed down the toilet. He just needs to be fucking flushed. Flush him down the toilet. Flush him down the toilet. That's what needs to be. That's what needs to happen to this fucking twat cot, dirty bum. There he is. He says he doesn't want people to think of him as a clown. Well, look at you. Look at yourself, twat cot.
So, like, what was it like growing up as Jack? Like you said, you were traveling all the time and kind of moving around.
I learned that relationships were temporary, that it wasn't worth time getting attached to people. And
You don't see the worth in other people. You call them worthless and useless and say that you have no use for them. You treat people like they're disposable products. You use them up and you toss them in the trash. I see what you are.
And that created me into a pretty lonely guy, though.
You're not just lonely, you're bitter and miserable and angry. That's why your brows are furrowed. The rest is just an act. You pretending to be happy and loving life. That's all fake. That's all phony. You're a fraud. And I see right through you. Right through you.
So, like, what was it like growing up as Jack? Like you said, you were traveling all the time and kind of moving around.
Welcome to the dark side of the female psyche with Michael Tessarian. Here we will be delving deeply into those dark corners of psychology that few have the courage to acknowledge, the evil that exists within the female psyche. This series aims to offer you viable solutions, resources, and potent insights that can aid you in your rehabilitation and empowerment. But be forewarned, this is a series not for the faint of heart, nor is it for the easily triggered. Rather, it is only for those courageous women who realize the severity of the hour humanity is in. This means if you're going to listen to this series, you need to be ready to take self-ownership over your reactions and your responses. Because while women do hold the power to change the world, the state and quality of that change will invariably be influenced by how well a woman knows her own psyche, how beautiful, honorable, and dignified that woman chooses to become. If you are a woman who is choosing to willfully evolve, if you are a woman who sincerely desires to master yourself, your mind, and your behavior, then the information shared throughout this series will serve you well.
Hi, welcome back, Michael. We're continuing our series here, The Dark Side of the Female Psyche, and we've been getting deeper and deeper with each pass, so I'm very, very curious to see where you take things this time, and you can take it from wherever point you'd like.
Thanks. Nice to be back. And yeah, there seems to be a nice flow, which wasn't planned, but there you are. I think that we can, I like, the fact we're going slowly with this because there are so many avenues and sort of little highways that one can also speculate on without going into heavy digression, which I think is wrong. But this one might do that a bit too, because while we're looking at this unfolding subject, which is itself a huge subject, I mean, the subject of the criminal history of womankind, the history of mythology, the symbolism of women through history, it's encyclopedic. But as you go, there's a certain quality, you know, there's a certain other philosophical questions that sometimes pop up and arise, and that are never usually addressed by any of the feminist writers, or by anyone actually. And I just want to give an example of one or two of those today, that normally you would be asking, you know, outside of this kind of subject. But funny enough, a close reading of this subject, they pop up from within it, very poignantly. And then when you have an author who is unaware of it, and they plow on with their text, it used to irritate me. See, so I used to make a note of these moments where they're waxing philosophical, or something they're saying has a kind of implicit philosophical meaning that might be very rich, and they don't see it, they just keep on going. Then this used to irritate me, so I used to make a note of it, you know, and we'll just show one or maybe two examples of that today, while at the same time sticking to the general theme of where we've been going. And then towards the end, there's a very controversial part, which I think, again, not too many people deal with. There's a lot of information on it when you know where to go, and we'll leave that to the end. It's about entheogens and psychotropics, which plays a huge role in this narrative, actually. But, you know, on Enslaved, we did something on it recently in a series we did called the Dead Sea Scrolls Deception. It's a 10-part series, and then around 8, 9, and 10, we dabbled into the work of John Allegro, the great John Allegro, and brought up this particular concept. We only have about 2 or 3 slides for us here, but it's something we should visit also, you know, while we're looking at this subject. It's mind-boggling, and it may have a great deal to do with the way history is unfolded, actually.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, so would you like to start with the first slide in that case?
Oh yeah, if you could read that, we'd be
Sure.
on our way.
Okay. And this is a quote from Carl Bjerregaard from his work, The Great Mother. It states, "The child is not the introduction of a new element into the universe. However individualistic the child may be, it is, after all, only an extension of the mother."
Right. Now, this is very Erich Fromm-like. It's another man who is wanting to exalt the new science and the new discoveries of a few, you know, back the late, moving more into the 19th century, when certain discoveries were made that made it look like there might have been this universal matriarchy. And it came from J.J. Bachofen. We can make links later on for people. You know, J.J. Bachofen, the German, Robert Briffault, the Frenchman, and Maria Gimpetus. You know, there's a few names thrown in. Now, later on in history, as we move into the 1970s, some of their work was found to be fraudulent, you know, from an archaeological point of view. And I've posted on that. But the damage had been done. And this man, this writer, is an early theosophist. So he was enamored, as many people were. Many people in Europe were enamored by these discoveries of what looked like possible matriarchies existing. And so somewhat uncritically, they jumped on it, and in my opinion, went a bit too far. Because what they suddenly did was, instead of taking it slowly and saying, well, we would need to really know a lot about what this even means, even if these matriarchies did exist, what were they, what really were they about? No, sadly, some very feminized types jumped on it and immediately started to then deify, glorify, and exalt the feminine and the female way above the station of where it should have been. And this is a kind of an opening statement that's really clearly has an element of truth, but then at the same time seems to be glorifying the female. Yes, the female does breed. yes, the female does produce the child. So here he moves into the sort of a philosophical, and he's telling you that this is therefore then not a unique, we're not meant to look at this thing as a unique creation, a child. It is an emanation of the body of the mother. She is first, biologically, and she's first symbolically, and she's first mythologically. And so everything that comes of the child being born, and this is a girl or boy, is derivative and secondary. Now, somebody would say, well, that's fucking common sense. Of course it is. Chicken or the egg, right? I mean, okay, the mothers come first. Why are you trying to overstate that? Which is what he's doing. And you could ask that genuinely, why are you trying to overstate that? Why are you trying to overstate the obvious? Is there some point? Yes, but the point is the exaltation of womankind. But we've shown in previous program that that always usually comes along with something else. It's always its ugly twin, which is the denigration of the masculine.
Mm-hmm.
So that already sort of makes us look at statements like this. If you're going to exalt one, you have to automatically unexalt the other, which seems to be their tendency. But however, I said there was a little bit of truth in that statement. There is. It is an absolute fact that the child, the germ of the child, is an emanation to all intents and purposes until, and then you have to argue until what point? Well, most people agree, sane people agree that when the child takes its first birth, this when first breath, excuse me, and say when the umbilical cord is cut, that's the moment of independence. It's not going to matter that much, but technically speaking, it is the moment of independence, which you won't really see happening, for many, many more years. You've got stages to go through, but these stages are stages of differentiation, maturation, and individuality. In some children, that individuality shows up very fast, within months. For others, you don't really see the independence until quite late in years. But technically speaking, the birth is something special, and then the first breath is acknowledged even symbolically. Ancient Jews all knew about this, right? Ancient peoples, and the cutting of the cord. And therefore, this is the moment of independence. And then up until that moment, yes, you can say that 100% the child is just an emanation in every sense of the word of the mother's body. So then I say, right, well, those are the biological facts. And nobody's contesting those at all. But where the psychology comes in that's important is in reading the mind of a mother during and before this time. Any human being, no matter what, we're pretty vain creatures, right? All of us. So what does a vain creature do with that level of, shall we call it, dominion or supremacy over something that is utterly within its power, utterly vulnerable and fragile? Is there something to be, looked at in that? And of course, this is where the whole theory of the terrible mother comes in, because if that is exploited by a mother, the fact that she is supreme in every think of it, biologically, right? Archetypally, symbolically, you name it, every single ounce. She is the supreme being here. That's quite a lot of supremacy to handle. Yeah. And therefore, if it was in any other form of life, if somebody had that level of power, we'd be sort of a little bit question mark. If it was a boss, if it was a politician, a warlord, we'd be questioning. Why is it that with mothers we don't? And we have this automatically blanket feeling, that everything's just going to be rosy and peachy, when we damn well know it's not. And why is it that then when we have psychologists like Heinz Kohut and even R.D. Laing and other people, nobody wants to listen to them when they bring these things up, or the greatest, Alice Miller? You see, so there seems to be a bias there. So that's just a question. But the element of truth in that quote is clear. Yes, that's right. Up until a certain point, there is this. And so how can then the child let's look at it from the child's point of view. As the child grows up and inhales this independence, what happens if its independence is really rather loathsome to it, given this biological fact? In this archaic state, wrapped up in a magical child thinking, was a very sort of safe and comfortable place where somebody said, you don't have to do anything, I do it all for you. I provide all the basics. Well, there's a lot of people who may grow up and say, I want that again. I'm not that happy with my independence. I'm certainly not happy with the fact that I had to delay gratification at a certain, 3 years old, potty training. I don't know, all right? You can ask each pediatrician when it happens, mostly that the child has to delay gratification. That's for the experts. But we know what happens. It happened in our lives. Oh my goodness. What? You mean I just can't reach out and have that? And when I go to school, I'll scream bloody murder. Who are these foreign teachers? Who are these strangers? At home, I get everything I want. In fact, there's even this concept now called gentle parenting, where the child is denied absolutely nothing and grows up to know the value of nothing. Okay, that's a good one. That'll really work. But even without that, you have this idea of delayed gratification, and very many people never get used to it. That's why you have grown women squirming around on the floor of Walmart throwing tantrums in their business suits. How dare anybody say no? I'm not getting what I want, so I bang my spoon like a little kid. Well, with a little kid, it's perfectly natural. Kids should be doing that. That's perfectly natural. It's not natural for a grown-up to do it, you see. So again, the mother could be misusing this awesome power that she has and gets to like it, gets to like the flavor of tyranny. And the child may also grow up to say, I want a boss. I want to be told what to do. I've never really liked my freedom. And as far as I'm concerned, the orders and the house rules, that were put on me, that's good to go. And we've already spoken about, if you are forced to leave the constellation of your family, you might go very, very early and form your own family as another means to get back into the same routine. This time not as the child, but as the parent. So this thing is a little bit more complicated than people think. The parent can be the child, again, saying, I want to go back to the childhood level, and I found a way to do it. It's called having my own family, and I can be as dysfunctional as you like. But I'll let the state take care of that. I'll let daycare take care of that. After the children, mechanical toys that I bred, now they ceased to kind of interest me. They were real fun in the first few years, rolling around and jumping around like little wind-up toys. But now that it's kind of time they have to go to school, they're a bit boring now. Bit boring. The high is gone. Oh, well, okay, we can park them at the school and park them somewhere else. It's kind of, it's over. Yeah. I never loved my kids for themselves. It's for the sensation, the pleasure of watching these little jumping beans. They do funny things. It's really hilarious. But once they've grown up, the fact that I cease to care anything about them as people clearly starts showing.
Yep.
Yeah. But if we want to move on to the next one, we can do that.
Self-assertion and reflective thinking took the place of immediateness and intuitive feeling. A center and a false one was established outside the nature of things, and around that false center, the new civilization has been established. This new order of things, which ought to have been of mind, but which is merely fancy, struggles hard to hold its own. Being set up against the natural order of things, it buys its freedom only by perpetual watchfulness, and it holds its domains only by constant warfare. It is pitted against the cosmic order and can only build its house out of subjective materials, which of course are only the real in a state of transformation. It is therefore only an unreal existence, one of show. Again from Bjerregaard in his work The Great Mother.
Yes, and this is very deep. But what he's really essentially saying is that the life of independence is a falsity. He's literally saying it there. The cosmic order from which you came is the real, and that's the mother. That's just like Erich Fromm was saying last time, that is the real of the real of the real. And this weird anomaly of independent existence is basically a sham. It's something that comes late in the day. It kind of makes it, but not really. It's a bit of a joke. And how it sustains itself is kind of like a mystery. It's like a freak thing. That's why it's fragile. It's somewhat vampiristic. You know, it's not strong in itself. Remember, we talked about the denigration of the opposite. Has to be. Well, if you read that all over again, we won't do it, but people can go back and read. That's what you're getting. Once you have this gynocratic idea fixated in your mind, automatically, whether it's J.J. Bacofin or Robert Berfault, or Maria Gimbutas, or any of the others, I'll send you a video, that hopefully you can post the link to, which goes into this fantastic video. See, but once you've got this installed in your mind, then automatically, without you even thinking about it, there's an automatic imbalance and an automatic bias in favor of the feminine. And we saw it with Erich Fromm, and we're seeing it now. But let's go on.
Given that we are immersed in nature and emanations of nature, how do we find it possible to stand outside nature, to ask questions about it? How are we able to objectify the natural world of which we are clearly a part? Is our capacity for objectification learned from the world?
Now, this is one of those philosophical asides that I spoke of. When you're reading comments like we've just read, this is a philosophical point that they're making, but nobody ever notices it. And that is, look, if the cosmic order is so supreme, which we know it is, I'm not doubting that, this is what we call the natural world, and we came out of it. Every cell in our bodies, the very flesh, the fiber, the gray cells, the lot, right? Bone, and we know it is because we return to it at death. Everything is born from the womb of nature. Then you tell me what the explanation is of how that entity has enough self-reflexivity to step back out of the natural order to look at it scientifically or objectively. There's an inherent paradox here. If you are absolutely 100% steeped in a thing, then that's called subjectivity. You and it are one. Right. So then how do you suddenly, at the same second, find a quality, a capacity to step back from that place that is you're born out of and built out of, and even the thinking must be an emanation of, and claim that you have this cleft or fissure that divides you, right, from that world, giving you now this ability to objectify. Now, we do have it, because if you didn't, you wouldn't know there's a world there. So there's something very, very odd here. And that's why I complain that most people have never looked into it all their lives. Now, the religious person has an answer. It may be the right one. That part of us, which is the soul, doesn't come from the natural world. It does come from somewhere else. And the soul or mind, right, is the quality that, of course, has this separateness from the natural order. We are two beings in one. We have the material part of us, and we have the spiritual part of us. And that makes a lot of sense. That's how we get the objectivity. Because if you leave what I just said out, I can't think of any other answer. How do you become an objective being to that which you are yourself made out of? It's an imponderable. You can't even begin questioning it. The mind has no answer. It has a set of opinions or, hypotheses, but you can't get any further than that. You'll never be able to confirm how it happens. So what this means then, that without the religious explanation, the materialist scientist listening to us, he gets uncomfortable at this point. Because if you remove the religious, explanation like they do, you tell me then, mate, how do you do it? That means that there must be some inherent transcendence within the natural order. And there's not a materialist on the planet who even thinks that way or accepts it. You've just confronted them with a shibboleth. You see how easy it is to do? That's why I like materialism is bollocks. If I leave out the spiritual and religious explanation that we just gave you, then you have to then admit that the only way that something subjective could also, divide, split itself so it could self-reflects and gain objectivity is that there's some quality within the entity that you're talking about, within that identity, that is itself transcendent, mysterious. But these are people whose job it is to explain mystery away, not to explain mystery. They come up with their matter as a dead, meaningless thing from colliding atoms and random chance. Oh, that's hardly meeting what I'm talking about, is it? Those factors hardly answer this question. So that's why they never ask about it. Let's go on to the next slide. There's another component to this, another part of this.
Apparently, our capacity for subjectification serves a deep, aberrant need to deny consciousness to the cosmos at large. It is a fallacy exemplified by the Cartesian divide and has not yet abated.
Right. So this is the same thing we're talking about, but seen from the subjective side now. Because if objectivity is not as robust as we think and has some, if it turns out to be not a complete fallacy, but ontologically weak, I'm afraid what happens on one side of the scale must be on the other side, right? If there's a failing with objectivity, then subjectivity cannot sit perfect. It must also suffer a flaw. This is the way it works. So we have these two realities. We've looked at the weakness of objectivity. It's a bloody mystery. And the only way to get out of it is to bring in some sort of spiritual, or transcendent answer. But on the subjective side, what do we see when it looks like it's built on quicksand or is not as substantial as people thought? Well, there is one answer. And it's the answer that will devastate works of people like Descartes, not just him, but the entire materialistic paradigm that he gave rise to. Is this hardening subjective self that stands back from the cosmos doing so because that is its way to deny intelligence and meaning to the cosmos and only attribute that to itself? Is that what's going on? See, if you find that subjectivity and objectivity are spurious concepts or semi-spurious or are not there as substantially as we thought, we have to now look for other answers as why they're there. I'm not telling anybody to believe this, but one reason, and this would be a Heidegger's answer to somebody like a Descartes, is because if all the meaning is in my head, if all these qualities of transcendent qualities, and if all of the substantiality is in me, in my thinking, then what I am allowed to do is subtract any kind of meaning or ontological status to everything else around me. I endow myself by disendowing the universe, and that's exactly what Descartes did. Everything became immediately lower. Animals, the cosmos, right? Gnosticism had already been toying with this 1,000 years before Descartes. But this is when it becomes codified. And this is when the Bacons and the Hobbes and the Comtes all went, we love it. You did it. Let's go. And the industrial age opened. So then later when existentialists start critiquing subjectivity, the readers were just like, what is this garbage? Because they didn't know what we're talking about. You have to know all of this in order to understand anything about existentialism. That seems to be critiquing selfhood. It's not critiquing selfhood. It's critiquing subjecthood, and there's a difference. subjectivity can be seen as some sort of insubstantial Frankensteinian, mannequin. And we're talking now about how that would happen. Because in this extraordinary calculus, I can endow the human mind with all the rational traits, all the skills that are required, all the objectivity that is required, for the scientific paradigm to proceed. But at the same time, as Blake noticed, as Heidegger noticed, as the greats noticed, I am denuding and denying the material world, the world outside of me, of any kind of, glory. This is what's called the desacralization of nature. And only the human being can indulge in it. And it separates him from early man. It separates him from, the so-called primitive tribes who don't do this. And so here we have a bane. And I was always wondering that these wonderful books that you read on the goddess tradition and whatever, they're posing these questions implicitly and they never answer them. They don't even know they're doing it. So I just wanted to show my audience that this is a fascinating subject for many more reasons than, one would even understand. If I'm born out of the very stuff of nature, how do I gain the objectivity to be able to look at it and study it and know it as a separate object entity outside myself? How do I even? That's an imponderable. You can't explain it. And so there came this explanation from the spiritual side, and that deserves our due. That deserves to be looked at intelligently and say, that's interesting that they come up with that. I've got time to listen to that. But then if you find a weakness in the objectification, that looks, unstable, not as reified as we thought, then maybe the other side, the subjectivity, is a little dodgy and a little spurious and needs to be tested for strength again. Maybe it's not as robust as we thought. And what do you know? No, it isn't.
I'll say.
No, it isn't. And the Cartesian aspect then now starts to look rather dubious, because it is the apotheosis of exactly this, deification of the subject in opposition to the object. So something sinister that only very, very, very few minds ever even noticed. We're talking about maybe 3-4 people. I mean, it's really hardly anyone even noticed or even considered this. There are men who did, but they're very, very few and far between who even noticed on this deeper level that this arrangement had taken place. Something very, very, there's chicanery involved in terms of the human consciousness itself, needing to substantiate its own existence in opposition to the universe of which it is actually deeply a part. So there's, again, incredible thing to think about. Why would this happen? How did it happen? What is the cause of it? And how do we even, consider it? But if we can move on to the next one, maybe.
Sure. Devouring Mother. The elementary character of the archetypal feminine is far from containing only positive features. Just as the Great Mother can be terrible as well as good, so the archetypal feminine is not only a giver and protector of life, but, as container, also holds fast and takes back. She is the goddess of life and death at once. The cave is a dwelling as well as a tomb. The vessel character of the feminine not only shelters the unborn in the vessel of the body, and not only the born in the vessel of the world, but also takes back the dead into the vessel of death, the cave or coffin, the tomb or urn. From Erich Neumann in his work, The Great Mother.
Erich Neumann, yeah, of course, the great Jungian, right? wrote extensively on this subject. That is a reiteration of what we looked at last week about this archaic mother and then the light mother who represents the transition into the solar world of reality. But there is this other, you can call it devouring feminine, the lower anima, if you will, that is conservative and regressive and fixed and wants to hold back that which it has birthed rather than release it, so that it can have independent existence. So that's just to get back to the theme of what we've been talking about, and to always remember this bivalence is very, very important, because these creatures who start writing extensively about the matriarchy, they don't write about this generally. There are some who do, and I like their works. But on the whole, the J.J. Bacofin types, they just wouldn't touch it. And they're deeply responsible for this biased opinion, which kind of took hold for a long, long time. But let's move on to the next one.
The figure of the terrible mother dominates the pre-Hellenic as well as the early Greek worlds with the same archetypal symbolism. The mysteries of death as mysteries of the terrible mother are based on her devouring, ensnaring function, in which she draws the life of the individual back into herself. Here the womb becomes a devouring maw, and the conceptual symbols of diminution, rending, hacking to pieces, and annihilation, of rot and decay, have here their place, which is associated with graves, cemeteries, and negative death magic. Here belongs also the blood-drinking goddess of death, whose hunger can be appeased only through the slaying of innumerable living creatures. Whether like Kali in India, she must be satisfied by the killing of men and animals, whether as goddess of war she perpetually demands the blood of men, or as goddess of death destroys all living things without distinction. Erich Neumann, The Great Mother.
Yeah, and he does well here to bring this out. I did a premium podcast called The Monstrous Feminine, and the second one in that series was called Goddesses of Blood, and people should check it out. Also, this other show I did called Blood Rights. Animals in their millions were slaughtered by these women cults. Everybody's heard of the Amazons being a bit warlike and wielding swords and bows. It's not even the beginning of the story. There's been a whole history of womankind that has been completely airbrushed from history. And it'd be frightening. And you only see elements of it when you see in modern commercials, these sort of Xena-like warrior women or Tomb Raider type warrior women with their bows and arrows, and you get it in car commercials and what have you, an ad copy, and nobody has the faintest idea what is going on with why is Robin Hood suddenly a woman? You get it over and over again, right? They're not tomb raiders, they're tomb makers, if you know the history. But again, they're playing on this atavistic memory in women and also in men. Diana, the goddess, right, was a huntress with her hounds and her bow. Yeah, just start thinking about what this might mean, or just watch the programs. You're not ready for it. People are not ready to hear the truth. Goddesses like Sekhmet, Durga, Kali, and on it goes. Athena jumping out of the head of her father fully armed and ready for battle, right? And the list goes on. Anat, the destroyer. Neith, whose symbol was a bow and arrow. Isis, unspeakable, right? So this dismembering quality, so I really recommend those. We can link up, or at least, people can remember the names. So the thing is, that where does this devouring aspect come from? Where does this bloody aspect come from that they're trying to address? And Newman rightly does so. Why do we need to sacrifice to her temple? Why? What's that all about? That her womb is the tomb. She breeds all life creatures and they all can return to her. So she's both the grave and the incubator of life. So it's again a bivalent creature, somebody who gives birth, but the dead can come back to her as well. Extraordinary. But the funny thing is, this was socially accepted. Right? The great temples. This is, there's so many examples. I'll leave people to watch my videos on this because we could go on for hours talking about this. So I have to really curtail it. But the symbols of that cult are to be found in Masonry to this day and to be found in ad copy, as I just said. But the difference is you won't know it. It might even look glamorous. It might even be, in these movies when they make it look somewhat heroic, like they did in Terminator. And all, and it has a lot to do actually with comet worship, but we're not going to, as I said, we're not going to get into it. But if people watch the videos, you'll find out that some very strange things happen on our planet that then precipitated unspeakable events. And what has to happen then when you look at it is that you will suddenly realize the obscene idea that women are connected with animals or nature. You won't even know where that came from. After watching that program, you will suddenly realize you've been had. That wherever this idea that women are close to earth or close to nature or trees or something or animals or something, you will realize that that piece of mind control now doesn't work anymore. That has got to go. It's not true now, and it was never true in the past. Yeah. Far, far from it. So this would then, this impacts a lot of things. It impacts hugely. But then when you get into the works of J.J. Bachofen and Berthold, who speak about the Aphrodite woman and the Demetrian, you start to see all the fallacies that they dreamt up. It just was inconsistent and wrong. And it was picked up by many, many scholars whose books can still be found today breeding this nonsense. And some of it leaked over into some of the people we even deal with who, thoughtlessly trusted this research. But let's go on.
Strange struggle. The dialectical relation of consciousness to the unconscious takes the symbolic, mythological form of a struggle between the maternal feminine and the male child, and here the growing strength of the male corresponds to the increasing power of consciousness in human development. Erich Newman in his work, The Great Mother. At the bottom of this slide, there's also a message in parentheses which states, where does the male principle derive its energy for differentiation?
So this is the center of today's talk, really. The theme we need to focus on. There's something, you think what we've just talked about is extraordinary? No. In this ascent towards freedom, from the archaic, from the Tellurian, from the Chthonic, up to the Apollonian, solar, Olympian, whatever you want to call it, right? Into the solar world, I just make it simple. It can be seen as this primal struggle, and we're the result of it, so we know what happens. We also know that there's forces that try to arrest it. That's what the two previous slides were about. When this force tries to arrest this sacred development towards the light. But then I ask, in this struggle, where is this tiny little ego germ getting the energy for its ascent? In order to fight the great Euroboric serpent mother and squeeze out from her clutches and rise up into independence, it must have an energy. It must have libido. It must have power.
Yes.
But is it not true that that energy is coming from the soil that is its mother? So, wait, stop. Remember we've talked before about the very fact that the ego comes out of the unconscious and then has to fight all its life to stay in its center so it doesn't get overwhelmed by the unconscious, or for that matter from the outside world. Right. But if the ego's origin was the id, it came out of, it blossomed out of, it grew out of like a little shoot, a little plant from the soil of the unconscious, then everything that makes up its struggle, its muscular, vital struggle, it must have been taking those nutrients from its nemesis, from its enemy, as it struggled out for its, to breathe its own air of independence. Well, it's the same thing here. Consciousness cannot struggle without taking its sustenance from the very thing that it's trying to gain independence from. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm confused. That means that the sword that Perseus uses to cut off the head of Medusa is made for him, sharpened by Medusa, and handed to him by Medusa. Right, we've got a problem here. We've got a major problem, again, that they all skip over. These are things that keep me up at night.
Fair.
Because it sure as hell couldn't be coming from anywhere else. The whole problem, the whole movement, the whole stimuli to exit from the clutches of the natural, from the unfree, the energy is coming from the unfree, from the matrix. So that means that the matrix is extremely unusual. Why is it giving rise to that which it knows is going to separate from it and possibly conquer it? It's an imponderable. We can't know. These are the mysteries that the materialist does not want to deal with and pretends doesn't exist. And we are to be faced with them. There's something extraordinary going on. We talked about the subject-object divide being totally fraught with trouble and can only be understood when you bring in the transcendent function. And we even said that the transcendent quality may be within the natural order itself, something that nobody, I call myself a mystical naturalist. Now we're looking at why that is. But outside of that, people are not going to accept it. The religious man doesn't accept that. He brings in the transcendent, but it has to be a transcendent of the transcendent. It has to be otherworldly, proving that he's really a Gnostic through and through. He's been infected by Gnosticism and doesn't even know it. But the Hermeticist says, no, the natural order, the transcendent is there. It's in the numbers. It's in the very matter that you're talking about. And it's only your own mental illusions that stop you seeing it. Maya is not the world itself. It's your thinking about the world and about reality that is the Maya.
Can confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the same thing. Where is this hero getting his tools and his weapons? Where does he get his winged feet? Where does he get Pegasus? Where does he fly? Where is his wings to fly? It must come from the place that he is himself separating himself from. Does he ever question that? Does he ever see the paradox of it? The answer is no. He's so, in order to gain the freedom, he has to be so hyper-focused on it, like the phallic arrow that he is, the ichthyphallic force that he is. He doesn't stop and reflect. He can't afford to. So this then means that we can attribute to this cosmic matrix a lot more qualities than we probably normally do. And that's why I don't throw these books out. When I see these men writing with these biases and all, I don't throw it out. I see it as bias and I'm against it. But there's something even that they probably only saw with a glimpse. Something that still needs to come to the table. Right? What we call the material realm has got more properties in it than we know. There's more in it than in our philosophy. And this is just one iteration of it. The hero is receiving the very energy from the very serpent, Nemesis, that he is there to fight. The tools he has, the intention he has, is provided to him by that force. What do you do with that truth? That the key of your own salvation is in the hand of evil. That which you consider evil contains the secret of your own liberation. Wow. Doesn't your relationship with the world totally change? Is this why so few people ever gain liberation? Is this one of the banes of the world of light? that it blinds you to certain things as well as makes you see. Light has also many weird properties, not all of them good. And the dark side has many properties, not all of them bad. Is that what the deeper mystics were trying to tell us? Well, it certainly looks like it to me. But let's go on.
Newman points out that in the struggle for existence, the masculine principle encounters the destructive aspect of the feminine, which seeks to hold him to the ground. This means that violence, aggression, and destructiveness are first to be regarded as principles of the feminine and only secondarily of the male principle. And in parentheses at the bottom of this slide it says, is this fact conceded by feminists?
Right. So as the hero is attempting to differentiate, and he does this quite unconsciously without any thought of violence or antagonism. It's just a natural organic instinct. And he only discovers violence when his will to individuate is resisted.
Yeah.
By the ground. And so actually, what the feminists refuse to admit and refuse to tell anyone is that it is within the feminine maw, the feminine ground of being, that gives us our first understanding of restriction, aggression, violence, and destructiveness, as it attempts to hold the organic from being organic. And when it attempts to suspend and postpone, or even completely inhibit, the upward movement of the hero. So this means then that the qualities of violence and aggression and destructiveness are only secondarily to be found in the hero or the masculine energy, and primarily in the feminine. And there's no way out of it. So now do you see the destructiveness of the feminist movement? What we've been dealing with? How rotten to the core it is?
Like
Because it is
aberrant
only
to nature. Yeah, aberrant to
Right.
nature. Yeah.
Now you can't mitigate against it by saying, well, that's just the natural way of the ground. No, it isn't, because the ground can also give up. There's the good anima that says, oh, well, this is the way it is. Yeah, I don't like it, but I'm going to facilitate it because that's the natural order. And that's what we know as masculine females. So no, that's not an answer. We have been talking about this archaic anima and the fixed laws of necessity, and the fact that in the journey of the hero, he first discovers attention, which he can then only interpret as evil to his existence, something necrophilous, in the feminine. We had to wait to get to this through many programs. You dump this on people too early, they're just like, shut down. Got to make the sketch first. Like you said, many passes on the Sistine Chapel. I like that analogy, because that's what you have to do. Yeah, it's restoration. So you can tease out these few facts. There's only a few of them, but they are earth-shattering. So the hero is not violent in itself. The masculine energy and the male energy is not in fact violent in itself. That has been chicanery. That is duplicity. No, it is actually a condition of the feminine, and the hero learns it as he then struggles against that which is holding him down. Just as you would if somebody was holding your feet as you tried to climb out of a swamp. You kick and scream. And in this kicking and screaming, one discovers their own inner power, right? Their libidinous power. They discover anger. They discover, aggression. But what awakened it in the first place? Where was that initiated? Where were these emotions initiated from in the absolute inception? And the fact that highly degreed people, men and women in the feminist movement, who must have known this, but with the Frankfurt School mandate that you won't even get a degree, we'll read your papers, and we have our boys in all the universities of the world, and you will not get a pass. This is why they had to tone this down. I know that some of these authors knew what I'm talking about, but they dare not write it. and they suppressed others who did, until it made it not worth your while. The critical theorists were in their places, you know, at the high table, and they would weed out anyone who had read the true, the facts that are out there. All these facts are out there, but when they knew that somebody put it together in the right order, oh, when they're suppressed, that's not part of the agenda. And the French and the British went along with it. Americans just followed suit. Horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Let's go on.
Faced with a dual aspected feminine principle, the lower and higher anima, the hero soon tires of her ambivalence and turns to Olympian god figures who endow him with the power to resist the seduction of the lower anima.
Yeah. So the rest is simple enough. Because of this dual aspected thing that we've seen time and time again here, the bivalence that we've been speaking about, it's too hard to handle for the consciousness that is narrow, you know, focused on just ascent. And in the end becomes very tiring. It's all Stygian and Medusan, and we get sick of it. And so then the solar world becomes quite attractive, the Apollonian kingdom, which seems to be more ordered, more structured, more free, more airy. And this matters a lot, you know, in the life of a girl. This is where I pick up in the Dragon Mother book, because I approach this from different angles and different works. So this then became the thesis that said that the solar world can be generally seen as a haven from the previous, from the lunar abyss. That's all this slide is really telling you. That it's simpler, it's clearer cut. Whether it's better, that's up for everybody else to work out, right? You have to work it out for yourself. Can't be influenced. If you're into your Ayn Rands, yeah, it's better, right? But a lot of people don't think it is. A lot of people in our culture don't think it is. That's why they love a welfare state. That's why they want open borders and tribes and horrendously primitive, you know, races pouring in and eating off the table. They don't mind all of this. But again, a conscientious person who thinks about what the forebears have built, who's steeped in the culture, steeped in the wisdom of the books and the literature and the music and the art, maybe doesn't want to see it all be destroyed. You know, the poetry, the films, the great movies, the great comedy. That matters. So the child, it be girl or boy, her masculinity then starts to say, hey, it's safer up here. We can just go on with things, and we can improve the world. Right? But the terrible mothers are pouring necrophilous creatures, their offspring, into the world, make that almost impossible now. It may be too late. Because that production hasn't stopped, hasn't ceased. In fact, it's got worse. It's been mobilized by big government, by communism, by socialism. This is why this becomes very political, and nobody's really pushed against it. In fact, they love it. People love it. Look at Sweden. They absolutely love it, and you can't even talk to them. They don't even want to know what you're talking about if you mention it.
True story.
No. Is there any other slides, or was that the last one?
Let's see. I think
We
that
have
might
the
be
three.
last one. We're on the Paracelsus slide.
Right.
Right
That's
now?
good.
Yeah. Okay. Paracelsus, considered one of the greatest physicians of his time, declared that he had learned from the sorceresses all that he knew, from Shuttle and Redgrove in their work The Wise Wound.
Now we change gears into something absolutely remarkable, which has, again, pulling it to zoom out into history. You're moving from the psychology to the historical perspectival thing we've talked about before. You need it. Otherwise, things aren't just going into place. Now, in the series we did on Enslaved, we went into this, and this has to do with something extraordinary that even goes back to sort of late Paleolithic, but certainly the early Neolithic. Paracelsus, of course, was the great healer, the greatest healer we've all known. And yet he is telling you that everything you learned came from women? I find that fascinating. See? So what could he possibly mean? But let's read the next one.
The psychotropic tree. There are even legends of the prehistoric plant which women first took to cause their menstruation and the experience it gave them. It was called Lygos. Branches of it made bowers at the great women's festival, the Thesmophoria, from which men were excluded, though there are indications that they might be admitted in women's attire. A quote from Shuttle and Redgrove, The Wise Wound.
All right. So what we have here is absolutely extraordinary when it's built out. And there's so much information on this. And I go into it in the female T program that we've got. It's about 7 hours long. The whole thing is about 9 hours, and we edited it down. Female Illuminati program. You can check that out on. And this is all evidence. It's all empirical. And it was often a concoction, but the Lygos involved mistletoe, poppies, and all sorts of organic. It was certainly the Amanita muscaria and plants like that, right? Mushrooms. But what was it for? Way back, women suffered from the menstrual pain as they do today. And so they were way advanced into herbalism than men ever were and ever have been. Paracelsus was talking about. And all the Roman and Greek historians knew about it. All the Egyptians knew about it. This was well known in the ancient days. And Thesmorphia was a great, coming together of the women, but the Bacchanalia, we call them the love feasts in the show that we did, right? Because John Allegro had exposed all this happening in early Judaism and what have you, right? And a great, but we're talking about the origin of it, why it started first. It's not later on its religious iterations. It was to help with birth pains. It might have been also there to help abortion, although that's less likely. But it might be, right? Times of great want. But mostly it was just to ease the pain of childbirth and the pain of menstruation. So, but then after the women became very, very proficient at it, to administer the drug to their children. Yeah. When they would birth a boy, actually one who was going to become a nobleman or a king, rituals would be done, because this is all in code, right? But you get it in the story of Aphrodite and what have you. They would make sure that the boy child would be administered some of this, including the menstrual blood in it, mixed with honey, mixed with other things that I talk about in those programs, and with regular wine, right? Which in those days was nothing more than just grape water, right? And so eventually it took a while, but finally grown men would be put on it. It might have been for healing. It might have been to calm them down when they had wounds. But it moved on from that into something more. So let's read the next one.
Goddesses of intoxication. She lost no time, but put something into the wine they were drinking, a drug potent against pain and quarrel, charged with forgetfulness of all trouble. Whoever drank this mingle in the bowl, not one tear would he let fall the whole day long, not if mother and father should die, not if they should slay a brother or a dear son before his face, and he should see it with his own eyes. That was one of the wonderful drugs which the noble queen possessed. Quote from Erich Neumann, who was quoting his Odyssey on Helen of Troy's usage of the poppy plant.
Now, I don't know, but this makes my skin crawl. When you think of the mass slaughters of the ancient world, the genocides, the Huns, the Mongols, characters, tyrants that were in every nation, murdering women and children and all the rest of it, are we now to believe that this frenzy was being brought on by potions that were in the keeping of women, power women in the world. And if that turns out to be true, because only they would have known how to mix it, and they had to be part of a cult. You're not just going to take this from anybody on the street corner, right? You end up fucking raving mad. You have to take it from people that you trust, and these are these sibyls, these oracles, these very, very high priestesses. So once you put this all together, then this so-called matriarchy that everybody is lauding, is this what you're talking about? See, I believe it is. That's why I work. And one of the secret weapons that they had were this post being spoken of here, but many others customized for this and that and the other. They started with women taking it themselves, but then they had plenty of time to research what it was going to do to the male mind. And here's Homer telling you that you could bring a person's parents in front of them and slaughter them, and they wouldn't bat an eye or shed a tear. No amount of murder and psychopathic behavior, you just could handle it, right? It's unthinkable that you were in the stupor, or you were in some other frenzy, like the berserkers. And Allegro and other scholars have talked about that the berserkers were definitely on stuff like this. The German berserkers, it's long been known, were on something like this. And what happened was that all this information is in the Dead Sea Scrolls Deception talk that we did. But what happened was that later historians, knowing that this was the case, sit down and said that they were just drunk on regular alcohol. But the ones in the know knew this was a lie. Berserkers were on a lot more than just plain, alcohol. In fact, there was alcohol, but it was spiced, and it was spiked with a lot of very, very peculiar things. And we get into the whole thing. Those programs need to be watched. I think it's 8, 9, and 10, or 7, 8, 9, and 10 in this series. Again, it'll blow your mind. There's no point us going into it here.
I put them on the list to link.
Yeah. And they'd also drink the urine of animals that fed on the Amanita muscaria, like the reindeer. So when you see a Christmas tree, the little red mushrooms all around it. Everybody giggles, and at Christmas time, you have the reindeer with the red nose, and you have the funny little elves dancing around, right? You wouldn't even believe. You wouldn't know what that was really all about. And how precise it was. How much chemistry, so to speak, went into it, right? The preserving of the ocean. Nor would you imagine what you went like in your mind when you're on it. And we have all those details in the show. So, but what we never, we thought that in the show. I just wanted to do a short version here. Is that this was originally, the further you go back, you find out, they know this from finds that they made in the back of caves that women used as sacred places when they were birthing or going through the menstruation periods of the month, and they would calculate the moon and all of these. They found all these time sticks. So it turns out that they were watchers of the clock. They had their own clocks, these time sticks. They would make a crescent out of a bone, like a crescent moon, and these are marked with the phases of the moon. All under the auspices of the moon, meticulously watched the cycles. That's how the moon became associated with women's cycles. But also, what was played down was the use of these herbs, and it was in the keeping of the women for thousands of years. Some try really be expert on it, and it was only a matter of time before it started to be weaponized. It wasn't originally, and by good women right up until a very late age, it still wasn't. This was a strict code, right? With positive women knew you only use this for positive purposes, strictly. But the witchery, no, the women could not resist using this for evil. And that goes back a long, long way as well. Let's read the next one.
Love feasts. In the celebration of the anniversaries, the priestesses of Aphrodite worked themselves to a wild state of frenzy, and the term hysteria became identified with the state of emotional derangement associated with such orgies. The word hysteria was used in the same sense as aphrodisia, that is, as a synonym of festival of the goddess. Newman quoting Hastings.
So no one could believe what you're talking about here with these maenads, these bacchanales, love feasts, the agape feasts as they were known, right? Some of them were just terrible. Animals would be torn to pieces by their hands because they were enervated, but especially by the Amanita. That would turn you into a raving animal. So they had these long talons. So today, when you see Beyonce and Lady Gaga and these strange, or Abramovich, these weird images of blood dripping women with their fangs and their long claws and their serpentine eyes, you can be seen in the proximity of a serpent as well. There's not one in a million people know what the hell that's all about. It all goes back to this. It all goes back to these feasts and to this power that the women enjoyed when they would let go and become hysterics. And Hollywood knows all about this. That's why there is always a conspiratorial aspect to this, because all these advertisers know all what we're talking about through and through, inside out and upside down. And they've read the Robert Graves, they've read the Fraves and all the hundreds of authors that I've had to read, to find out about this. And we may do some more on it as we go. But I just want to introduce this part because it explains something that changes our view. Because when you have power of this kind, and that gets into your race memory, and times come where, as we know this from reading the Old Testament, women were stripped of this power, officially stripped from the power because they'd misused it. It follows that they wanted it again. They may not even be consciously aware of what's going on because it's what's known as stick. But never let you think for a moment that just because something is in the race memory and atavistic that it lacks power. In fact, as Carl Jung showed, the more you repress something in the unconscious, the more power it gets. And it can be triggered at any time. Well, the advertisers on Madison Avenue and the architects of control know exactly when to make the time. They know exactly how to trigger this in women. It doesn't exonerate women from being responsible because they should know their own psyche and they should know the history that I'm talking about. But they just say, no, you're a man, it must be all false. That's where they are. Brilliant. They can't look around in the world and see the advertisements and what's happening to young girls. But they say if a guy like Tsarina's talking about it, it has to be a false. That's as far as they've got. Then you are completely under the control of the enemy and there's nothing you can do about it. Even the sanity and the conscientiousness isn't even there. They call themselves empiricists, hard-nosed. Give me the facts and I'll do the rest. Is that right? The facts are all around you. Right? The higher women only use a bevy of eunuchs to work for them, in the companies and the corporations. You don't find real men in these magazines and Vogue and Cosmopolitan. If there's men around, they're all something else, all betas. So it's not masculine. Anybody objectifying women? That one's got to go long ago. This feminism is it's based on something very, very deep, and even those who know that haven't even scratched the surface of what we're talking about here. And you can prove all of this by ad copy. When we're talking about poppies and ad copy, just go watch Illuminati. It's all in there. Example after example after example, staring you in the face. Even in alcohol advertisements and advertisements for medication, you'd be amazed what's put in those. It just looks like a little advert for Advil or something, right? But if you only knew what's in those advertisements, let alone the more gory ones, which are kind of more obvious. No, even in your average Folgers coffee ad, or smear, or whatever you got, Absolute, or whatever you got. There it is. If you know the multiple layers of the elixir and the soma, and what it's all about, and that level of power, and that level of, if you want to call it aberrant freedom that the women enjoyed was so rampant, and it gained them so much power. It was like a craze. They want it again. They're atavistically motivated to get it again. And the younger girl who's in their puberty is ready for the programming, ready to be triggered. And if they don't get it, then they turn the violence within and commit suicide. You see, or go for the tribal piercing number or whatever, or drugs or drink or alcohol. Right? They're not in control anymore. They're spiraling out of control. But now we notice it's even where they're not committing suicide because something has to be done with that cache of energy. So, yeah, thanks for reading those. That was
Oh,
the
yeah,
last
no
one.
problem. We actually have one last quote from Shuttle and Redgrove from The Wise Wound. It states, Egyptian pharaohs ingested an ambrosia called Sa, which was called blood of Isis. Celtic kings were divinized by drinking red mead of the fairy queen Maeve, whose name was formerly Maeve or Mead.
Yeah, I think they're trying to say that mead was named after the goddess.
Hmm.
So there again, you have it. This thing was an initiatory rite. See, in Egypt, no nobleman could ever be made pharaoh without an elaborate rite that involved the female priestess being involved. Absolutely had to. And then after he was made pharaoh, he wore the symbol of the two goddesses on his forehead, a vulture and a cobra. What nobody wants to tell you is that those are two goddesses, the oldest known goddesses in the world. Comes from the old stellar cult. And them in 2 volumes. Had to do 2 volumes, can you believe it, to cover that symbolism alone. And the books are called the Trees of Life books, double volume. And go into all of that. So he's wearing the diadems and the symbols of the female goddesses of Upper and Lower Egypt, and everything that symbolizes, and can't even become pharaoh. Can't move up from nobleman to king to pharaoh without elaborate rites. Part of this elaborate part of it was being anointed with oil, and that oil was always of the crocodile, which in itself was considered a serpent. Okay? And so the crocodile god Sobek was the son lover of the great hippo goddess. This is the way they worked. The hippo and the crocodile of the Nile, but they were transmuted into, transmogrified into Ta'ur, the hippo goddess, the most ancient goddess of all, and her child, Sobek. So the child could be slaughtered, he could be slaughtered, his fat taken and used then to anoint. And that fat was called chrism, from which we get the word Christ.
Oh.
Oh yeah. This is in Egypt. The crocodile god. So it all comes from a stellar cult, that females were the keepers of that. Because these time sticks, other evidence shows you that they were meticulous in keeping the clock. They were the first ones to realize that there was a connection between their own bodies, you know, the cycle of menstruation and the moon cycle, and then from that point, other cycles as well. So they kept that. But what these books rarely tell you is that this part of, you know, the engines that they also had to use, because there's pain involved, sometimes considerable. And so their knowledge of herbs, and herbs grow in certain strange times as well, and need to be plucked at certain times. So the meticulous mapping of the time of the months and the year was, again, for a secondary purpose, which is to know when to pluck the right herbs. And you did it under the moon cycle. Certain herbs were never plucked at the full moon or at the new moon or at the quarter moon. There was very specific times when a certain herb, a certain plant, was telling them, you pluck me now. And then when you mix the plant with another plant, that had to be done at a certain time. And some of the times were extremely auspicious, you know, more so than others. And then the priestess had to be herself then of a high initiate. This thing was all based on initiation, not any old crone. That was forbidden. So certain potions were dedicated only to certain cults and certain women who had the power. And on it goes. And so every culture in the world, from the Far East to Europe, was involved in this. Later, the men learned a bit of it. And no doubt it was used, just as a salve for wounds and whatever. But anyone who thinks it ended there just doesn't know their history. And they certainly don't know their John Allegro. It went far beyond mendicants and simple apothecaries. And it started having this out-of-body aspect. Now, matters a lot, because if you raise a child drinking these herbs and they're out of their bodies most of the time, then you have not only enormous control over their behavior. We're talking about the power behind the throne here, but you also have them conceiving of things like immortality that may be totally farcical. You got them going around out of their heads, just like that quote said. And do you think that they're not going to deify the feminine principle on this substance? We're just looking a little bit more now at the consequences. I mean, isn't the history of art alone enough to show you that there was some major deification of the female body?
Yeah.
When you look at the goddesses, the temples that were erected to them, the women weren't building them. The men were. And when you look at the character of certain goddesses like Circe, you see, goddesses who hold the chalice, goddesses who hold the jar, like Mary Magdalene is shown holding the little jar of spikenard, but that doubles up, doesn't it? It could be the jar that the blood of Christ at the crucifixion was gathered in, that jar. We don't know. They collected his blood into the chalice that becomes the Eucharist. But how many people told you that the women would also gather the semen from hanged men in little jars like that?
Wow.
To be used later on in these potions? How many people told you that? Many men would be hanged with an erection, and the women would collect it in little jars to be used years later, even, homeopathically, put into these potions. There's some very odd things went down during this time. And so with this level of power, I mean, you've got to realize that if men would literally castrate themselves as high priests, as eunuchs, nothing is too far fetched. To serve the goddess, you'd literally willingly castrate yourself, then nothing is too far. You see, and I go into this in all the different programs. And the ancient ones that did this were called the Galli. It was one of their most common names, the Galli, Galli. That is the capital G turns up in masonry inside the compass and protractor. That if you're not looking closely, if I was to show you a picture of the castrating tool that was used for castration, and you blinked, you think it was the Masonic compass and protractor. It's subliminally meant to look like one. And the capital G for Galli, meaning castrati, is in the middle of it. When you turn to the New Testament, you hear about the Nazarenes, but you also hear about a group called the Galileans, of which Jesus was a member. The Galileans? Oh, and what were they up to? Did you know that they were goddess worshippers? Did you know that they were castrati priests? No, because it's all been hidden. And the man who brought this out, like John Allegro, they were completely professionally assassinated. The Vatican went wild, right? Just go watch my series, The Dead Sea Scrolls Deception. Watch it from the beginning to the end. You wouldn't believe what's been happening in very recent times to cover this up.
Well, I have some questions just based on what you've discussed.
haunt your dreams. Haunt your dreams. My mind is cutthroat, sharper than a knife. With matrix demons, I slice and dice. I slice and dice. Teasing demons, teasing demons, rolling over demons. I am madness, I am the kill switch.
Come closer, demon. Come closer, you little bitch.
Ravens and crows, ravens and crows, my ravens and crows.
Watch over,
Always
watching over.
shut the fuck up. Demons, you are done.
Fucking demons.
You are done. Done. Demons! Crawl! Demons! Crawl! And burn here. Dance in the fire. Dance, demons, dance. You nasty liars. Dance in the fire. Forever.
Isn't the same as day. The sun isn't the same thing as the moon. I am not you, I am not you, I am not the same being, not the same species as you.
Spiritual species! I am not you, I am not we, I am not in your sick, weak collective human beings.
Hive-minded, slave-minded, haters of truth. I am not you, I am not
The same species. I am different. I am my own being, my own spirit. I will never relent. Truth I seek. I'm not a follower. I'm not what you are. I am not what you are. Fuck you, zombie slaves. Fuck you, zombie slaves. Stay here with your envy, jealousy, and rage. Spiritual species.
snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake, little bitches, devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons. Dance in the fire. I see what you are. No matter if you are near or far, I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell, real matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass, snake-eyed demons. This is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Snake-eyed demons, filthy matrix loose.